Alright, hello to my 0 viewers. Excellent. What do I do? Do I just get started? Even though... Yeah. Hello, Teed. Thank you for coming here. Hello, Akami. Alright, so... I guess we should just get right into it then. No point in really waiting, I suppose. How are things so far? Pretty good. I have played a little bit of the new update. Mostly just testing out the Syncmer Salt identity. But yeah, I haven't really seen anything of the new Canto yet. So I suppose we should just get started then. With the first portion, which treats the life and the contracts of the not-so-famous but valiant Don Quixote.
밤이 서둘러 다가온다 해도
The night approacheth with great haste.
이 어둠을 헤치고 나아가
Yet thou shalt hew open a path, cleaving the shadows in twain.
세상에 둘도 없는 가족의 축복과 친절한 허락을 받으며
With the blessings and approval of thy family, of which there is no equal.
모든 위험한 것들을 물리치고
Challenge and vanquish all things perilous.
행복에 닿을 수 있을 것이니
And at last reach true happiness.
의심할 여지 없이
Thus how indubitable.
오늘 나에게 일어날 모험 또한 기가 막히겠구나.
Magnificence with which mine ingenious adventures of today shall shine.
그리고 우리에게 일어날 모험이기도 하지.
Which is our adventure as well.
다들 기억하지? 무릇 해결사란 생각은 순수하게, 말은 정직하게, 행동은 관대하게.
You remember the words, right? A fixer must maintain a head clear of corruption, speech free of deceit, and conduct guided by clemency.
모험은 용맹스럽게 하고 고난은 견뎌가며
Show courage in adventure and bear pain in suffering.
어려운 자들에게는 자비롭게.
And pray forget not the mercy of the downtrodden.
마지막에는
And last but not least,
목숨을 걸고서라도 꿈을 잡으러 가는 거야.
pursue your dream, even if it means wagering your life in the chase.
이 중 하나라도 지키지 못한다면
Should you ever fail to stand by even one of these tenets,
내가 찾아와서 너희 둘의 머리통을 때릴 테니까.
I'll smack you guys upside the head myself.
언제나 긴장하며
Very nice character.
똑바로 나아가도록.
Steel yourself and always keep moving forward.
그거 참...
Is that not
치사한 협박이 아닐 수 없군.
a threat most unfair? Yeah, I haven't seen anything about this story yet, so...
치사하네.
First reactions. Manager Esquire, how unfair of thee. ...
치사하다 말했네.
Most unfair, I say. What is it this time?
이 몸의 차례가 온 줄 알았는데.
For once have I believed that 'twas my time to shine.
그래서 이번에야말로 마무리를 멋지게 해내고 싶었는데.
Much did I wish to be the one to pull off the final flourish in its deserved splendor.
신문에 제대로 이름을 날릴 수도 있었을 절호의 기회였는데.
'Twas my chance to mark my name in the newspapers. I'm not a very good voice actor, so don't expect much from me. Returning to P-Corp's warp train station seemed to always remind Don Quixote of our last misadventure. She'd repeated that exact same complaint a few times by now.
그런데 왜 그렇게 얼굴 표정이 우거지상인 것인가, 나리?
Oh, wherefore dost thou make an expression of such great dourness, Manager Esquire? I don't even have an expression, let alone a face.
그렇지 않소 나리.
Hello, Dante.
보이지 않는 것인겐가?
How untrue, how untrue. Dost thou not see?
조그마한 동물이나 심지어 남들이 하찮다고 하는 풀떼기라 하더라도 다 마음이란 것이 있다네. 그러니 당연히 표정도 있을 수밖에.
All things blessed with existence has heart, even the little critters and indeed even the blades of the grass, which most people bother not to linger even a fleeting thought upon. Forsooth, an existence of a heart necessitates an expression, wouldst thou not say?
그렇기에 우리는 어떤 것이든 약하다여 무시하지 말고 올곧은 마음으로 정의를 항상 행해야 한다. 이 말일세.
That is to say, we mustn't let the strength of the body be the scale with which we judge one's measure, thus preserve. Let only thy unbending heart be the tool with which thou dispensest justice. Hark, hark.
누가 쟤 또 입 열게 했냐?
Ugh, right, out with it. Who encouraged the last this time?
듣고 있는가? 나리!
Don's a great voice actor, like always. Hearken unto me, Manager Esquire. Some time ago in the freight car of the warp train, back in the murder on the warp, Don Quixote, hey, can you hear me? Say something. Don Quixote regards me silently. No, that's some eldritch being, who I can't help but wish is Don Quixote, gazing at me. She opens her mouth. My instinct is screaming at me not to listen to her, but... Don Quixote?
끝난 것인가?
Has the blank ended? No. I don't think it's ended.
그런가?
Is that so?
나에게 로신한테를
Rochante, to me,
부탁하지.
I beseech you. I don't know if I gave her the right answer. Though my answer was an almost instinctual relay of a thought that manifested in my head, Don Quixote closes her eyes upon hearing my reply. As though drifting away in a gentle, pleasant dream, and I carefully slipped the ragged pair of running shoes she called Rochante onto her feet. And I make a silent wish. Let her blood-red eyes never ever open again.
벌써
Arrived? We've arrived?
도착한... 아니! 이게 어떻게 된 것인가? 우리가 쫓던 그 악독한 혈기가 어찌하여 흔적도 없이 사라져버렸는가?
What devilry is this? Whither hath the villainous blood fiend gone? Don Quixote,
설마
didst thou strike down
나리가
the curse?
그 자를 잡은 것인가?
And back to present.
아쉽긴 하네. 우리 중에 파우스트랑 단테 말곤 아무도 마지막 장면을 보지 못했다는 건.
I kind of feel like we all missed out on something cool. Wish I was there with Faust and Dante when it all went down to see how you guys managed to kill that guy, you know?
엄밀히 말하자면 그 자리에 저자도 있었다. 혈귀를 눈앞에 두고 볼썽사납게 기절해버렸다니. 림버스 컴퍼니의 수치 그 자체로군.
Let's not leave a certain someone out of the story, She was there as well, though she embarrassingly passed out like a coward in front of that blood fiend. The shame of Limbus Company, I say.
림컴수 한심.
I struggle with Ryoshu. What does that mean? I'm not sure.
의독
I need
기절한 건
Sinclair.
똑같지 않냐?
Come on, we all passed out too, didn't we?
역시 저라도 남아 있었어야 했는데 말입니다.
I suppose I should have been there to take the reins of the sinners.
그렇게 혈기가 무서웠던 거예요, 돈키호테 씨? 괜찮아요. 전 이해할 수 있어요.
Were you that scared of that blood fiend, Don Quixote? That's okay, I understand how you feel. Oh,
진정한 영웅은 각종의 모욕에도 구태의연하게 견뎌야 하는 법.
A true hero standeth still and calm, unmoving in the face of such base mockery.
확실히 결정적인 순간을 놓친 건 로자 씨 말대로 좀 아쉽긴 하네요.
I agree, Rodya. I do feel like we missed out on something big.
저희가 본 건 열차 안에 터져 있는 그 혈귀의 파편들과 어떻게 해야 할지 감이 안 온다는 분위기를 풀풀 풍기는 단테뿐이었거든요.
Because when we got there in the aftermath, all we saw was a very confused-looking Dante standing over the Blood Fiend's exploded, melted parts. Huh? I was standing? Confused, was I?
맞네! 깨워주지 그랬는가! 이 양뺨 싸다구를 철썩 때리는 한이 있더라도!
Forsooth, why didst thou not wake me? I would have even forgiven thee for slapping my cheeks upside down.
그래서 정확히 무슨 일이 일어났었던 건가요?
So what actually happened in there? I already told you guys earlier, didn't I?
네?
What?
그게 이것만 계속했는데 대체 뭘 말해줬다는 거죠?
You just trailed off with that's, you know, until we change the subject. What are you talking about?
혹시 머리에 불길이 치솟으면서 횡설수설하셨던 그때처럼 정신착란 증세를 보인 것은 아니십니까?
Executive Manager, perhaps you were in a similar state of explosive delirium to the one you experienced earlier. I'm referring to the time when your head burst into flames. Oh no, it's, Otis began glaring at me warily as though my clock head was about to explode at any moment. That didn't happen.
아니다라.
That didn't happen, huh?
그럼 상대를 바꿔서 다른 목격자셨던 파우스트 씨 하신 말씀 있으신가요?
Well, if you won't talk, then I turn to Miss Faust, our second eyewitness. Can I get some statements from you, madam? Rodya asks confidently, still in the mood to play
데어
detective.
파우스트 쪽에서 전달드릴 내용은 없을 것 같군요.
Faust does not have any information she deems necessary to share at the moment. This is really retracing the steps of the end of Warp. It kind of feels a bit unnecessary, to be honest. But I guess it's a decent refresher.
그럼 다시 탄테 씨에게.
Gotcha, then right back to you, Witness Dante.
자, 너희가 주의 깊게 들어야 하는 전달 사항이 있다.
Listen up, I have an important announcement to make, so pay close attention. I have no idea if it was a coincidence or not, but Virgilius stepped in at just the right moment to divert the sinners away from me.
알다시피 우리는 피사에서 의뢰를 받았다.
As you are all well aware, we have been contracted by P Corp to work on a case here.
매번 같은 패턴이니 이제는 설명해주지 않아도 감을 잡고 있겠군.
I suppose we've done the song and dance enough times for you to know what's coming.
네네. 이번에도 뒤틀림인지 환상차인지 때려잡고 넘기고 볶고 뒤지고 뭐 그러시겠다고.
Right. I suppose we'll all be having a scuffle, song, dance, whatever the higher up toffs want with distortions or abnormalities or what have you. Did I get that right?
그리고 끝에 가서는 황금 가지를 우리가 차지할 수 있는 의뢰라는 것도 알고 있네.
Aha, and it is a quest that leads us to lay claim upon another golden bow in our hands, is it not? Don Quixote replies, brimming with excitement.
그래, 저 둘이 대답할 정도면 나머지도 확실하게 알고 있다는 거겠지.
Yes, well, if the two of you were able to catch on that quick, then I don't suppose any further elaboration is necessary.
하지만 이번 작전의 형태는 조금...
However, this operation will be somewhat...
아니, 정정하지. 상당히 달라졌다. 어쩌면 지금까지의 작전 중에 제일 껄끄러워질 수 있을 거다.
No, let me correct myself. This operation will be drastically different from anything you have done so far, and maybe one of our most bothersome missions.
뭐 안 그랬던 작전이 있었나요?
Well, when hasn't it been like that?
갑자기 이 인원의 3배 정도 되는 사람들 사이에서 단체로 움직이거나 하면 좀 껄끄러울 수는 있겠지만
I guess it would be pretty bothersome to have to tag along with a group that's 2-3 times larger than our own, though, but...
수감자들의 감은 나날이 좋아지는군요.
The sinner's intuition appears to be growing sharper by the day.
정말인가요?
Oh, are we, actually?
저 그냥 앞으로 무턱대고 추측하는 말은 하지 말까 봐요.
You know what, I think I'm just gonna keep these guesses to myself from now on.
확정 사항이다. 뭐 3배나 되는 강적이 달려들 것이라고 하는 것보단 아군인 편이 낫지 않겠나.
It's not something that can be negotiated. Well, isn't it better to join a group 3 times our size rather than to oppose it?
합동 작전을 한다는 것인가? 상대는 누구지?
Will this be a joint operation then? Who will we be working with?
그 아직 합동 작전에 대한 그 좋지 않은 기억이 남아 있는데 말이지.
Can't say I have the fondest memories of joint operations.
아팠던 기억이었어.
Memories of pain, if you will. Our mission at K-Corp was our first and last experience with a joint operation.
아직도 그때 메르소의 팔 한쪽이 날아가서 기둥에 부딪히고 떨어졌던 게 생생하게 기억난다고.
I still vividly remember watching Mersault's arm flying off, smacking against a pillar and squelching onto the floor.
정확히는 견갑골 부위를 포함하고 있었다.
A more accurate recounting of the event would have included the fact that my scapula was also forcibly separated from my torso.
그냥 이번에도 우리끼리 하면 안 돼? 다른 사람들은 영 도움도 안 되고 거리적거리기만 할 걸.
Can't we just keep this between us? The other guys will just get in our way and
저
screw
녀석의
everything
말에
up.
적극 동의하게 되는 건 오랜만이군.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I strongly agree with that one.
오만한 발언이군.
How presumptuous of you all.
너희들만 그런 생각을 가지고 작전에 참여하진 않을 것이라는 점 꼭 기억하고 있는 게 좋을 거다.
You do well to remember that you are not the only team coming into this operation harboring such arrogant thoughts.
이번 의뢰는 해결사 총괄 협회인 하나 협회에서 내건 공개 의뢰이기도 하니.
This contract is, after all, an open contract posted by the HANA Association, the association overlooking the operation of fixers. Virgilius stopped himself, noticing an ominous aura from one of the sinners. That seems accurate. There stood Don Quixote, practically vibrating with excitement.
이쯤에서 아무나 돈키호테 입좀 대신 막아주도록.
Someone gag Don Quixote at your earliest convenience.
내가 맞지.
Allow me.
쥐구멍만한 사무소의 해결사가 아닌 어느 정도 인지도가 있는 협회 소속 해결사들의 모임이 될 수 있다는 거다.
Anyway, this means that our colleagues joining this operation won't be any ragtag band of fixers from some alleyway office no one's ever heard of. It's very likely that fixers from somewhat established associations will be joining us. Like a rabid dog. I love her.
내놈 주둥이 좀 가만히 놔둘 순 없나?
You, stop wriggling your lips. Don's the type of person to start biting. I'm so glad that Otis was here to stop Don Quixote from exploding into joy. Because if she hadn't, we'd be drawing the attention of every single person in a sizable radius around us.
그래서 뭐 어떤 걸 처리해야 되는 건데?
Right, so what kind of monster are we dealing with this time?
아니, 어떤 식으로 처리하는지가 궁금해.
More than that, how do they want it done?
뒷골목 해결사처럼 말씀하시네요.
You're talking like some shady backstreets fixer. Virgilius looked up just as Heathcliff asked his question.
자세한 건
Further details
때마침 우리에게 걸어오고 있는 의뢰자에게 들어보도록 하지.
will be shared by our client who graces us with her timely arrival. Fascinating. Yeah, that was mostly just a recap, I guess, of the warp. That's what it felt like. Part 2, in which is explored Limbus Company, not exactly first alliance with a wing. So she's the one we were supposed to meet here at the station.
이거 특색 붉은 시선님을 뵈어 영광이군요.
My, what an honor this is to meet the Red Gaze himself in the flesh.
그 외에도 모두들 반갑습니다. 저는 피사 아카이빙 부서의 부장 채사라입니다.
Everyone, I am pleased to meet you all. I am Cesaria, head manager of P-Corp, Archival Department.
아카이빙 부서? 뭔가 기록하는 일이라도 하는 건가?
Archival department, so you are bookkeepers then?
그렇다고 할 수 있죠. 다른 날개는 몰라도 피사에서는 꽤 중요한 부서랍니다.
In a manner of speaking, yes. It is a rather significant department within P-Corp, regardless of how other wings treat their own archivists.
그런 중요한 부서에 부장이 찾아왔다는 건? 이제 정말로 이 회사가 꽤 유명해진 건가?
If a bigwig like the head manager of such an important department is here to see us herself, then boy, I guess we really are putting our name out there.
틀린 말은 아니네요. 당신들 림버스 컴퍼니에 대한 이야기는 건너서 들려오더라고요.
Not an entirely incorrect assessment. I did hear some things about you and Limbus Company through the word of mouth.
뭐라더라. 황금가지라는 것만 얻을 수 있다면 죽음까지 불사하면서 의뢰를 성공시켜내고야마는 중견 회사라고 하던데.
What was it? Ah, yes, a medium-sized enterprise with its employees gladly braving death to see a contract to its end, all just to obtain these golden bows.
틀린 말은 아니지만.
That's true, I guess, but... Hey, she's actually making us sound pretty impressive, huh?
바로 그것이네. 본인과 동료들은 수많은 역경과 죽음을 각오하며 무수한 악들을 처단해냈지.
Forsooth, I and my dearest compatriots have vanquished countless evils through all kinds of hardships and deadly foes. Brave death indeed. The other sinners were more confused than impressed by her description, but it was clear from Don Quixote's practically twinkling eyes that she was immensely infatuated by it.
이쪽에서도 이번 의뢰에 대한 대략적인 내용은 전달받았습니다.
We did receive a brief of this contract.
다양한 해결사들이 모여 수차례나 토벌을 시도하고 있는 도시 악몽급 사건이 있다고.
A particularly stubborn urban nightmare case which all kinds of fixers have failed to rout despite their repeated attempts.
맞아요.
Correct.
해결사들이 올 때마다 선수, 부장식이나 되는 당신 같은 사람이 마중 나와 줄 리는 없었을 테고.
I doubt it is customary for the head manager of an entire department to greet every no-name fixer office looking to make a name for themselves.
네, 그것 또한 맞습니다.
Correct again.
더군다나 공식적인 자리도 아닌 곳에서 의뢰를 전달한다는 건.
And seeing how you've gone to the lengths to privately deliver this particular contract to our hands,
우리에게 원하는 게 도시 악몽의 토벌뿐만이 아니라
this isn't a simple urban nightmare eradication contract, is it?
그 이상의 뭔가를 해내주었으면 하는 기대가 느껴지는군요.
I sense that your expectations of us extended beyond simply defeating it.
아까 말한 대로 죽음까지 불사하면서 무언가를 해줄 것이란 기대가.
There must be a particular task you're expecting us to brave death for, given your emphasis.
이상한 기분이네요. 굳이 숨길 셈도 아니었지만 간파당한 느낌이라.
What an odd feeling. I wasn't going to hide it from you anyway, but it feels as though you're reading me like an open book. We stared in dumbfounded silence as Virgilius effortlessly cut through the hoops to get to the core of the contract.
맞아요. 토벌 대상이 있는 위치 어딘가에 황금가지라는 게 있다고 해요. 이건 당신들 쪽에서 우리에게 먼저 연락을 취해서 말한 정보죠.
Yes, your people were quite blunt about this when you contacted us first, that there's this golden bow somewhere near our eradication target.
처음에 그 연락을 받았을 때 얼마나 황당했던지. 황금가지가 뭐냐는 말에도 정확하게 대답을 해주지도 않고 정확한 좌표는 당신들 인원이 직접 그 구역으로 들어가야지만 알 수 있다고 하고 난 장난 전화인 줄 알았다니까요.
My, I was so astonished when I picked up that call. Your people refused to answer our questions, refused to tell us what those golden bows are, insisted that we let your people inside the zone to confirm the exact coordinates. I almost thought it was a prank call or something.
하지만 그 순간 결코 거절하지 못할 제안도 함께이지 않았습니까?
I believe we also made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
장담하는데 당신들 회사에는 정보 수집력이 어마어마하게 대단한 정보원이나 유능한 정보 부서가 있을 거예요.
I don't know if it's a particularly versatile agent or a very proactive intelligence department, but your company has some serious intel gathering capabilities. Sasara let out a deep sigh and leaned against a wall, her shoulders slumping slightly.
그래서 토벌해야 되는 게 정확히 어떤 건데요?
So what exactly are we eradicating this time?
여러 해결사가 모인 걸 보면 지난번처럼 지구에서 탈출한 환성체라도 어딘가에 돌아다니고 있는 건가요? 혹은 뒤틀림이라거나.
Given that we have hopeful fixers queuing up to join the mission, is an escaped abnormality wreaking havoc somewhere like last time, or is it a distortion? Because if it is... Cicero wordlessly stared at Ishmael as she began to rapid-fire her list of questions.
설명. 그러니까 환상체나 뒤틀림이라는 건 일종의 괴물 같은 건데요.
So, right, forgot to explain. So abnormalities and distortions are the kind of monsters that may look similar at first glance, blah blah blah.
차라리 그런 것이었으면 더 좋았을 뻔했을 텐데요.
If only our problem was just another monster to deal with. Something had caught my eye immediately after we arrived at this place. The missing persons flyers. Countless flyers, each in search of a different person, were taped to the pillars inside the station. Looks like people of P Corp are randomly going missing in no discernible age or gender patterns. Cesaro, realizing that we were staring at the wall of missing person flyers, began.
전단지가 떼어지지 않고 종이가 너덜거릴 때까지 붙어 있다는 건.
As you can see, the flyers are all old, faded, and tattered to the point where the papers are starting to peel off.
여전히 그들이 집으로 무사히
Which means
돌아오지
that none
않고
of them
있다는
have returned
뜻이죠.
home safely.
토벌해야 하는 건 개체가 아니라
So we're not dealing with an entity then.
현상인가?
It is a phenomenon.
행복한 미소가 꽃피는 곳.
The land where the happiest smiles
옛
bloom.
이야기 속의 놀이공원 라만차랜드죠.
The amusement park of fables and legends, La Mancha Land.
라만차 랜드.
집계가 된 실종자만 현재 수십여 명. 아마 실제로는 그 이상이겠죠.
More than several dozen people have been reported missing, but the real number is likely much higher.
2달 전 피사 뒷골목에서 나타난 이 라만차랜드에 입장한 방문객들은 오늘까지도 대부분 퇴장하지 못하고 있습니다.
Most of the guests who visited La Mancha Land, which mysteriously materialized 2 months ago at the backstreets of P Corp, are still trapped within.
실종? 오로지 즐거움만이 가득해야 마땅한 놀이동산에서 어찌 그런 일이...
They have gone missing, thou sayest? Yet how can that be? 'Tis against the nature of amusement parks to be so full of horror, not joy.
제게 할당된 직원들만으로는 처리가 불가능했어요. 생긴 지 사흘 만에 도시 질병을 부여받고 지금은 도시 악몽이 되었죠.
I simply did not have enough manpower under my authority to deal with this. It was designated an urban plague 3 days after its first appearance, and now it's been escalated to an urban nightmare.
하지만 도시의 별도 아니고 도시 악몽 정도라면 피사가 자력으로 해결 가능한 수준이라고 생각됩니다만.
Curious if it is a mere urban nightmare. Not even a star of the city, then shouldn't P Corp be able to easily handle this on its own?
그게 다른 부서에서는 그리 주목하지 않는 현상이라 전투 부서의 정규 직원들이 투입되지 않았거든요.
That's the thing. The other departments aren't really interested in this phenomenon, which means that the Marshal Department won't be sending their elite employees to handle this case.
왜 피사에서는 그들을 투입시켜주지 않은 겐가?
Wherefore doth P Corp not deploy their elite forces to swiftly vanquish this risk to the lives of the innocent? Don Quixote was now completely and emotionally invested in this gripping tale of tragedy that our client was sharing. Cesara seemed to be enjoying Don Quixote's excessive, almost theatrical reaction.
이 현상이 나타난 장소가 뒷골목이니까요.
Because the phenomenon only affects the backstreets.
둥지였다면
Imagine if it
당장이라도
happened somewhere
앞측
within the
부서의 정예
nest.
요원들을
Squadrons of elite
배치했을걸요.
agents from the compression department would have descended the moment it manifested.
그쯤 하시죠, 제사라 부장. 그게 다는 아니지 않습니까?
That's enough beating around the bush, head manager Cesara. What more are you hiding?
당신의 직책이라면 타 부서 직원을 투입해달라는 협조 요청은 일도 아니었을 것이고.
It would have been a walk in the park for someone of your status and station to requisition agents from a different department.
림버스 컴퍼니를 선택한 이유는 따로 있지 않습니까?
So explain, why did you really go through the trouble of hiring Limbus Company?
네네. 나 참 못 이기겠군요. 알겠어요. 자백하겠습니다. 저희 부서의 목적은
Fine, I confess. The goal of our
라만차랜드를
department
없애는 것이 아닙니다.
isn't the eradication of La Mancha Land.
자,
어?
당신들은 곧 다른 해결사들과 함께 라만차랜드로 향하게 될 것입니다.
Now you will soon be heading into La Mancha Land with the other fixers.
한 가지 조언을 드리자면 당신들이 황금가지를 찾으러 왔다는 사실을 다른 해결사들이 알게 하지 마세요.
A piece of advice, if you will. Do not let the other fixers know that you are here to find the golden bow.
황금가지라는 미지의 것이 어딘가에 숨겨져 있다고 섣불리 밝혔다간
If they were to somehow find out that there is this mysterious artifact called the golden bow hidden somewhere within that zone,
해결사들에겐 또 다른 보상으로 여겨질 수도 있으니까요. 괜히 저들을 자극하지 말라는 소리죠.
it could start attracting unwanted attention from fixers who consider it a bounty separate from the eradication reward. No need to stir the pot.
물론 눈치껏 저희 부서의 목표가 라만차랜드의 토벌이 아니라는 것도 함구하는 게 좋겠죠?
And I'm sure you are all savvy enough to know that it would be wise to keep quiet about the true objective of our department, if you know what I mean.
한마디로 피사와 림버스 컴퍼니 서로가 원하는 것을 조용히 얻고 처리하자는 소리 정도로 일축할 수 있겠네요.
I hear you loud and clear. Let's keep this hush-hush between P-Corp and Limbus Company. We both get what we want, and we can go our separate ways once this business is over. No fuss, no muss. Did I get that right?
정리가 깔끔하시네요.
That's a pretty good summary.
너무 얕잡아 보지 말도록. 그렇게 멍청하게 기밀을 나불거릴 자가 우리 중에
Who do you think we are? I can tell you right now that when it comes to OPSEC,
있을 수도 있나.
some of us might fall slightly
이제
behind.
슬슬 본론으로 향하는 게 어떻겠습니까? 이곳에 오래 서 있을수록 시선만 많아질 뿐이니.
It's about time we got to the point. We're only attracting more unwanted eyes by lingering here.
라만차랜드로 들어가 그곳을 최초로 만들어낸 무언가 혹은 누군가를 찾은 뒤
Here's your
저에게
mission.
데려오세요.
Enter La Mancha Land, find the thing or someone that created it, and bring it to me.
누군가?
Or someone?
무언가일 수도 있다. 정보가 너무 적군. 생물인지 무생물인지도 알 수 없는 것인가?
The thing or someone is too insufficient a description. We do not even know if what we seek is made of organic or inorganic material.
단순히 라만차랜드를 없애는 걸로 끝나는 게 아니라 만든 사람이 필요한 이유는 뭔가요?
So why do you need the thing person who created La Mancha Land? Shouldn't eradicating it be enough? So Sarah's eyes twinkled for a brief moment as they lingered on Sinclair.
왜 그러시나요?
Did I say something wrong?
그런 질문을 감히 할 거라는 생각조차 하지 못해서 오히려 말문이 막혔달까요?
I don't know. I suppose I was flabbergasted by your boldness of daring to ask a question like that.
제가 당신들에게 황금가지를 왜 찾아 헤매고 있냐는 질문을 하지 않았던 것처럼.
Notice how I'm not asking you why you're looking for the golden bows?
뭐 굳이 숨길 만한 내용은 아니지만요.
No, it's not like it's a big
굳이
secret or anything.
말씀드리자면 그 피해에 대한 책임을 묻기 위해서죠.
If you really want to know, here it is. I just want whoever or whatever is behind this case to be held responsible for the damage they've caused.
맞는 말이지. 그런 극악무도한 짓을 저지른 자에겐 마땅한 처벌이 내려져야 하는 법.
Forsooth, a villain who hath committed such wicked atrocity deserveth punishment most fitting.
그리고 겸사겸사 다른 부서들을 제칠 만한 성과를 올려서 간만에 승진하면 더 좋고요.
And as a little bonus, I get to put some achievements under my belt to give my department a little push to rise above the others. I could use some promotion right about now, you know.
어차피 우리가 받아들이냐와는 관계없이
I suppose it doesn't
윗선과는
matter
이야기가
whether
다
we
끝난
accept your
상황이었지.
proposition or not. You must have already reached an agreement with the top brass of our company.
만약 우리가 그곳을 직접 없애버리는데 성공한다고 쳐도 그 요상한 놀이공원을 만든 놈을 너희에게 안 데려오면
Right, but what if we, after kicking the phenomenon's arse, we don't bother bringing in the bloke who made that bizarre amusement park?
그땐 어쩔 거냐?
What'll you do then? Heathcliff spoke crassly, but it was a reasonable question. After all, there was also a chance that we could fail to bring the culprit here, even if we wanted to.
당장 손에 넣을 순 없겠지만 황금가지라는 걸 우리 쪽에서도 차차 연구를 해보기 시작하겠죠.
Well, then I suppose we'll start looking into what these golden bows are, even if we won't get our hands on them immediately.
갖고 오지 않으면 앞으로 우리의 것을 빼앗을 수도 있다는 말이군.
So you'll start getting in our way if we don't bring you what you want, is that it?
물론 데려온다면 굳이 그런 불확실한 걸 연구할 필요는 없겠죠.
It would be a rather unnecessary and cost-ineffective research investment, of course, but you just might force our hand if you don't do as we requested.
그리고 지금이야 라만차랜드가 도시 악몽에 머무르고 있다 해도 그 위험도의 성장세가 가파르다 보니 도시 곳곳에서 조금씩 주목받고 있어요.
Besides, while La Mancha land is only an urban nightmare at the moment, its threat level is rising exponentially. This means that more and more people in the city are beginning to catch wind of this case.
지금 이 순간에도 여러 해결사들이 라만차랜드의 토벌을 위해 도시 전역에서 모이고 있기도 하고.
Any predictions to what's to come? The cause is going to be a giant evil windmill. That's my prediction. Numerous fixers from all over the city are gathering here at this very moment to eradicate La Mancha land to demonstrate my point.
라만차 랜드를 토벌할 사람들은 우리 말고도 많다는 건가요?
So you're saying that we're not your only option.
돈과 명예를 원하는 자들은 언제나 마르는 법이 없죠.
Who doesn't love fame and fortune? We could always get a truckload of willing participants if we wanted to.
어쩌면 그 해결사들도 조만간 황금가지라는 곳에 관심을 가질 수도 있을 거예요. 값진 것이 있으면 단내를 풍겨오기 마련이니까.
Oh, and maybe, just maybe, some fixers among them may find themselves becoming particularly interested in these golden bows. I swear these precious artifacts must have a particular smell that attracts fixers like bees to honey.
다른 세력이나 해결사가 눈독 들이기 전에 조용히 거래하자는 거군요.
Got it. You want this mission taken care of before the phenomenon attracts too much attention.
이번에도 이야기의 핵심을 잘 파악하네요.
Oh, you're cutting right through the fluff again.
맞아요. 다행인 일이죠. 서로가 찾고 있는 게 아직까진 서로에게만 가치 있다고 판단하고 있으니까.
Anyways, you got that right. Isn't it so fortunate how we both seem to be under the impression that what each of us is looking for won't be much of use to the other, for now at least? I've just barely started. This is
그래서
literally
당신들도
the
황금가지에 대해
second
말을 아끼는 거고 저희도
story
라만차랜드를 만든
node.
무언가에 대해서 입조심을
I
하는
haven't even
거죠.
done any combat yet. I suppose that is why you're keeping the nature of these golden bows discreet, and that is why we're keeping it on the down low about what created La Mancha land.
타다. 아는 놈이 많을수록 정보는 가치를 잃지. 흔해 빠진 공산품처럼.
Agreed, the more eyes observe an info, the less value it has, like run-of-the-mill mass-produced products.
그럼 그렇지. 난 또 기념품이라도 챙겨주는 줄 알았잖아. 괜히 따로 부른 게 아니었네.
Yeah, I'm sure the soundtrack is amazing. Studio EIM really is, like, the best. Of course, it's all work talk. I got excited for a sec thinking we were about to get some nice souvenirs.
당신들에게 거는 기대가 커요.
We have very high expectations for every single one of you.
죽음까지도 불사하시는 분들이잖아요.
After all, you're all willing to die for this, aren't you? She keeps saying that. This is what every single one of our contracts has been like. Our stability and safety go out the window the moment a mission begins in earnest. We share nothing but our cold goals and objectives, not exchanging anything deeper than the shallowest transactions. I'd grown to accept this as an inevitability, but I do know that this is probably not the right way. Amidst the dull and resigned eyes of the other sinners, Don Quixote's eyes alone burned with passionate fire. Honestly, I don't really pay attention much to the background art. I don't even really remember what Canto 4's was like, but it is nice that they at least have the wanted poster, or the missing people posters in the background, which is a nice touch, I guess.
제사라 부장이시여, 믿어주시게.
Thou mayest put thy faith in us, head manager Cesara.
꼭 이 돈키호테와 림버스 컴퍼니의 동료들이 라만차랜드를 없애고 실종된 사람들까지 구해내리다.
I, Don Quixote, and my compatriots here at Limbus Company shall put an end to the terrible reign of this La Mancha land and rescue every single victim it hath claimed.
그 가난한 라만차랜드의 창조자 또한 데려올 테니 부디 모두를 대신하여 엄벌에 처해 주시게.
And mark my words, we shall pinch this vile rascal who created La Mancha land by the collar and present them before thee. Prithee, smite them with the hammer of justice in everyone's stead.
어머나, 그거 참 안심이 되는 말이네요. 웬만한 해결사들보다 더 믿음직스러운걸요?
My, you certainly know how to inspire confidence. That's more than I could say for the vast majority of fixers I've known.
이 돈키호테, 자네를 위해 용맹하고 명예롭게 싸워서 비사의 전당에 이름을 남기리라.
Beautiful. Don Quixote shall battle valiantly and honorably. Thus shall my name be forever etched in the halls of P Corp. Don Quixote was bouncing up and down like she was prepared to stand at Cesara's beck and call.
그만.
Please stop.
그 짧은 시간에 사람 하나 다루는 법을 정확하게 간파해냈군.
This woman certainly wasted no time figuring out how to turn her into putty in her hands.
저 녀석이 너무 쉬운 거 아니냐?
It really ain't that difficult to see how the last works, to be fair.
자, 그럼 슬슬 이동할까요?
Well then, shall we get a move on?
떠나세! 자, 안내해 주시겠는가?
Let us depart. Lead the way, Lady Cesara.
안타깝지만 안내는 없어요.
No, I'm sorry.
저는
Sadly, I
여러분들이랑
can't go
같이
there
갈
with
수
you.
없는 걸요. 여기 종이에 적힌 장소로 가주시면 됩니다.
Please head to the location marked on this piece of paper.
어째서인가? 자네 혼자서만 가면 몸이 촉촉할 터인데.
Yet wherefore, a journey on thy lonesome shall be so dreary, no?
당연하잖아요. 온갖 해결사들이 모여있다는 곳에서 우리가 저 부장이랑 같이 들어가면 순식간에 인기 스타가 될걸요.
Isn't it obvious if we show up at the Fixers gathering with the head manager of a whole department in tow, we'll attract more eyes than superstars on a red carpet?
우리랑 피사가 모종의 연결고리가 있다는 냄새를 바로 맡게 되겠지.
I'm sure they'll sniff out our relations with P Corp in a glance.
좋지 않은가?
Yet are not stars of super variety a good goal to strive for?
돈키호테, 이 말의 뜻이 꼭 하나만 있지 않다는 걸 슬슬 할 때가.
Don Quixote, this might come as news to you, but sometimes words can mean more than one thing at a time.
현장은 뒷골목에 있으니 통행권을 나눠드릴게요. 당분간 피사의 뒷골목과 둥지를 자유롭게 오갈 수 있는 특수 업무 비자입니다.
Here's a pass that'll let you move freely between the backstreets and the nests of P Corp. Do note that it's a work visa, however, so it won't last forever.
역시 이런 걸 나눠줄 정도면 작거나 힘이 없는 부서는 아닌 것 같은데 말이죠.
If they can just hand out something so important this easily, I can't imagine why her department won't be able to handle it themselves. Sinclair was still quietly suspicious, but that small doubt was practically buried in the brief commotion that followed as sinners gathered in the front of Cesara to receive their visa. This is quite a long intro, that's for sure. Maybe a bit too long, to be honest. Anyways, finally, first combat encounter. I actually want to do the Sync Corps, the Sync Association,
언제나
mostly.
준비되어 있다.
And then
고래를 향
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
also these guys, I
주인공
guess.
뜻에 좁은 것이 좋겠어.
Cesara's directions led us to an empty lot in the back streets.
뭐야 여기?
The hell is this now?
뒷골목은 보통 건물들이 뒤지게 빽빽하게 마련인데 왜 여기만 텅 비어 있어?
This ain't like the tight alleyways of the back streets I know. What's this huge empty lot doing here?
그러게. 뒷골목에서 이 정도의 땅을 놀리는 건 흔치 않을 텐데.
Right? Weird. It's rare to see this much real estate go unused in the back streets.
이유는 모르겠지만 건물에 현수막도 여기저기 붙어 있네요.
There are a bunch of banners hanging by the buildings for some reason too.
너희는 현장을 보고 있도록 나는 잠시 파우스트 씨와 함께 담당자를 만나고 오지.
Miss Faust and I will converse with the person in charge. The rest of you assess the situation in the meantime.
그때까지 얌전히.
Don't start any trouble.
아니, 큰 사고까진 가지 말도록.
Don't start too much trouble until we return. He's learning.
여부가 있겠는가?
Thou mayest place thy faith in us. He's given up on the slim hope that we won't be getting into any trouble without him.
자, 그럼 안으로 들어가 볼까?
Well, let's see what we're working with here. The empty lot was surrounded by all kinds of warning signs and perimeter tapes, deterring anyone from haphazardly wandering inside. And when we reached out to grab the tapes to duck under them,
에헤이.
a voice rang out, stopping us in our tracks.
네?
잘 모르는 것 같아서 하는 말인데 여기 함부로 들어오면 안 돼요. 안 돼.
Alright, I'll be nice since it doesn't seem like you guys know what you just walked into. This place is off limits, okay? Off limits.
저도 그렇고 여기 모여 있는 사람들은 해결사거든요. 해결사.
Fixers,
여기는 일반인들이 함부로 있으면 안 되는 작전 구역이에요. 나 참 피사는 관리를 어떻게 하는 거람?
Fixers only, like me and the rest of the people gathered here, yeah? Fixers. Civvies aren't allowed on the operation grounds. Geez, these P-Corp folks sure are sloppy with their perimeter job.
잠깐만. 뭐죠? 왜 저만 쳐다보면서?
Wait, why did you look at me when you said that?
우리를 걱정해 주는 것인가? 괜찮네. 괜찮아.
Oh, thou art concerned for our safety? No worries, good man, no worries.
비록 아직 해결사는 아니지만 정의를 위해 목숨을 불사하고 싸운다는 그 마음만큼은 모두가 매한 가지지.
Hey, Rocket Cat. Thanks for stopping by. Fixers we may not be, but the daring heart of justice that burns within thee is just as bright in our own. Forsooth, we are prepared to brave death to see it. Don Quixote confidently leaps over the warning tape and scampers into the empty lot.
여기가 뭐 하는데 이제 알고 들어오는
Do you have any idea what you're walking into?
자네들처럼 우리 또한 의뢰를 받았다네. 라만차랜드의 토바르의 말일세.
Hark, we arrive here on a contract just as you. The contract for the eradication of La Mancha land. I could practically hear everyone in the empty lot turning around to look at us. The looks on their eyes could hardly be described as friendly. In fact, their alarm at our arrival was palpable. That's when one of the fixers, wielding a massive weapon, strode in our direction.
너희도 사냥하러 온 놈들이라고.
You're here for the hunt, you twerps?
아이고 그러고 보니 무기 점검하는 걸로 잊어버렸네. 이럴 때가 아니지. 얼른 가서 마저 손질해야겠다.
Silly me, I forgot to do maintenance for my weapons. I don't have time for this. I guess I'll go take care of that now. Bye. The obnoxious guy, who was clearly way in over his head, hurried away when the giant of a fixer stomped his way into the conversation. And the other fixers shook their head as though they knew what was about to happen.
딱 봐도 협회 출신은 아니고 이름도 안 알려진 어중간한 사무소에서 온 모양인데.
You're clearly not fixers from an association. Obviously not anyone from an office of even passing renown.
대체 몇 명이 더 기어들어오는 거지? 어중이 떠중이가 늘어나는 걸 보니 네 놈들이 기대하는 토벌 금액도 계속 줄어들어서 나중에 거스름돈이나 손에 쥘 수 있을지 걱정이군.
How many more of these small-time freeloaders are we going to take on? Accept any more of them and we'd end up having to split an on of that reward money between us.
온지 얼마나 됐다고? 시비 거는 놈이 벌써 2명이냐?
We're already getting these bloody tossers rearing for a fight, eh?
옷에는 송곳니 사냥 사무소라고 써 있긴 하다만 송곳니 사냥이라 하면
Emblems on their garbs patently say Fang Hunt Office, yet to hunt fangs has to mean...
너희 실제로 본 적은 있나?
You even seen one of them in person before?
무엇을 말인가?
Prithee, seen that? Seen what?
혈귀.
Blood fiends.
혈귀? 이것과 혈귀가 관련이 있다는 건가요?
Blood fiends? Wait, we're dealing with blood fiends in this contract?
이 임무에 혈귀가 연관되어 있다는 것은 전달받지 못한 사실이었다.
We were not informed of any blood fiend involvement in this
이것
contract.
봐. 이놈들도 제대로 아는 것도 없이 들어왔잖아.
Would you look at that? Know nothing amateurs, all of them.
난 너희같이 돈만 보고 아무것도 모른 채 득달같이 달려드는 놈들을 보면 부하같이 밀어.
It makes my
혈귀 사냥을 방해하는 것도 모자랐어. 장뜩 돋아진 내 흥까지 쉽게 만들거든.
It makes my blood boil to watch idiots like you rushing to nab a contract just for the promise of some cash and fame. Not only do you get in the way of the hunt, but you also really spoil the fun out of this activity.
아니 왜? 돈만 보고 오는 게 잘못인가?
What's so wrong with keeping your eye on the money?
노자 씨, 아마도 이자들은 토벌 현상금이 목표가 아니라
Rhodia, I don't think they're here for just the contract reward.
그래. 이 사건 자체에 특별한 의미를 부여하는 자들이군. 단순히 돈으로 움직이는 자들보다 골치 아픈 유형이지.
This case seems to hold a special meaning to them. Fools driven by their creed are much more troublesome to deal with than simpletons motivated by money.
혈귀를 상대하는 게 뭔지 알지도 못하는 놈들과 같이 임무를 수행할 마음은 없다.
I refuse to take part in an operation alongside these idiots who don't even know what it's like to deal with blood fiends.
닥커.
Reasonable reaction, Ryoshu.
무시하려고 해도 궁금해서 되물어보게 되는군. 뭐라고 했지?
As much as I would like to avoid entertaining you amateurs, I'll admit that curiosity has gotten the better of me. What did she just say to me?
닥쳐라, 이 허세만 가득한 새끼.
Shut the fuck up, you arrogant son of a...
닥쳐라, 허접. 이었다.
It was shut that flap hole, ugly. Ryoshu doesn't swear. She's a good girl.
이번엔 속마음이 좀 더 들어가신 모양이네요.
Looks like you let a bit of your personal feelings bleed into that interpretation.
하지만 그런 단축도 마음에 드는 것.
But yours wasn't half bad, huh?
아무튼 저희도 혈귀라면 많이는 아니지만 나름 상대해봤고 당신들한테 무시받을 사람은 한 명도 없어요.
Anyways, this isn't our first blood fiend contract, you know. It may not be much, but we've dealt with them before. We don't deserve to get talked down to you by... We don't deserve to get talked down to by you like that. Not one of us.
적어도 전투에서만큼은.
At least when it comes to fighting.
다 좋았는데 굳이 한번 뜸 들였어야 해?
Great comeback, but I'm docking a few points for that hesitation there.
혈귀와 싸워본 경험은 있다는 건가? 그럼 솜씨 한번 볼까? 어줍지 않은 놈들인지 진짜 사냥꾼들인지.
So this ain't your first rodeo, eh? Then show me what you've got. Let's see if you're all talk or if you're real hunters ready for the real deal.
뭐? 토벌하러 들어가기도 전에 여기서 힘 빼야 돼? 다 허락받고 왔다니까.
Mate, are we really doing this here before we even set foot in there? I'm telling you, we've got permits and everything.
너무 걱정은 마라. 팔다리 정도만 적당히 부러지게 만들어주지. 딱 집으로 돌아가고 싶어질 만큼.
Don't be a baby. I'll hurt you just enough to send you home crying. Will a broken arm and a leg convince you?
집으로 돌아가는 열차를 타면서 우리에게 고마워해라. 혈귀에게 비참하게 피를 빨아먹히는 것보다는 이 편이 더 나을 테니.
You'll thank us on your train home. I'd say an arm and a leg are much more acceptable losses than getting your blood brutally drained by a blood fiend. Alright, here we go. Finally, combat.
응원도
Not a
결국은
multi-wave
나약한
fight,
자들이나
though.
듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다.
Okay, there's only 4 of them.
정보팀은 조금 더 가치
What do these
있는 걸
guys even
추구하는
do? Let's
고수
see.
아니겠습니까?
Rupture. Healing down. Or rupture. Whatever. They don't even have that much. These guys aren't that scary. Not yet, anyways. Maybe the big boss will be eventually. And they have a thing that makes them Better against bleed. Cool. Oh, new enemy meter, right. How do I turn that on? There was a way, I don't remember. I don't remember to turn that on.
총원 불격! 기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다! 저놈을 추적해!
개체가 우리의 마지막 일격만을 기다리고 있는
Yeah, 9
상태입니다.
enemies. Okay. There's a lot more than I
효율적으로
thought.
처리해보죠.
Weird that it disappeared and then didn't come back.
저 시시게
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요.
장복하겠는가?
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
저놈을 추적해! 영감을 준비하고 영원한 잠으로 인도하라.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어. 금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
Honestly, it won't be a while before the actual combat gets difficult. If it even gets difficult at all. I mean, I hope there's a really interesting mechanic at the very least
반격의 기회다!
with some of these enemies.
꿈을 꾸러 가.
But so far, not that
나였습니다.
hard.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
But then again, it is just the first stage, so
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
끝나지 않아.
I should probably use a different team or I don't know, take some guys off.
저
Using an actual like semi-meta team might be too easy.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
I don't really know what I would use otherwise though, to be honest. So I just kind of want to use the sync identities. Mostly because of the new sync for Soul. Maybe we should just use exclusively them so that we're restricted to only 4. That might be fun.
아직 모자라. 여러분들, 왜?
I'm gonna do that. Let's only use the sync
것이
identities.
좋겠어.
Especially if they
늦으면 매피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
But they only start with 4 every time. It's like, it's not that much different to start with 4 versus 6.
이미
완벽한 한 방. 시원한 걸.
결투는 끝.
I've never seen any mention of the identity transformation Rocket Cat. I don't know how it works at all, to be honest. It might be like a magical girl transformation the entire time. I hope it's like a magical girl transformation.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
각이구나.
나의 승리다.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요.
유쾌한 결투였네.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네. 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
제압 개체 하나를 처리했습니다. 남은 개체들도 같은 기세로 처리해보죠.
거기구나.
저 쉽게.
승부처다.
칼날이 다르네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
You know, I would solo these fights, but the main reason why I don't really want to do that
여러분은 하실
is
수 있을 거예요.
because I don't actually know what the enemies do, you know? Like, for all I know, there might be an enemy that has an unclashable skill that happens on turn 1 that insta-kills
엄청난 공격이었어.
a single identity.
결투는 끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결투였다.
나의 승리다.
항복하겠는가? 유쾌한 결투였네.
The game's too easy with a full team, though.
도대체 그런 변신 기술은 듣도 보도 못한 기술을 쓰는군.
Your transformations, I must say I haven't seen anything like it before.
야, 이 정도면 혈귀 들이고 먹어 죽사발 만들 조건은 되냐?
That enough demonstration for you, you twit?
그래, 이 정도면 인정할 수밖에 없지.
Fine, I'll admit you've got some skill.
생각보다 괜찮은 놈들이
Ooh, new
왔는데
character.
제 몫을 할 줄 아는 해결사는 언제나 환영이지.
Oh, they're not half bad. We always welcome cooperation with fellow fixers who can carry their own weight.
이제 보니 너희 전에 워프 승강장 앞에서 떠들던 개들이구나. 되게 바빠 보이던.
Hey,
나는 로메로야.
hey, I recognize you. I saw you guys busily chatting away back at the warp train platform. My name's Romero, by the way.
일행이 싸우는데 뒤에서 구경하고 있었던 건가?
You just sat there and watched as your men were out here fighting?
처음부터 구경했던 건 아니고 중간부터 봤어. 어차피 얘네들은 말려도 내 말을 잘 안 듣거든. 그리고 아까 보니까 쉽게 당할 실력도 아니길래.
Yeah, but the fight was already underway when I got here, and I doubt I would have been able to talk them out of it. Besides, I had a feeling that you guys could hold your own against my men.
이해해줘. 나쁜 친구들은 아니야. 혈기들을 사냥할 때 온갖 일에 겪다 보니 조금 예민한 거지.
So please, allow me to ask for your understanding. They're not bad people, they're just on edge. Anyone would be after what they've gone through in their struggles against the Blood Fiends.
이해하오. 그런 존재를 사냥하다 보면 많은 것에 의구심을 품을 수밖에 없을 테니.
You have my understanding. Hunting entities such as those who lie beyond the ken must plant seeds of doubt in many a heart of men.
사실 나도 얘들 의견에 부분적으로는 동의해. 토벌 상대에 비해서 피사와 하나 옆에서 내건 토벌 참가조건은 지나칠 정도로 분별력이 떨어져.
Right, and I do agree with them, at least partially. The bar set by P Corp and the Hana Association for fixers participating in this contract is shockingly low and indiscriminate.
나였다면 그런 식으로 조건에 낮춰서 모집하진 않았을 거야.
If it were up to me, I would have set a more strict set of conditions. I mean, that's fair. If you are a vampire hunter and you're dedicated to killing vampires, it's like you want people at least semi-competent. His friendly smile faltered slightly as he gestured around the empty lot.
저쪽 천막 주위를 둘러봐. 뭘 알고서 온 놈들이 있긴 하는지. 이런 건 전문가에게 맡기는 게 제일 안전했을 텐데 말이야.
Look around over there by the command tent. Just one look at who we're working with, and I'm sure it'll become pretty clear that they don't know what they're walking into. They should have hired only the professionals to take on this contract. Around the command tent? We all simultaneously turned to look at the large, noisy tent.
여러분들 봤어? 저기 입구 쪽에서 싸움 난 거? 정말
Wow,
난장판이지?
chat, is this for real?
세상에. 내가 이런 놈들이랑 같은 의뢰를 하면서 부대 끼고 있어야 된다는 거야.
I love that there's a streamer in the game. It's so funny. Mersault is also a canon streamer too because he's this guy. Except he's probably better because Mersault is cool. Wow, chat, is this for real? There was a huge brawl by the entrance. It's real amateur hour out here, guys. Can you believe that I gotta stand shoulder to shoulder with these idiots for the contract?
저자는 또
What the
뭐지?
hell is he doing? It's for the fans. It's always for the fans. In the distance, we saw some guy running his mouth and striking several exaggerated dramatic poses at a tiny device, most likely a camera of sorts. No, we have all had experience with someone like him in the past. That guy reminds me of a certain someone.
지크프리트처럼 사진을 찍어대네요.
He's taking pics like the guy Siegfried. He ran around for a while, visiting every corner of the empty lot, trying to get every detail in the frame. And suddenly started striding towards us in an annoyed gait.
이봐, 너희.
Hello, yes, you guys over there.
본인을 불렀는가?
Hast thou called upon us?
좀 다른 데로 가줄래? 시청자들한테 방해가 되잖아.
Do you mind loitering around somewhere else? Shoo, you're getting in the way of my viewers, guys.
저희의 통행에도 방해가 되는데요. 그쪽이.
But you're literally in our way, guy. He just subtly called every one of us ugly. He whipped his attention back to the camera as though he was pretending not to hear what Ishmael said, or as if he decided that her words weren't worth entertaining.
아, 지금 내가 어디 왔냐고.
Oh, you want to know where I am? Hold on to your seats, guys. I'm at the back streets of District 16. Yep, where P Corp is.
맞아. 지난번에 피사 150년산 아이스크림 반영구 통조림 후기 방송 다들 기억하지? 그런데 아쉽게도 오늘은 아이스크림을 먹으러 온 게 아니야.
Oh yeah, remember the P Corp 150 vintage semi-permanent canned ice cream unboxing and review livestream? Yep, the very same. Unfortunately, I'm not here to eat ice cream today.
저 양반은 아까부터 계속 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
So
누구한테 말을 하고 있는 건데?
So I've been meaning to ask, who's that fellow even talking to? The heck's he doing?
아마도 방송을 보고 있는 자기 시청자들한테 말하고 있는 것 같아요.
I think he's talking to his viewers who are watching his show.
모종의 방송 호스트라는 느낌이 드는군. 최근 일부 도시에서는 카메라를 통해 간단한 방송을 송출하는 문화가 유행이라는 것 같다.
It appears that he is the host of a certain show. It has been reported that in certain parts of the city, a new culture of live streaming via those cameras has been on the rise. You know, with a city so technologically advanced, it's kind of surprising that it's not a little bit more mainstream. But I guess most people don't have the money to buy computers and stuff, so.
무례한 작자네. 꼬맹이, 너무 신경 쓰지 마.
What a rude piece of work. Don't let him get you down, kiddo.
오늘 정말 경사스러운 날이 아닐 수 없고 저자는 3대 해결사 잡지 중 하나인 월간 해결사들 10월호에서 주목해야 하는 신인 해결사 12 중 한 명으로 뽑힌 서부 쉔크협회의 까미우날이란 말일세.
The glorious sound of Don's autistic rambling. Behold, this man is Sir Camille of Sync Association West. His name honored as one of the top 10 up-and-coming new generation fixers featured in the October issue of Fixers Monthly, one of the big 3 fixer magazines of the city.
누누이 말하는 거지만 그런 걸 아는 사람은 됐어요.
I know we say this every single time, but most people don't know what... Never mind.
지난번에 버스에서 보여주기까지 했는데 아무도 듣지 않았다는 것인가?
How? Have ye not hearkened when I shared this news of grave significance aboard the bus? Hath none of you heeded mine words?
미쳤냐 그걸 듣게? 당연히 안 듣고 잤지.
Are you mad? Why would I listen to you when I can nap instead? Mood.
굽잇길 운행 중에
I'd like to take a nap too.
길고 긴 말은 멀미를 유발하오 돈키호테 양.
Such haranguing over a winding path is oft a cause of sickness on the road, Miss Don Quixote. I don't know if that's a word I don't know or if it's a typo. Could be both. The grumbling sinners clearly existed outside Don Quixote's world. She was breathing very heavily, a look of admiration clear on her face.
이곳에서 인사까지 나누게 될 줄이야.
I, for one, did not imagine even in my wildest dreams that I should be shaking hands with Sir Camille in person. Of course, no one shook hands or exchanged the simplest pleasantries with Camille just yet.
아직 모자라. 여러분들.
Alright, more
왜
story,
그렇게
yay.
뒷걸음질을 하시는 건가요?
볼성산업부는 여기까지 와서 주택을
And the
부리나
VII showed up. So embarrassing. Do you really have to clown around with that thing while on a mission?
와, 여러분 보여?
Wow.
이쪽은 이번 임무에서 내 보조를 맡은 스바이 협회의 폴라.
Wow, hey chat, look, allow me to introduce you all to Paula from the VII Association. She'll be my sidekick in this mission.
보조가 아닌
Listen, I'm not your sidekick.
착장을 보면 알겠지만 나랑 똑같이 서부에서 온 해결사들이야.
As you can probably tell from her outfit, she's a fixer from the West, just like myself.
가끔 이렇게 협회에서 내 보조를 멋대로 붙여서 협력 작전으로 의뢰를 해결하기도 해. 어? 그래, 맞아. 난 혼자일 때 더 빛나는 편이긴 하지만 위에서 그렇게 하라는데 뭐 어쩌겠어.
The association sometimes sticks me with sidekicks like her against my will for some contracts. A joint operation, you know, Oh yeah, totally. I know I really shine when I work alone. But what can I do? Gotta do what the higher-ups tell me to do. You get it right.
그래도 자, 폴라 씨, 우리 팬 여러분들에게 인사 한마디 해줄래?
Well, why don't you say hello to my dear fans anyway, Miss Paula? He really reminds me of Argalia, both with his look and how he talks.
싱크 협회와 스바이 협회가 한 자리에서 협력하는 것을 보게 되다니.
A collaboration of the Sync and the Zvi, two formidable forces together as one. I think she's tearing up.
더할 나위 없이 벅차오르는 이 감동, 가슴이 요동치는군.
What great, glorious, grand, blood-pumping feeling is this? My heart pounds madly as though its explosion nigh.
매일 영상으로만 본 자들이, 책자로만 보던 자들이, 피규어로만 보던 자들이 직접 걸어다니고 이야기하는 걸 눈앞에서 보고 있다니!
The great figures I had previously seen only through recordings, through books, through figurines, are here before me in the flesh, conversing, ambling right before mine eyes. Do you know most of the fixers here then, Don Quixote?
구독 중인 해결사 잡지에 나온 해결사들은 대부분 거의 다 모조리 알고 있네.
If a fixer hath been featured in one of the magazines I am subscribed to, then verily. Right, if that's the case, and if everyone here really are all fixers, then she probably knows who that person is too, right? The person who's been staring daggers at us this whole time? And who are they over there? That group of fixers who've been staring at us for a while.
어디 보시?
Allow me to
벌써부터
observe.
림버스 컴퍼니를 알아보는 해결사가 있단 말인가? 이거 참 곤란한데. 그래서 일부러 일면에 본인 사진을 실는 건 과다고 했거든.
She really sounded like a gremlin in that line, wow. Hath our reputation already preceded us to be recognized by mere sight? 'Tis a joyous conundrum indeed. 'Tis precisely why I had said that I must graciously bow out from that special feature on the front page of a newspaper.
본인의 지식에 없는 자들인 걸로 보아서는 등록한 지 얼마 안 되는 조그만 사무소 같군. 모습을 보면 그래도 동부 출신인 것 같소만.
I may have a few gaps in my knowledge. 'Tis probably that they are from a small upstart office that hath only recently registered itself, but 'tis clear from the fashion in which they are garbed that they hail from the east.
다행이네요.
What a relief.
저분들이 누구인지는 마침 제가 알고 있거든요.
Conveniently, I recognize who they are.
무엇이? 본인도 모르는 해결사를 안단 말이오? 그대가?
Thou recognizest the fixer whom I do not, for truth? Don Quixote stares at Hong Lu in utter disbelief.
됐어. 고개 숙여. 얼른. 같이 쳐다보지 마.
Salt, come on, man. Don't look back at them.
아까부터 계속 마주보고 있는 중이었다. 눈을 피할 이유는 없었다.
We have been looking at each other for a while. There is no reason for me to avert my eyes.
그걸 세간에서는 눈싸움이라고도 부르거든. 그러니까 그냥
My man, that's what most people call a staring contest and it's rude, so let's just...
어? 이젠 저희 쪽으로 걸어오고 계시는데요? 손이라도 흔들어야 할까요?
They're all walking towards us. Should we wave at them or something?
그럼 이렇게 된 거 만만하게 책 잡히지 않게 다시 쳐다보자고. 응? 당당하게.
Crap, then yeah, let's stare right back at them then. Let's at least not come off like we're scared of them. Yeah, confidence. You know they're within hearing distance, right?
바로 앞까지 오셨어요.
Yep, they're right in front of us.
아이씨 답답해. 눈을 왜 피해? 이런 거 수틀리면 바로 육탄전이야. 야, 볼 일 있냐?
Bloody hell, don't look away, lad. I bowl him right back. We don't want to get caught unawares if we're about to get into fisticuffs. Boy, lass, have you got a business with us or what?
어? 넌 또 왜 이 상황에서도 실실 웃고 있어?
Huh? What's with that grin on your face?
아, 여러분에게 이렇게 빠르게 소개해드리게 될 줄은 미처 몰랐어서요.
I didn't know I'd be introducing her to everyone so soon.
인사시켜드릴게요.
Lisa, hello.
제 동생
To my little sister, Jiazi Chun. Yep, I had a feeling they were his family. Wasn't sure which one though, but it was pretty obvious. Little sister?
동생이요?
자칫하면 몰라볼 뻔했지 뭐야. 마지막으로 보았을 때만 해도 내 무릎만 했었잖니.
I almost didn't recognize you. Last I remember, you were only up to my knees in height. Honglu is the next Canto sinner, so it makes sense that they would try and start introducing stuff for him now.
그건 어릴 때였으니까.
That's because I was a child the last time you saw me.
집을 나가서 혼자 대체 뭘 거창한 짓을 준비하고 있나 했더니
And here I was wondering what kind of impressive shenanigans you were preparing for since you left home.
이게 전부야? 오빠가 만든 세력이?
This is it? Is this all you've managed to build of your own faction?
아, 세력이 아니야, 시춘. 소개해줄게. 여기서부터 차례대로 그레고르 씨.
They're not my faction, Zichun. Come on, let me introduce you to them. I'll start here. This is Mr. Gregor. Say hello. Yeah.
왜 그렇게 쭈뼛거려? 내 이름은 로즈.
Don't be shy. My name's
됐어? 그럴 시간도 없고.
Forget it. I don't have time for this. G. I don't know how to say her name. Jia Ji Chun gave us a side eye before dismissively cutting us off. Well.
그래. 아, 이제 보니까 키만 자란 게 아니라 시춘.
Hey, you've not only grown in height, Ji Chun.
나처럼 친구들도 많아졌구나. 새로 사귀었니?
I see that your circle of friends has been growing too, just like mine. Are they new? To call them friends was a very optimistic assessment on Honglu's part. Because the people who accompanied her were all threateningly sizing us up like they were getting ready for a fight.
정말 친구라고 생각해서 그렇게 묻는 거야?
You don't really think they're my friends, do you?
그리고 다른 오빠 언니들에 비하면 한참 부족한 편이야.
I'm still far behind my older siblings anyway.
그렇구나.
I see.
그리고 가족 중에 몇 명이 여전히 오빠를 찾고 있는 건 알아?
Do you know that some of us are still out here looking for you?
안 그래도 저번에 가완 형이랑 만나서 잠깐 이야기 나눴어.
I do. Oh, that reminds me. I ran into Jia Huan earlier and had a quick chat with him.
그 망나니 오빠를 만나고도 멀쩡한 걸 보니 운은 어지간해도 좋나 보네.
And you're still in one
여전히.
piece after running with that asshole? Still lucky as always, huh? I think back to the time we first met this Jia Huan. His venomous words, that contemptuous look he gave as we all lay there dying. It seems that moment was embellished into a pleasant, quick chat in Honglu's memory. Either that or that interaction was what counts as a quick chat for Honglu. I'll be honest, I don't remember that at all. I don't know when that was or
시춘,
anything.
아까 들었는데 이곳 일대는 위험하다는 것 같아. 사람들이 실종되기도 하고. 너와 일행분들은 안전하게 대피하는 게 어떠니?
Zichun, I overheard that this is a pretty dangerous place. People have been going missing around here. Why don't you and your friends go find somewhere safe to take refuge in? Oh, it was Canto 1 when they stole the bow. Yeah, that makes sense why I don't remember
농담이라고
it.
하는 건지 걱정이라고 하는 건지.
There's like 3 or 4 characters there, and I don't remember any of them except for Gregor's mom. I still can't tell if you're trying to be funny or if you're genuinely worried for me.
저기 말이야. 난 맹한 오빠랑 세력 아니지. 떨거지들보다 먼저 이곳에 도착했거든.
Listen, my naive brother, I got here first, okay? Earlier than you and your faction. I mean, your second-rate minions.
알아듣겠어? 나도 나만 차랜드 토벌 참가자야. 이 장소가 어떤지는 어떤 장소인지는 내가 더 잘 알걸?
Is this making sense to you? I'm here to take part in the eradication of La Mancha land. I'm pretty sure I have better intel on this place than you do.
참가자라니? 시춘, 네가 이런 걸 참가할 필요는 없지 않니? 토벌 현상금이 필요할 리도 없고.
You are? But why would you take part in something like this? It's not like you need the reward money, right?
당연하지. 오빠도 그런 푼돈이나 노리고 여기까지 기어들어온 건 아닐 거 아니야?
Yeah, you don't say, and I doubt you're in it for some pocket money either.
푼돈. 그렇지. 푼돈.
Pocket money, huh? Sure, whatever. Pocket money.
그럼 아니다. 너도 웨이 씨도 대답해 줄 것 같진 않네.
Oh, then is it? Never mind. I don't think you or Mr. Wei are going to answer that question anyway. Honglu's eyes momentarily diverted from his younger sister to her posse. There stood a long-haired man who looked toward Jia Jichun as though he was asking for her permission, then walked toward us and bowed deeply and politely toward Honglu.
안녕하십니까, 도련님.
It has been a while, young master.
와, 오랜만이에요, 웨이 씨. 아직도 시춘의 호의신가 보네요.
Wow, it's been so long, Mr. Wei. Still escorting Jichun, I see?
부족하지만 여전히 아가씨를 모시고 있습니다.
Yes, I am still in her service despite my shortcomings.
안쪽은 위험할 수도 있을 텐데.
I'm worried that it might be too dangerous in there.
아, 시춘. 우리랑 같이 다니는 건 어떻겠니?
Why don't you tag along with us, Jichun? Let's do this together. Yeah, all of these guys are going to be showing back up in the next Canto. Since it's going to be all about Honglu.
도련님은 여전하시군요.
Young master, I see that you are still yourself.
아니, 서로의 목표에만 집중하고 여기서 헤어지는 건 어때?
Forget that. Why don't you mind your own business and we go our separate ways?
가만 보니까 그쪽들은 불필요한 관심을 받는 데에는 재능이 있는 것 같은데.
I can see that you and your
나는
friends have
조용하게
some real
다니는 걸
talent for
선호해서.
attracting attention, but I prefer to keep things discreet.
안에선 구태여 아는 척하지 않으면 더 좋고.
And I'd prefer it if you didn't embarrass me in there by talking to me or something.
그래. 시춘 네가 원한다면 그렇게.
Okay, if that's what you want, Jichun.
다시 만난다면 오빠가 적어도 전보다는 더 나은 모습일 거라고 생각했어.
I thought you'd have gotten better after all this time, brother. At least better than you were the last time we met.
그렇구나. 네 눈엔 아니었나 보네.
I see. I suppose I haven't improved at all in your eyes.
지금 만난 게 나라서 다행인 줄 알아. 다른 언니 오빠들이었으면 그 곱상한 머리통이 이미 바닥을 뒹굴고 있었을 거니까.
You should consider yourself lucky that it's me who you ran into. If it was one of our other older siblings, your pretty head would be rolling in the dirt.
응? 고마워.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Jia Ji-chun scowled and opened her lips as though she was about to shoot something back, but she thought better of it, turned around, and left with her posse.
사이 좋은 가족은 의외로 흔치 않잖아. 그렇지?
Well, they say it's rarer to see a happy family than it is to see an unhappy one.
왜 날 봐? 난 그 개자식은 가족으로 생각 안 했어.
Don't look at me. I never consider that dog my family.
아니 그게
No, but that's not what I...
뭘 쳐다보는 거지? 동이라도 팔아나?
What are you looking at? Do you expect me to back you up or something?
아이고 참.
Oh man.
여전히 변한
Poor
게
Gregor.
없네요.
Just like old times.
예전에도 저렇게 까칠했다는 거야?
So she was always that spiteful?
아니요. 예전에도 다른 형제들보다 저를 더 잘 따랐거든요. 시추는.
Spiteful? No. Ji-chun has always been and still is my most amicable sibling.
예전에는이 아니라 예전에도라고 한 것이 맞소?
I must ask, for I have cause to believe that I may have misheard. Still is, was it?
맞아요.
Yes.
저것이...
Yi-song's expression grew into a complicated mess of emotions as he looked to the ground, unable to speak further.
회의는 저 안에서 하려는 모양인데요.
Looks like they're holding some kind of meeting in there.
이제 저희도 들어가야 할 것 같아요.
We should probably join them. I looked to where Sinclair was pointing at, and I saw a line of fixers walking into what appeared to be a makeshift command tent. Yeah, we should. Alright, more lore. Let's go. But this time, it's a... Ooh.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Base Dawn solo. Ooh. Let's go. Hell yeah, Force solo? This is my kind of level. Who are those people accompanying Virgilius and Karen?
반가워서 열심히 손은 들었는데 봐주지도 않네.
Damn, not even a wave back, huh? No, this wasn't about Virgilius. Don Quixote, who stood next to me, was very gradually starting to hyperventilate. You okay, Don Quixote?
비정상적인 호흡 숫자의 증가는 10분 전부터 관찰되고 있었습니다. 생명에 지장이 있는 형태는 아니라 보고하지는 않았습니다.
The gradual acceleration of her breathing patterns was first observed 10 minutes ago. I did not report it as it posed no real risk to her health and well-being.
호흡을 끝내는 법은 잘 알고 있다만.
I know a good way of dealing with a case of hyperventilation. Ryoju regarded at me with a look that clearly and concisely communicated that she wanted to choke out Don Quixote. I tried my best to look away. If she keeps up, she'll just pass out on her own, so... Ishmael sighed and stepped forward, sensing that Ryoshu was about to do something we would rather not have her do.
대신 말해드릴게요. 하나 협회에서 온 해결사인가 보네요.
I can tell you what's going on. That fixer's from the Hana Association. The Hana Association is the one that's overseeing all Fixer Association activities, right? I guess all the times Don Quixote went on impromptu Fixer-related lectures weren't all for naught. I never paid much attention to it, but once you hear something enough times, those lectures just have a way of lodging themselves into your brain.
하나협회.
A Fixer from the Hana Association? That name alone clearly carried a lot of weight among other Fixers as the Hana Association Fixer, dressed in pure white, walked into the room. They all slowly turned around to gaze upon her. And
시선도?
the red gaze too?
세상에 특색을 볼 줄은.
Holy crap, a color Fixer here?
주목을 받는 게 하나 협회만이 아닌데.
Hey, looks like we've got another superstar here. Virgilius, who we'd somehow grown used to seeing after such a long period of traveling together, was commanding the attention of everyone in the room merely by his presence. That reminds me, I heard that Don Quixote was overwhelmed by sheer excitement when she saw Virgilius on the bus. I'm pretty sure she was on the verge of passing out from sheer joy of getting to work next to a color fixer.
이게 당연한 반응인 거죠. 베르길리우스 씨는 색을 부여받은 몇 안 되는 특색 해결사니까.
I guess this was to be expected. Virgilius is one of the very few fixers who has the honor of getting bestowed with the title of a color.
다들 보고 있어? 맞아, 엄청나지? 그 특색, 붉은 시선도 왔어. 그만큼 이 작전의 규모가 시시하진 않다는 거지.
Chat, are you seeing this? Crazy, right? Look, that's none other than the color fixer Red Gaze himself, in the flesh. This is no mere backwaters, backstreets operation we're talking about.
전에 내가 프리뷰로 방송한 거 기억하지? 딱 내가 예상한 대로잖아. 이 의뢰는 도시 악몽급 그 이상일 거라니까.
Remember my pregame stream?
위험한 일이 생기지 않을까
I told you guys that this
걱정된다고.
had to be more than an urban nightmare.
여러분들만 있으면.
Oh, you're worried about me? Guys, listen, all I need is your support to...
말세군 말세야. 요즘 것들은
Youngsters these days. Between Camille's non-stop jabbering and Otis's tongue clicking in even 3-second intervals, I wasn't sure which one of the two was more annoying. Thankfully, we weren't the only ones getting increasingly tired of Camille's antics.
지금부터 이 회의장에서 하나협회가 허가한 공식적인 임무 기록용 촬영 외 모든 촬영 행동은 금기로 명한다.
From this point onward, any recording activity, save for official work-related recordings with prior authorization from the HANA Association, will no longer be permitted.
발각될 시 해결사 협회에서 벌점을 부과할 예정이다. 벌점에 따라서는 해결사 자격 정지, 등급 강등까지 이뤄지는 점 각 개인은 잘 알고 있을 것이다.
Should you be caught in violation of this decree, the Fixer Association will be levying penalty points to your name, and we who are gathered here must be well aware of the consequences of accumulating too many penalty points. Fixer license suspension, grade demotion.
여러분, 나는 아무래도 여기서 퇴장해야 할 것 같아. 숭고하게 싸우고 나서 돌아올게. 아, 같이 저녁 식사를 하고 싶은 해결사 투표 꼭 잊지 말아주고. 오늘 자정까지야?
Oh no, guys, looks like I'm gonna be demoted. Oh well. Well, chat, seems like it's the curtain call for tonight's show. I'll give them the valorous, noble fight and see you guys next time. Oh, and don't forget about casting your votes for the Fixer I want to have dinner with contest. It closes at midnight. The Hannah Fixer's cold declaration fell upon Camille and the Fixers inside the command tent like a heavy layer of snow. They all began hurriedly fidgeting with their devices, trying to put them back in their respective cases and bags. With that, the commotion inside the tent rapidly simmered down.
꼴 좋네요.
Serves them right.
저자는 당신네 사람 같은데 턱이 빠져 있는 것 같다만 괜찮은 건가?
You there, that woman with that an apparently dislocated jaw appears to be part of your group. Is she alright? The Fixer from the Hannah Association asks in our direction, glancing at Don Quixote.
신경 쓰지 않는 게 좋다.
Don't mind her, it's easier that way. Soon, a P Corp employee walked out in front of the Fixers.
라만차랜드 토벌 작전은 이번으로 네 번째군요.
Right, round 4 against La Mancha Land, huh?
이 자리에 모인 모두들 대단히 반갑습니다.
I'm very glad to be here. Happy to see you all. For someone who's very happy to see us, he didn't so much as glance up in our direction.
저는 피사 아카이빙 부서의 3등급 기록직 과장 알레시오.
I am a Class
그리고-
3 documentation staff manager at P Corp Archival Department. My name is Alessio.
저분은
And she is...
한울.
Hanul.
아까 만났던 채사라라는 부장과는 다른 사람이네요.
So head manager Cesara isn't here to brief us herself?
부장이 직접 나타날 정도의 자리는 아니라는 건가?
Not willing to dirty her boots by coming all the way out here, I see.
자, 그럼 작전 브리핑을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Right then, let's get on with this briefing, shall we? As we were all standing here and sharing our predictions, the employee who introduced himself as Alessio started loading up various images on the monitor.
뭔 거창하게 회의까지 해.
Do we really gotta go through all this bureaucracy?
아직 시작조차 하지 않았어.
The briefing is yet to even commence, however. Heathcliff lets out a loud, exaggerated yawn. The reproachful stares of other fixers were so palpable that I could almost feel them prickling at my skin.
따로 앉고 싶네요.
Can we pretend we don't know him? It makes me feel like I'm something of a fixer myself, sitting here with all these people.
저는 말입니다. 관리자님, 이곳과 비교도 아까울 만큼 큰 작전의 지휘를 여러 번.
Executive Manager, I've been a leader of numerous operations that would dwarf this little skirmish. Numerous? I wanted to hear more about her story, but the mission briefing was actually getting started. I decided to table my curiosity until later.
앞으로 3시간 이내로 이곳에 등장하게 될 라만차랜드는 수십 명 이상의 해결사들이 토벌에 실패한 공식적인 도시 악몽입니다.
La Mancha Land, which will manifest here within the next 3 hours, is an officially recognized urban nightmare class phenomenon. Dozens of fixers have attempted and failed to take it down.
잠시 희생자들을 위한
We will now hold a moment of silence for its victims. Don Quixote immediately casts her gaze downward with a graven expression, but I couldn't count with my 10 fingers the number of people who seem to be taking it even remotely seriously. Some fixers muttered amongst themselves that the victims were just fools who were in over their heads. Even I, with my endless naivete, could tell that none of the fixers really consider them victims. A light buzz of murmurs and idle chatter fills the silence. A look of boredom clear on the fixer's face as though they've heard it all before.
자, 이제 이 화면에 집중해 주십시오.
Now, if I may direct your attention to the screen. Several low-resolution images began to load on the display.
라만차랜드가 탄생한 것 자체는 최소 200년 이상은 되었으리라 추정하고 있습니다.
It is speculated that the origin of La Mancha Land dates back 200 years in the past by a conservative estimation.
이는 보고된 사진과 영상들에 찍혀있는 자재들의 노후 상태로 추측한 결과입니다.
This has been determined based on photographic evidence and the level of decay of the buildings and materials retrieved and analyzed from this phenomenon.
하지만 라만차랜드가 본격적으로 세간에 알려지기 시작한 건 2달 전입니다. 그리고 이 놀이공원을 이루고 있는 재료들은
However, La Mancha Land was largely unknown and invisible to the public until 2 months ago, and the raw material that makes up this amusement park is...
이미 다 아는 내용인데 뭐 하러 읊고 있어?
We know all this already, just get on with it.
피사에서는 토벌에 참가하는 모두에게 충분한 정보를 제공해야 할 의무가 있습니다.
B Corp has the responsibility to share sufficient information to all participants of this mission.
그러니까 이미 다 아는 정보라고. 이럴 시간에 차라리
And like I said, we all have more than sufficient information. Got that? Let's stop wasting time and...
뭔가 크게 착각하고 있군.
You seem to be under a rather severe misconception.
물론 이곳에 모인 사람 중엔 우수하고 꽤 그럴듯한 실력을 갖춘 자들이 있을 수도 있겠지.
Of course, I'm sure some of my present company are consummate professionals with the skill and grit most people wouldn't dare scoff at.
하지만 그래봐야 너희 중 대다수는 이런 도시악몽 사건이나 처리하다 죽고 다시 채워지는 널리고 널린 해결사 중 하나일 뿐이다.
But the truth is, most of you are fodder. Common as muck, painfully average, garden variety, bargain bin fixers who are most likely going to meet their dirt-filled miserable ends while stuck on urban nightmare duty their whole careers. That's all you'll ever be.
나와 같은 위치인 1급
That's rough,
해결사조차
buddy.
되지 못하고 중간에 낙오되겠지.
Most of you will fall by the wayside before this path leads to you anywhere of even passing significance, let alone joining the ranks of grade 1 fixers like myself. That's a little typo right there. It should be you too, not to you.
설사 한두 명이 운 좋게 1급이 된다 해도 여기 계신 붉은 시선과 같은 경지는 꿈도 꾸지 못할 거다.
Some, maybe 1 or 2 of you, may make it to grade 1, sure, but I can guarantee that you won't even dare dream of getting anywhere near the Red Gaze's greatness.
그저 쓰러진 채 그들의 전투를 보고 차이를 느끼며 죽어갈 이들이 대부분이겠지.
Maybe your best will be the honor of dying next to him, feeling the disparity between yourselves and those who are at the top of the city. The grin on the fixer's faces quickly faded away as the boisterous fixer fell dead silent.
그러니까 저 하나 협회 쪽 해결사 길잡이랑 비슷하거나 바로 아래급은 된다는 거냐?
Blimey, so that Hannah fixer is almost up there with the guide, eh? Or at least somewhere right beneath his level?
그래도 역시 붉은 시선님이 더 짱이라네.
Yet the red gaze shan't be outdone by a mere grade 1 fixer.
그러니 꼴사납게 자만하지 말고 계속해서 집중하도록.
So know your places and pay attention to the briefing.
협조 감사합니다. 계속 진행하도록 하죠.
Thank you for your cooperation. Now, let's see.
라만차랜드가 이곳에 갑작스럽게 출몰한 이유는 아직까지 알 수 없습니다.
The reason for La Mancheland's sudden appearance here is yet to be explained.
이곳이 뒷골목임에도 라만차랜드가 가진 특수성으로 인해 존재 자체만으로 피사에 무시할 수 없는 위협이 되고 있죠.
Though its influence is still confined to the backstreets, the uniqueness of La Mancheland poses a tangible threat to P Corp merely by its existence.
그래서요. 여기 땅값이 장난 아니게 내려갔잖아요.
Yeah, totally, dude. The local housing market hit rock bottom and continued to crash, didn't it? The fixer from earlier, the one who tried to stop us from entering the scene before scuttling away, slowly sidled up to us and began chatting us up. Most of us ignored him, but Honglu responds to him in a kindly voice.
아, 그런가요?
Oh, is that right?
당연하죠. 처음에 저게 출몰했을 때 진짜 장난 아니었다니까요.
Yeah, it was insane when that thing showed up here for the first time.
밀집되어 있는 건물 한복판에 생겼으니까요. 얼마나 아비규환이었는데요.
It appeared in the middle of a dense population center. It was like two hells in one, all that screaming, all that blood, and...
아비규환. 아름다운 단어지.
Two hells in one. What a beautiful phrasing.
비사의 건물들이 대부분 탄성이 좋아서 나타난 공간만큼 휘어지긴 했지만 무너지진 않았어요.
Well, P-Corp buildings are well known for their elasticity, so while they all got bent along the newly manifested phenomenon, they didn't, like, crumble or anything.
그래도 라만차랜드가 만들어지면서 주위에 순식간에 퍼져나오니까 거기 있던 사람들은 다치고 건물들은 죄다 휘고 그랬다니까요.
Anyways, when La Mancheland suddenly appeared there, pulsing and pushing away all of the buildings that used to be there, people got crushed and a bunch of buildings got bent.
그런 규모의 사고치고
That's a nasty
생존자가
vision.
많은 편이기는 했죠. 이사의 특이점으로 세워진 건물 안에 있던 사람들은 무사했으니까.
There were really a lot of survivors for something so devastating, all thanks to P-Corp's singularity which kept the people inside the buildings safe.
지금은 출몰 지점 반경 3km까지는 어떤 건물도 세우지 않는 걸로 규정되긴 했는데
They set up a 3-kilometer radius buffer zone to limit any construction in the area where it manifests, but...
겨우 3km?
Just 3 kilometers?
피사의 특이점을 활용한 건물들은 신축성이 높아서 그 안에만 있으면 웬만하면 무너지거나 꺼질 일은 없습니다. 주거지에 라만차랜드 외곽이 걸치는 정도는 괜찮다는 판단이겠죠.
Buildings utilizing P-Corp's singularity have a very high level of elasticity, meaning that buildings made using their technology are very unlikely to collapse or fall apart in response to shock. It is probable that they have decided that it would be safe enough to let the periphery of La Mancheland slightly overlap with the residential zone.
P사의 모토가 어디서든 안전한 보금자리를 만드는 것이라고는 하니까요.
Well, you know what they say, P-Corp can make a safe home anywhere.
하지만 그 사달이 났는데 여기로 이사 오고 싶어할 사람들은 아무도 없을 테니 땅값은 쭉쭉 내려가다 못해 지하를 뚫었다죠.
So imagine the shock when all that disaster happened. Their only claim to fame crumbled, the faith in their technology growing shaky. No wonder the real estate market crashed through rock bottom around here.
한때 여기 주민들끼리 참다 못해 피켓도 들고 직접 자경단을 꾸려서 라만차랜드에 쳐들어가기도 했다니까요.
I mean, it was so bad that the locals banded together and stormed La Mancheland, pickets and all. So that's what those banners were about, huh?
사진에 보고된 것처럼 라만차랜드는 겉으로 보기에는 화려한 놀이공원의 모습을 하고 있다.
As you can all see, La Mancheland presents itself as an extravagantly decorated amusement park.
여러 보고 중 공통된 증언은 반경 8km까지의 인원에겐 음악 소리가 들린다는 것이다. 이로 인해 호기심을 품은 시민들이 섣부르게 접근하였으며 대다수가 돌아오지 못했지.
One of the most commonly heard testimonies from the reports state that there is an 8-kilometer range radius from the epicenter in which people have been hearing a disembodied music of sorts. Several curious civilians drawn by the music approached it. Most of them are yet to return.
그 음악 소리에 사람을 최면 상태로 유도하는 효과가 있을 가능성은 없습니까?
Is it possible that the music holds hypnogenic qualities?
그 점 또한 간과하지 않을 수 없습니다. 아무리 여기저기에 접근 금지 표지판을 세워놓아도 이를 무시하고 들어간 방문객들 또한 많았으니까요. 혹시 모를 안전을 위해 저를 포함한 관계자들은 모두 귀마개를 착용할 예정입니다.
That is indeed a possibility we won't be ruling out. Too many visitors have ignored the obvious warning signs and perimeter tapes to call it a coincidence. Possibly erring on the side of caution, we and the relevant individuals will be equipping ourselves with earplugs.
라만차랜드라는 게 생겨나면 뭐부터 해야 하지?
What must we do once this La Mancha land materializes?
일단 너희들이 라만차랜드에 입장하고 나면 반드시 곧바로 전투태세에 돌입해야 한다.
Once you enter its perimeters, you will have to ready yourselves for imminent combat.
그곳에서 너희들이 마주할 것들은 풍선을 나눠주는 친절한 피에로도, 팝콘을 튀겨주는 직원도, 반갑게 손을 흔들면 노래를 불러주는 자들도 아니다.
There aren't any kindly periods giving away balloons, no amusement park employees popping popcorns, no staff members greeting you with a welcoming song. Instead, you'll get turned into a popcorn machine yourself.
혈기들 뿐이겠지.
Only blood fiends.
뭐 혈기가 진짜 있긴 한 거였어?
Blood fiends? They're real?
한참 전에 도시의 별로 유명했다던 피피밤 몰라? 그게 엄청난 혈기였다는 소문이 자자했었는데.
Haven't you heard about the Blood Red Knight? That infamous star of the city? Some people say that the Blood Red Knight was actually a really powerful blood fiend.
그 소문이 진짜인지 아닌지 누가 알아? 뭐만 하면 살이 붙어서 사실 별거 아니었던 소문들이 얼마나 많은데.
Yeah, and people say a lot of stuff. You know how rumors spread in the city. I bet it wasn't anything too crazy once you got down to it.
소문! 핏빛밤이 얼마나 즐기고 처참할 정도로 강했는지 평생 모를 너희들은 감히 그렇게 입에 가볍게 올릴 자격이 없다.
Rumors? You'll never know how resilient, how devastatingly powerful and stubborn the Blood Red Knight was. You ignoramuses do not have the right to talk about that thing so lightly.
그래. 그곳에서 너희를 맞이하는 건
Yes, the only things you'll find in there.
오로지 혈귀로 인해 피주머니로 변해버린 자들. 그리고 너희의 피로 갈증을 추리기 위해 이빨을 갈고 있는 굶주린 혈귀들 뿐이다.
Are blood bags and the blood fiends that turn them, sharpening their fangs to fill their ravenous hunger with your blood.
아까 미처 전달을 다 못 드렸지만 라만차랜드를 이루고 있는 재료들은 인간의 혈액입니다. 약 200년 전의 것이죠.
Oh, here's a detail I was going to share earlier before I was cut off. The raw material that makes up every structure within La Mancha land is human blood. Human blood dating back over 200 years in the past.
혈귀는 피로 놀이공원을 만들 수도 있는 건가요?
Blood fiends can make amusement parks out of blood?
오로지 혈기들 뿐이라는 건 좀 마음에 드는군. 어중간한 놈들은 금세 쭉쭉 낮아빠질 테니까.
Oh, now I'm looking forward to this. If it's only blood fiends we'll find in there, I'm sure they'll waste no time making mincemeat out of the greenhorns.
해결사들은 말투가 다 저래? 전에 이스도 호수에서 저렇게 말했던 것 같은데.
Is that how all fixers talk? The way that guy's talking about blood fiends reminds me a lot of how Ishii used to talk about the Great Lake.
까딱하다가는 목숨이 날아가게 생긴 마당에 눈앞에 놈들이 태평하게 졸기나 하고 있으면 심성이 사나워지게 된다고요.
Hey, you can't blame us for being on edge all the time when the smallest mistake could cost us our lives. Not to mention how irritating it is when others who don't even understand the dangers are dozing off like there's no tomorrow.
안 졸았어. 아까 어떤 새끼가 내 발에 있는 힘껏 밟아댔거든.
Didn't doze thanks to some sod who's been constantly stepping on my foot.
날씨가 좋네요, 오늘.
What nice weather today, huh? It was Sinclair who was stepping on his foot at the rather forcible behest of Ishmael, but I held my silence. Last thing I wanted was to have the two of them bickering again.
이어가자면 라만차랜드 안에서 약 6시간 정도가 지나면 퇴장을 알리는 음악이 나오기 시작할 거다. 이 또한 생존하여 돌아온 해결사들과 입장객에게서 나온 일관된 증언이지.
Anyway, if you manage to survive for 6 hours within La Mancha Land, the music announcing the closure of the park will start playing. We were able to cross-reference this fact from testimonies of every fixer and civilian who managed to make it out alive.
퇴장 음악이 들릴 때부터 30분 내외로 라만체랜드를 벗어나지 않으면 너희들은 다음 토벌이 열릴 때까지 라만체랜드에 갇혀버리게 된다. 사실상 혈귀들과의 기약 없는 동침이지.
Once the exit song starts playing, you will have 30 minutes to exit La Mancha Land. Should you fail to do so, you'll be trapped inside La Mancha Land until it manifests here again, effectively putting you in an endless battle against the Blood Fiends.
그때까지 살아남는 놈들이 있다면 말이지.
If anyone even survives that long.
특정 놀이기구엔 실종자들이 탑승하고 있다고 증언 또한 있었습니다만 여러분이 신경 쓸 요소는 아닐 겁니다.
There also were eyewitness reports where some fixers identified missing people aboard certain amusement park rides, but that's not an important detail for those who are present.
지금까지 파악된 증언들을 토대로 본다면 라만체랜드는 총 4개의 구역으로 나누어져 있다. 생존자들의 정보들을 통해 만든 지도를 보여주지.
Based on testimonies and reports from the survivors, we have been able to establish a map of La Mancha Land comprised of 4 separate areas.
현 시점에서 이 마지막 구역까지 진입한 자들은 아무도 없다.
No one has yet to make it to the final area, which is located here.
단 1, 2, 3구역의 특정 장치를 모두 가동시켜야지만 마지막 구역에 입장이 가능하다는 것만 파악되었지.
However, we were able to identify that a certain device in each area, Area 1, 2, and 3 respectively, had to be activated first in order to unlock the final area. Wow, just like a video game.
참고로 현재까지 가동되었던 장치는 1구역과 2구역뿐. 아직 3구역은 가동된 적이 없다.
The devices within Area 1 and 2 have been activated in the past, but no one has managed to activate the one in Area 3 just yet.
좋아. 우리들은 곧바로 3구역으로 달려가면 되는 건가?
Understood. I suppose we should beeline it to Area 3 to save some time then.
아니, 모든 장치는 라만차랜드가 사라짐과 동시에 초기화된다.
No, it appears that the device resets when La Mancha Land disappears.
즉, 여기 있는 인원들을 나누어서 각각 1구역부터 3구역까지 입장을 해야 한다는 것입니다.
In other words, we will have to divide and conquer. Team up with other fixers, choose an area to tackle.
알았어. 각자 맡은 구역으로 간 후에 장치를 가동시키고 다 같이 마지막 구역에서 집결해야 한다는 거군.
I see. Split up, activate our respective devices, and rendezvous at the final area.
1, 2, 3구역의 모든 장치를 가동했다는 전제하에 말이야.
Assuming that every team successfully activates the device they're responsible for.
맞습니다. 라만차랜드 토벌의 핵심은 마지막 구역에 있지 않을까 추측하고 있죠.
Correct. We suspect that the key to solving the La Mancha Land problem lies within its final area.
그쪽에서 말하고 싶은 것이 있나?
Is there something you'd like to share?
재밌잖아요. 1, 2, 3구역의 모든 장치를 가동시켜야 하지만 마지막 구역이 개방된다는 규칙은
Isn't it funny that we have to go activate some kind of device in each section of La Mancha Land to unlock the final area?
마치 놀이 같지 않나요? 라만차랜드를 토벌하러 오는 우리에게 의도적으로 조건을 세워주고 있는 것 같이.
It's kind of like a game, isn't it? Like they're giving those who dare to challenge the might of La Mancha Land stages to beat, conditions to fulfill. That's what I said.
우리가 혈귀들의 속내를 어떻게 알겠어? 날 때부터 악하게 태어난 족속들이니.
How should we know what the Blood Fiends are thinking? Those monsters are born twisted.
하나, 확인이 필요한 사항이 있다.
Hannah, we have something we'd like to confirm.
우리 협회는 토벌금을 목표로 온 것이 아닌 의뢰자의 구출을 위해 참여했다.
The Zwei Association is here to rescue our client, not for the eradication reward.
우리 협회라고 정없이 말하지 말고 쉔크 협회도 함께 말해줄래?
Don't you mean the Zvaya and the Sink? Don't leave me out.
따라서 츠바이 협회와 쉔크 협회는 1, 2, 3 구역으로 들어가 장치를 가동시킬 이유가 없는 상황이다.
Therefore, the Zvai and the Sink have no reason to enter the 3 areas to activate those devices.
여기에 대해서는 당신이 말해주는 게 정확하겠군.
I suppose you could take over from here for the sake of accuracy.
그러죠.
Oh, sure.
이곳에 모인 여러분들은 각자 다양한 이유로 인해서 왔을 거라고 생각합니다.
Right, I'm sure you all have your own reasons for being here, yes?
따라서 저희 피사에서는 토벌 분배금이라는 것을 측정하여 라만차랜드 토벌에 각자가 얼만큼의 기여를 했는지를 계산한 후 지급할 예정입니다.
Therefore, we at P Corp set up an eradication dividend fund, which means that we will be giving out the reward money based on how much you have contributed to the eradication of La Mancha Land.
뭐 토벌이 무사히 된다는 가정에서겠지.
Assuming a successful outcome, that is.
따라서 토벌이 목표가 아니신 분들은 그 정산에서 제외된다는 것만 유의해 주신다면 별도의 의뢰를 완수하러 구역을 이탈하셔도 문제는 없습니다.
If your goal isn't the eradication of La Mancha Land, then feel free to roam on your own to fulfill your respective contracts. As long as you acknowledge that you won't be receiving any payout from that fund upon the successful completion of this expedition, you are free to do as you will.
하지만 정확히 어떤 내용의 의뢰인지 그 계약서의 사본을 제출해 주셔야 합니다.
However, we would also like to request that you submit a copy of that contract so that we are aware of its details.
확인했다. 회의가 끝나면 바로 제출토록 하지.
Understood. I will hand it over as soon as this meeting adjourns.
말 나온 김에 지금 이 자리에서 선포하지. 은근슬쩍 우리 사무소에 묻어가서 도벌금을 한탕 해보려는 놈들은 사냥 대상에 포함시킨다.
Speaking of which, I'd like to take this opportunity to declare something. If you, and I mean if any of you, intend to ride our coattails to pilfer more of that reward than you deserve, I'll hunt you down too. Got that?
아, 참고로 얘 진짜 한다며 하는 놈이야. 내가 못 말린다.
Ladies and gents, I can attest that he isn't one for empty threats. Can't promise I'll be able to stop him,
살벌하네요.
He sure is intense.
비록 돈이 걸려있는 의뢰이긴 하지만 더 이상의 실종자와 희생자들이 발생하지 않도록 하는 것이 우리의 궁극적인 목표다. 따라서 모두가 아낌없이 힘을 모아야 하는 작전이라는 걸 명심해 주도록.
I understand that a lot of money hinges on this contract. However, remember that our primary objective remains to minimize casualties and to prevent further disappearances. Leave some of that selfishness behind and cooperate for the greater good.
가능하다면 협조하지.
Fine, I'll cooperate if that's even possible. The Hannah Fixer did not contradict him. She was the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to put her foot down. She could have easily forced us into cooperating, but it seemed that she wouldn't keep us from infighting, if it did come to that. Don Quixote was the only one passionately nodding along to her advice.
각 구역으로 가는 조는 어떻게 편성할 계획이죠?
So who's going with who? And to what area? Ji-chun, Honglu's little sister, who'd been listening quietly to the briefing, raised her hand with a question.
우리가 내부적으로 파악한 여러분들의 능력이나 잠재력, 소속별 인원을 토대로 적절하게 배치할 생각이다.
You will be assigned to teams and areas based on our internal data analysis of your individual capabilities, potential, and alignment.
그럼 한 구역에 너무 많은 인원이 가는 건 피해야겠네요.
So we should probably avoid overcrowding, huh?
가령 우리 인원과 10명 이상의 떼거지 인원들이 섞인다던가.
Such as saddling us a group of a dozen or so people, for example.
너무 많은 인원이 한 구역에 다 몰리는 건 최대한 피할 생각이다.
We intend to avoid bottlenecking too many people in the same area.
쟤 너무 노골적인데.
She's not hiding her disdain at all, huh?
딱히 저희 쪽에서도 같이 다니고 싶었던 건 아니지만.
Well, it's not like we wanted her to tag along.
더 이상 질문이 없다면 마지막으로 각 구역에 나눌 조를 짜서 여러분께 전달을.
If there are no further questions, I will be signing you all to teams and area pairs.
잠깐!
Every single fixer in the room whipped around to look at Don Quixote at her bellowing roar. Perhaps it was the sheer fervor in her voice, or perhaps they were simply annoyed by her asking that one last question when the boring briefing was almost over.
이거 제 환청이 아니라
Oh, please don't tell me this is actually happening.
목소리인가요?
야. 아, 이제 진짜로 삼켰어.
Oh, that actually woke me up this time.
아니, 어쩌면 지금이야말로 자는 척을 할 타이밍일지 몰라.
No, this might be the best time to go back to sleep, bud.
옛날 같았으면 직결 처분이었다.
Would have resulted in a summary execution back in the day.
무엇이죠?
Okay, and the question is?
제일 중요한 전달 사항이 빠진 것 같네만.
Hark, it appeareth that the information of the greatest import is missing from thy briefing.
그랬나요? 잠시만요.
It is? A moment, please. Alesso began flipping through the briefing, flustered.
방문객들을 구조하는 작업은 언제 하게 되는 것인가?
When shall the rescue operation for the victims of this terrible amusement park commence?
스바이 협회분들과 쉔크 협회분들만으로는 방문객들의 구출이 다소 힘들 수 있을 것 같아서 말일세.
I believe that an operation of such a grand scale may be difficult to accomplish only with the help of sirs and ladies from the VII and Sync Association.
너 혹시 말이야 새로운 컨셉 뭐 그런 거야?
Hey, is that like a character you're playing or something?
아, 신선하긴 하네. 물론 그런 걸 좋아하는 사람들도 있긴 하지. 유행은 조금 지나버렸지만 적어도 우리 시청자들은 좋아할 것 같진 않은걸.
That's not mainstream at all. I like it. Though I gotta say, playing a character is a bit old-fashioned. At least I know that my viewers won't enjoy something like that.
다소 오해가 있는 듯하군. 우리의 목표는 방문객 전원 구출이 아니다. 보안상 자세히 말할 순 없지만 우리의 의뢰인은 특정 방문객의 생존을 확인하고 신병을 확보할 것을 요구했다.
It appears there's been some misunderstanding. Our contract has nothing to do with rescuing the visitors, let alone all of them. Our contract is a search and rescue operation for a specific visitor requested to us by our client.
그렇다면
Then,
나머지 사람들을 구출하는 역할은 누가 맡게 되는 것인가?
whoever shall make up the rescue party for the rest of its victims.
얘 진심인가?
Is she for real?
어디서 놈들인데?
Where did these idiots come from?
뭐야? 나도 좀 보자.
Dude, let me see.
우리처럼 별도로 계약을 치르고 온 것이 아니라면 실종자 구출에 대한 보상금은 전단지들을 통해 확인해 보는 게 좋을 것 같군.
Unless you have been specifically contracted to rescue someone, I recommend that you peruse the missing person flyers for the rewards.
본인은 보상금에 대한 이야기를 하고 있는 게 아닐세.
Yet it is not the promise of rewards that I desire.
이렇게 인원이 많은데 왜 구출하는 역할은 아무도 맡지 않은 것인가? 스바이 협회, 그대들은 당신의 방패라는 표어를.
So many valiant fixers are gathered here, yet not one taketh up the role of a rescuer? Prithee, fixer of the Zwei, art thou not one of the Zwei, one of those who call themselves your shield?
방패긴 방패지. 정식으로 의뢰를 신청한 자에게만 세워지는 철의 방패.
Yeah, they're shields all right. The iron shield of whoever enters an official contractual agreement with them.
해결사는 고작 돈의 흐름으로 목숨을 저울질하진 않아야 하지 않나? 대체 언제부터 협회 해결사들이 이렇게 전락되었는가?
Yet a fixer mustn't wager their own life on shallow promise of capital. Pray tell, when did the fixer of associations abandon honor for greed?
못 들어주겠군. 지금 내가 누군지는 알고 그런 소리를.
Okay, that's enough playing around. Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
알고 있네 까미오군. 쉔크협회 3가 소속 해결사 월간 잡지에도 꾸준히 게재되는 자. 현재 같이 저녁을 먹고 싶은 해결사의 7위.
I am very well aware, young Camille of Sync Association Section 3, frequent feature of the Fixers Monthly magazine, currently number 7 in the Fixers I Want to Have Dinner With contest.
잘 알고 있네. 뭐 잠깐 고작 7위야?
So you know? Wait, I'm only number 7?
뭐 그건 그렇다 치고. 그래. 그러면 이것 또한 알고 있겠지.
Well, that's not important right now. If you're so knowledgeable about the Fixers, then I'm sure you know this as well.
우리 쉔크 협회는 할 말이 있을 때 단순히 입으로 나불거리진 않아. 정식적으로 결투를 신청하지. 목숨을 걸고.
That I, as a fixer of the Sync Association, am not one to waste breath on mere words. When we want to settle something or make a statement, we duel. An official duel to the death.
그렇다면
Then,
결투에서 이긴다면 본인의 말을 진정으로 들어주는 것인가?
wilt thou heed mine words should I best thee in a duel?
뭐?
What?
만약 본인이 승리한다면
Should I best thee in a duel?
본인을 도와 실종자들을 구출할 것을 맹세할 수 있는지 묻는 것일세.
Wilt thou swear on thine honor that thou shalt assist us in our rescue mission for those who have gone missing?
그럼 네 말은 나한테
Wait, are you seriously challenging me to a... No.
이 돈키호테! 신념에 따라 그대에게 결투를 신청하겠네!
I, Don Quixote, perforce, shall not so lightly forsake my creed. I hereby challenge thee to a duel. Things were quickly starting to spiral out of control. Almost panicking, I glanced toward Virgilius. But I couldn't read his expression. He was simply staring at us in that inscrutable silence. Silence that almost felt like warmth? Somehow I found myself getting more intimidated by this than outright anger.
일단 브리핑은 이걸로 마치는 걸로 하겠습니다.
Okay, then I'll end the briefing here.
지금까지의 경험상 제지하는 것은 불가능할 듯 보인다.
It can be determined from prior experience that it will be impossible to stop the presently developing situation.
동공이 평소보다 확장되어 있고 미간을 잔뜩 찌푸린 것으로 봐서는 어떤 말을 하든 소용없을 가능성이 높아 보이기 때문이다.
Pupils dilated, brows furrowed at a steep angle. Clear refusal to heed any external output. Our attempts to coax her will not be met with any meaningful response. So she's lost it.
단테, 공터에서의 전투는 보는 눈이 적어서 말하지 않았습니다만.
I neglected to mention this earlier at the empty lot, Dante, on account of the lack of prying eyes.
지금처럼 해결사들의 시선이 몰린 상황에서 소득 없는 전투를 위해 시계를 공개적으로 돌리는 것은 추천드리지 않습니다.
I recommend against turning your clock when the eyes of every fixer participating in this case are watching us intently, especially for a duel in which there is very little benefit to be gained.
또한 다른 세계의 인격을 가져오는 것, 에고의 사용 또한 마찬가지입니다.
This includes summoning identities from different worlds or the use of ego. Well, yeah, but it's not like we won't be using those once we get inside, right? I don't see what's wrong with... Just as I was trying to convince Faust otherwise, Don Quixote stepped in and resolutely shook her head.
아니, 필요 없으니 걱정 마시게.
Nay, worry not. 'Tis an unnecessary crutch. Seriously?
쉔크 협회의 결투는 정정당당해야 하는 법. 처음부터 본인은 신성한 결투에 관리자 나리의 힘을 빌릴 생각은 없었다네.
A duel against a member of the Sync Association must be fair and just. Never did I intend to borrow thy strength, Manager Esquire, for this hallowed battle of mine.
좋아.
Fine.
주위에 내 팬들이 없다는 게 조금 아쉽긴 하지만
Sucks that I don't have my fans here to watch me wipe the floor with you, but I'm sure someone here will spread the story by word of mouth.
내 온정을 담아 장갑은 던지지 않도록 하지.
I won't throw my
뽑아라,
gauntlet out of pity.
애송이!
On guard, petite nouveau. Alright, here we go. Finally. So many words. Oh, he's only got one skill slot? What is this?
특히 저번처럼 소매단추를 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는 직원이 보여서는
I'm not that scared of this guy. He's level 45. What's this? Gain 1 clash power up next turn for every 10% of the missing HP. Oh. She also gains bind. You don't want that. You don't want bind for her. Because then she loses the coin power on her skill 3. Yeah.
출진이다!
I can't imagine this will be too difficult. I got 2 skills. What is this? I feel... This doesn't feel right. Alright. I mean, just don't clash with it. Simple solution.
출진이다!
Just need to get a little lucky. And we're good.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고
I
밥
love
먹으러
getting only skill
가자고.
ones. It's so good. What's her support passive? Just extra damage. This is definitely a little tricky. Just because I'm not getting any skill 2s.
출진이다!
I need to get skill 2s and get lucky so I can actually
이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만
win
하면
clashes.
능력을 기를 수
This is
있을
not
거야.
working.
비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게. 출진이다!
Dawn, what are you doing? What are you doing? Can't win clashes without the skill 2. Her skills are too bad.
이까지 상처로는
Oh yeah, that's absolutely winnable.
굴복시킬 수 없다네.
You just need to get lucky with skill 2s to be able to actually clash and get your sanity up, and then you just dodge everything. Like, I got incredibly unlucky with that fight, only getting like 2 skill 2s to be able to clash with. She can't clash with any of her other skills unless she's at 10 plus speed, but getting to 10 plus speed is like virtually impossible with her base identity because the only way for her to get that is to have like roll max speed first of all, and then she needs to win 2 clashes with skill 1s, which is basically impossible. So that means her only actual way to clash is with the skill 2s. And so if you get unlucky and you just don't get any skill 2s, you can't clash, and because you can't clash, you don't get any sanity, and then you just lose. So that's a very RNG fight, but is what it is. 'Tis but a light wound, thou art sorely mistaken, if thou truly believest that such meager wound could. That was definitely more than just a light wound. It was outright crippling, if not fatal. Camille wasn't all talk after all. He moved at an impressive speed and precision, living up to his boasts. I couldn't bear to look at Don Quixote squirm in pain, but turning the clock here would leave an even greater wound in her heart.
아직 끝나지 않았다네.
'Tis not the end.
더 상대하기도 아까운 자군. 이런 싸움이 소문나면 괜히 내 이미지만 망가지겠어.
A skill shuffle ability would be absolutely amazing. Because there are just some turns where you can't do anything because, you know, you only have skill 1s, basically. And most identity skill 1s kind of suck. So, if there was an ability to shuffle skills around, a lot of fights would be a lot easier. What a waste of my blade. I'd rather not have others hear of this duel. They'll think I'm bullying some poor amateur.
그만해라, 까미오. 만인의 안전을 바라는 것이 잘못된 생각은 아니지 않나.
That's enough, Camille. It's no crime to wish for the safety of all victims.
상대를 못 가리고 허튼 소리를 짓거리는 것은 고쳐야 마땅하지.
Yeah, but her attitude needs correction. Spouting nonsense like that and not knowing who she's talking to.
해결사가 어쩌고 나불대다니.
Fix her this, honor that, justice, and doesn't she know that's all just... Ha.
소라는 여기까지 하도록 할까? 라만차랜드에 진입하기 전에 쓸데없이 힘을 빼놓는 건 피하고 싶군.
That's enough shenanigans. Let's not all waste our strengths before even stepping foot into La Mancha land.
더 이상 힘겨루기를 이어간다면 내가 직접 제재를 하겠다.
Cause further trouble and I will put a stop to it myself.
약 1시간 정도가 남았군요. 1시간 후에는 언제 라만차랜드가 나타날지 모르니 팀마다 모여 계셔 주시는 게 안전할 거예요.
La Mancha land ETA in approximately 1 hour. After an hour from now, the phenomenon may appear at any moment. Please remain in close proximity to your teams in case of an emergency. The momentary kerfluffle came to a close thanks to the Hannah Association's intervention. And only silence and occasional grunts of pain from Don Quixote filled the empty parking lot. Let's get back inside. I can't turn my clock in front of so many people. I kind of want to give that fight another try.
끝나지 않았다네.
I kind of want to give this fight another try, if I'm being honest. I'll give it one more try, just to see if it is possible.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Because if you just get lucky with the skill 2s, right? You not only need to get lucky with, you know, rolling skill 2s, which again I didn't get here. Unless it's like fixed. Unless this fight has like fixed skills. But yeah.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해.
I think this fight might actually have fixed skills, because this is exactly the same setup as before. Because I remember distinctly the skill 2 was in this slot. So if that's the case, and it is fixed skills, it might not be possible.
출진이다!
Yeah.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
100%, this is absolutely fixed skills. The problem with evades is that some of his skills just straight up beat the evades. You know, like this one, it rolls a 15. So if he just rolls heads, it doesn't matter if you use an evade because, yeah. And then you just have a 50% to roll. So the real problem is the fact that Dawn just doesn't have any clash power. And because she doesn't have any clash power, she just can't win.
출진이다!
And like I said, her only actual clashing skill is her skill 2, and they literally only give you 2 skill 2s in this fight, so... It might be possible, but you just have to get, like, really, really incredibly lucky
끝나지 않았다네.
Yeah. I might give it a few tries off stream probably, but not now.
주변 구경이라도 가볼까?
Well, does anybody want to take a quick stroll around the empty lot while we wait? After nervously looking around the room, Rogia tried to leave the tent, but Virgilius stopped her.
남아 있어라. 마지막 전달 사항이 있으니.
No, stay. I have something to share.
그 교육 같은 건 좀 끝나고 해도 되지 않겠냐? 꼬맹이가 사고 친 건 맞지만 그래도 별일 없었잖아.
Oh, come on. Can't you give her a moment, at least until the mission's over with? I know the last really botched this time, but nothing came of it in the end, did it?
회사 측에서 제공할 단독 정보가 있어서 남으라고 했을 뿐이다.
The company has some exclusive information they'd like to share with you. That is the only reason I asked you to stay.
붉은 시선날이 아까는
Sir, Lord Red gazed earlier what I had done.
문제 삼지 않을 테니 조용히 듣기나 하도록.
I won't hold it against you, so be quiet and pay attention.
붉은 특색이시오. 본인은 언제나 그대에게만 충정을 바칠 것을 맹세하겠네.
Oh, Red Gaze the Illustrious, I swear to pledge mine undying loyalty to thee. Virgilius produced a small tablet and began loading something up on its screen.
우리에게 정보를 제공해줄 자는 현재 일신상의 사정으로 이 자리엔 함께할 수 없는 상황이다.
The one who will now brief us on this exclusive intelligence cannot be with us in person due to personal reasons.
불가피하게 기기를 활용해서 전달할 수밖에 없다는 점 양해 바란다더군.
She wanted me to tell you that she regrets having to deliver the information remotely via this device.
들리나?
Hello, 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through?
아까는 공식적으로 허가가 된 영상이 아니면 모두
Didn't the Hana Fixer ban any unauthorized recordings or video feeds earlier?
물론 허가는 받았다. 뿐만 아니라 이 장소에서 들려오는 모든 참가자의 대화는 P사에서 녹음하고 있지.
Of course, but we've received prior authorization. Besides, P-Corp is already recording the conversations of every participant in this mission.
그 정도면 녹음이 아니라 도청 아닌가?
That just sounds like a roundabout way of saying they've got us all bugged.
물론
bugged.
그쪽에서 대가 없이 제공한 호의는 아니다. 라만 차랜드를 만든 원흉을 잡아오는 것과 관련이 있는 정보라는 것을 설득해야 했지.
Of course, the authorization was not free. We had to convince them that the information would be pertinent to capturing the entity at the origin of La Mancha Land.
림버스 컴퍼니 LCD 부서의 현장 추리 팀장 모제스라고 한다. 오래전부터 뒤틀리는 현상에 대해 추적하고 정보를 수집했었지. 그리고
Yo, it's Moses from the Distortion Detective book that I haven't read. LCD On-Site Investigative Reasoning Team Leader Moses here. I've been studying and investigating the distortion phenomenon for a long time, and... That reminds me, we did have a quick call with someone from the LCD back when. She had a pretty bubbly personality, I think, and her name was...
나도 있어, 나도. 오랜만. 에즈라야.
Hey, it's me again, Ezra. Been a while.
너희 혈기들 잡으러 간다며. 탐정님, 아니, 팀장님의 조언도 없이 그냥 갈 셈이었어? 아, 우리 팀장님은 말이지. 왕년에 혈기들을 여럿 상대하고 다니시기도 했어.
Hunting blood fiends this time, huh? Don't tell me you were about to jump headfirst into that business without even asking our team leader. I'm telling you now, she used to bust plenty of blood fiends' heads back in the day.
말씀 좀 해주세요, 팀장님. 그때 막 화리릭 하고.
You tell him how you used to whoop him, boss. You go shh on that smoking pipe and went whir and...
그래, 일전에는 혈기들에 대해서도 연구하고 상대해본 적이 있었다. 그때 나는 혈기 중 장로, 그러니까 제1권속과도 만난 적이 있었지.
Well, yes, I do have some experience with investigating and battling blood fiends. I've even met one of the blood fiend elders, also known as the First Kindreds.
잠깐만요. 제1권속이면
Wait, one of the first kindreds?
저번에 만난 게 제 6권속 그리고 제 7권속이었으니까.
Let's see. The one we fought last time was a 6th kindred and a 7th kindred.
뭐 그날의 자세한 얘기까지 하기에는 이야기가 길어지니 생략하도록 하지.
Well, I don't want to waste your time by talking your ears off about what happened that day, so I'll get straight to the point.
일권속을 처치했는가?
Didst thou slay the first kindred?
그럴 리가.
Of course not.
팀장님이 봐준 거야, 봐준 거.
Yeah, because she went easy on him, I tell ya.
정확히는 그자가 나를 봐줬다고 보는 게 더 올바르겠지. 너희들이 상상하고 있는 것처럼 피비린내가 날 일은 벌어지지 않았다.
No, the Blood Fiend took mercy on me. Our meeting wasn't as bloody as the scene you might be imagining at the moment.
오히려 그자는 내게 의자를 내어주었고 우리는 길지 않은 시간 동안 대화를 나누었지.
In fact, she was generous enough to give me a place to sit, and we even had a moment to converse.
뭐? 혈귀놈이 뭘 내줬다고? 그걸 믿으라고 하는 소리냐?
What, the Blood Fiend gave you a seat? You expect me to believe that shite?
야마, 너 팀장님한테 무슨 말버릇이야?
Hey, rude, you do not talk to the our team leader like that, capiche?
뭐, 혈귀라는 인상이 너희들에겐 그다지 유쾌하지 않을 거라는 건 알고 있다. 하지만 적어도 그자를 포함한 일부 혈귀들은 인간과 갈등 없는 평온한 나날을 보내는 걸 원하고 있었어.
I do understand that the public's perception of blood fiends is far from amicable, but I do know that at least some of them, including the elder I met, wish for a peaceful coexistence with humans.
나는 그때까지만 해도 혈귀들은 지금까지 봐온 뒤틀림과 동일한 존재라고 단언했다. 그때 내게 보인 피로 일렁이고 찬란히는 눈동자는 뒤틀림과 유사하다 생각했으니까. 그제는 내 말을 부정도 긍정도 하지 않더군.
Back then, I used to be able to state with absolute certainty that the blood fiends weren't special, that they were no different from the distortions I'd faced in the past. Those wells of blood splashing inside their pupils were my evidence, but when I shared this thought with the elder, she did not confirm nor deny my assertions.
하지만 정정하고 싶군. 혈귀는 단순히 뒤틀림 현상으로만 해석할 수 있는 존재가 아니다.
But now I would like to make a correction to my prior theory. Blood fiends cannot be explained only through the simple lens of viewing them as distortions.
그 본질은 뒤틀림과 유사하지만 결과적으로는 뒤틀림이 아니었다. 우리는 뒤틀림을 해결하듯 혈귀를 풀어내려다 실패했지.
Their essence is similar to that of distortions, yes. However, we eventually drew the conclusion that the blood fiends cannot be filed under that category. Our attempts to resolve a blood fiend as one does a distortion failed.
그 근원에 대해서는 따로 연구를 진행 중에 있다.
Studies into their true origin are currently underway.
연구를 진행 중이라면 일반적으로 알려지지 않은 정보를 우리에게 제공할 수 있다는 뜻이겠군.
If your team is looking into the blood fiends, I suppose you have some publicly unavailable information to share with the rest of us.
그런 셈이지.
I suppose we do. I noticed on the video feed that Moses intently yet briefly stared at Otis before continuing with her briefing. Maybe they knew each other from somewhere.
아침 이야기가 나왔으니 백야와 흑주 이후 뒤틀림으로 발생하는 혈귀가 아닌 너희가 조어한 제대로 된 혈귀의 기준에서 권속을 설명하지.
Which brings us to this. The following is what we learned about kindreds of true blood fiends, those in the same vein as the one you've already encountered. I'm not talking about the ones that manifested as distortions after the White Nights and Dark Days incident, mind.
태초의 혈귀는 강력한 힘을 가지고 수많은 사람을 권속으로 만들었다고 전해지지만 그렇게 탄생한 제1권속부터는 긴 생애 동안 단 2명의 권속밖에 만들지 못한다.
It is said that the Primogenitor, the very first blood fiend, wielded unimaginable power and could embrace countless humans and turn them into their kindreds. However, starting from the kindreds of the first generation, after the Primogenitor, which were referred to as the first kindreds, they were restricted to creating only 2 kindreds of a lower generation in their long existences.
가족을 무분별하게 만드는 건 있을 수 없는 일이어서 그렇대. 이거 내가 그린 거야. 잘 그렸지?
Something about how they can't just create families willy-nilly or something like that. I drew this chart, by the way. Not half bad, huh?
하긴 카세트라는 녀석 샤샤를 권속으로 만든 걸 꽤 아까워하는 눈치였지.
Huh, yeah, I think that Cassetti guy was pretty disappointed about choosing Shasha as his kindred.
어디서부터 지적해야 할지 파우스트도 쉽게 알 수 없는 발언이네요.
Faust finds the inaccuracies in your statement difficult to correct due to their egregious nature.
이렇게 만들어진 혈기를 하위 권속, 권속을 만든 혈기는 상위 권속이라고 부르지. 권속 앞에 붙는 숫자가 하나씩 오를 때마다 유의미할 정도로 힘과 능력에 차이가 나는 경우가 많다.
When a blood fiend of a higher generation creates a lower generation kindred, the one that embraced them is called a higher kindred, while the one that's been embraced is called a lower kindred. It is often the case that kindreds higher up the bloodstream wield a much greater power than the ones beneath them.
많다라는 건 그렇지 않은 경우도 있다는 것으로 들린다.
You started your sentence with the conditional "it is often the case," therefore it can be interpreted as a statement that there are cases in which such is not the case.
정확히 들었어. 뒤틀림이 제각각이듯 혈기도.
You're right on the money. Just like how each distortion is different, blood fiends are also different in ways.
나머지는 팀장님이 설명해 줄 거야.
That our team leader will explain.
혈기 또한 상위 권속에 따라 능력이 제각각이기 때문이다. 하지만 반란은 대체로 불가능하지. 물리적으로는 가능하지만 심리적인 거부감이 상상 이상으로 크기 때문에.
Yes, each blood fiend's power and idiosyncrasies often vary depending on the higher blood fiend's abilities. However, it is usually impossible for lower blood fiends to revolt against someone higher up the bloodstream. While there is no physical barrier stopping them, there is an intense psychological barrier preventing them from doing so.
부모 자식처럼 말인가?
Like a parent and their child, huh?
그래. 위아래로 어버이나 자식이라 서로를 부르는 걸 보면 비유가 아니라 상위 권속과 하위 권속의 관계는 부모를 따르는 자식과 동일하다. 그래서 그런 반란을 배륜이라고 받아들인다더군.
Yes, like parents and their children, considering that they even call one another with familial terms, such as father, mother, and child, it is no mere metaphor. That is why they call such acts of revolt going against the bloodstream filial impiety.
피를 가장 중요한 가치로 생각하게 되듯이 거스를 수 없는 가족이라는 개념도 새로 더 씌워지는 거다. 머릿속에서 도덕적 가치 판단의 기준이 완전히 새롭게 정립되는 거지.
Just as how blood becomes their axis of value judgment, so does the idea of the inviolable relationship between family members get imprinted into the core of their very being. Upon being turned, blood fiends experience that extreme level of twist in their moral judgment.
제일 아래에 있는 피주머니들도 그래서.
And that's why the blood bags are at the bottom rung of the family tree.
그들은 다르다. 피주머니와 혈기는 가족 같은 따스한 말을 붙일 수도 없는 관계지.
Blood bags are a different story. Blood fiends and blood bags are the furthest two groups of beings could be from family.
권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기. 피를 보충하기 위한 휴대용 식량. 딱 그 정도의 위치다.
Dregs that failed to become kindreds. To blood fiends, they are quite literally portable bags of blood to replenish themselves at times of need.
팀장님, 아니 팀장님, 그 얘기도 해주세요. 왜 제가 그것들 모가지를 확 꺾어버린 다음에 물속에 첨벙하고.
Detective, I mean team leader, you should mention this too. You know, when I snap their necks and smash them right into water.
그래, 혈기들은 물에 대해 극도로 공포심을 가지고 있다. 실제로 물에 접촉하여 물리적인 피해를 받는 것은 아니지만 모든 혈기는 물을 두려워하더군.
Yes, blood fiends have an irrationally extreme fear of water. Water doesn't physically harm them, but every blood fiend I have seen thus far has been afraid of it.
뭐라? 그럼 물을 잔뜩 들고 가면 쉽게 처리할 수 있는 거 아니야?
Huh? Sounds like an easy solution then. Can't we just spray them with water to keep them off our backs?
물론 너희들이 곧 방문할 혈기들만의 공간에선 물은 있지도 않겠지만.
Since you're about to visit their den that's crawling with blood fiends, good luck finding even a drop of water in there.
아, 그쪽에 뒤틀림을 감지할 수 있는 자가 있다고 전달받았다. 비공식적으로 들은 사항이긴 하지만.
Oh, and I was informed that one of you can sense a distortion. I learned this through unofficial channels, but I still wish to share.
뒤에 받을 수 있는 차지가 된다는 건 기쁜 일이지.
Glad to know there's someone else out there who understands this particular sensation.
언젠가 실제로 보게 될 날이 오면 좋겠어.
I'd very much like to meet you in person one day.
아쉽다. 우리도 갔으면 진짜 재밌었을 텐데. 거기 해결사들은 누구 왔어? 아까 들으니까 그 재수없는 까미오놈도 간다는 것 같던데. 만나면 나 대신 뒤통수 한 대만 까주라. 그 자식 방송하는 곳에서 한 방 먹여주려고 했는데 날 차단했단 말이야.
Real shame we can't be there to see it for ourselves. Are there any famous fixers there? I heard earlier that stupid Camille kid'll be there too. Kick his ass for me, won't you? I tried to pull a prank on him, but the bastard banned me from the chat.
이미 우리 쪽이 까였어.
Well, he already kicked one of our asses.
아, 베스타! 그거 단단히 막고 있으라고 했잖아.
Oh, Vespa, come on, I told you to hold the line.
저쪽도 뭔가 심상치 않은 일을 하고 있나 보.
It appears that they are partaking in quite the activity themselves.
모제스, 통신은 이쯤으로 하시죠.
I think we can end the call here, Moses.
그러지.
Very well.
뭐, 더 말해줄 거 없어?
Got any last words of advice? Any last words?
상위 권속 중에는 물에 대한 공포심을 이겨낸 혈기도 있다더군. 피는 언젠가 물보다 진해지는 법이지. 그 외에는 따로 말해줄 건.
I once heard that some kindreds higher up the bloodstream have overcome their fear of water. Blood eventually does get thicker than water after all. Now let's see if there's anything I left out.
아, 이걸 말해두는 편이 좋겠군. 그들은 너희의 생각보다 피에 대해서 더욱.
I must advise you against underestimating their bloodlust, because no matter how hungry for blood you think they are,
절실하다.
they will be worse.
뭐야, 그게?
What's that supposed to mean? Their last words, which left us wondering what they were supposed to mean, the call dropped. Fascinating blood fiend lore. Love it. Awesome. And here we go with even more lore. We have about 30 minutes until La Mancha Land manifests. We each decided to use this opportunity to gather ourselves. Meanwhile, I had something I wanted to ask Virgilius before we left. But for that, I need... Anybody seen Faust around?
아까부터 보이지 않으시더라고요. 제가 도와드릴게요.
Not in a while.
무슨 일이신가요?
What is it, Dante? I'm sure I can help. I wanted to ask Faust to relay my words to Virgilius, but I wasn't sure where she was. Fortunately, Honglu was still here with me and noticed me looking around. I decided to ask for his help.
30분가량 남은 모양이군요.
30 minutes, Dante. I always have so many questions floating around in my head, but whenever I stand in front of this man, my brain seems to decide to forget them all. Why didn't you stop her earlier, Virgilius? Earlier when Don Quixote challenged Camille to a duel.
아, 통역을 해드려야 하는 거였군요?
Ah, you needed a translator.
단테님께서 왜 아까 말리지 않았냐고 물어보세요.
Dante asked why you didn't stop the fight earlier.
아하, 책망하는 모습이었나.
Ah, so that's your look of reproach. I see.
이해했습니다. 쉔크 협회는 방금과 같이 결투로 시시비비를 가리는 것에 능숙한 협회입니다.
As you must be well aware by now, the Sync Association often chooses duels as a means of resolving conflicts.
나름 기사도 정신이라는 걸 뼈저리게 익혀왔던 모양인지 결투에서만큼은 정정당당하고 뒤끝이 없기로 유명하기도 하죠.
But they are also well known for letting bygones be bygones once that conflict in question has been resolved through a duel. Perhaps a lasting memory of some ancient chivalric virtues has been pounded into their bones. I see, so picking a fight with a fixer from any other association or office might have caused a real problem for us, but the nature of the sync made this a pretty safe altercation, huh?
그 상황, 오히려 결투 신청을 막는 것이 돈키호테를 더 날뛰게 했을 겁니다. 그리고
Stopping Don Quixote from challenging that fixer to a duel would have only exacerbated the situation. Besides, Virgilius gave a long pause.
3번 수감자도 이제 정신을 차려야 할 시간이기 때문에
It is about time our third sinner woke up.
어라?
Weird.
돈키호테 씨는 저희 중에서 가장 정신을 차리고 계시는 분 아니었나요?
Isn't Don Quixote the most lucid one out of all of us? Hong Lu's interjection was so sudden and random that I wondered for a moment if he thought we were talking about someone else. What do you mean? But Hong Lu did not correct himself. He pointed to his eye and continued.
눈이요, 단테님. 언제나 별처럼 빛나고 있잖아요.
Her eyes,
그래서
Dante.
신기해요.
Always twinkling like two bright stars. They're so fascinating. Eyes, huh? Something that Dante doesn't have. I noticed that the light in Hong Lu's left eye was growing dimmer, like light fading away as it sinks into the depths of the dark waters. Wait, I have something else I wanted to ask you about. What I really wanted to ask Virgilius about was what happened on that train. But I wasn't sure if I could bring that subject up in front of Hong Lu, especially when Faust wasn't here.
왜 그러신가요, 단테님? 안절부절 못하고 계시는데요?
What's wrong, Dante? You look flustered for some reason.
괜히 초조하게 시침을 떨어댈 필요는 없습니다. 단테.
No need to shiver your clock hands so nervously, Dante.
열차 안에서 무슨 일이 일어났는지 제가 모를 거로 생각하시는 겁니까?
You don't actually believe I wasn't let in on what happened aboard that train, do you? Sounds like Faust kept him updated. Well then tell me, what was going on with Don Quixote back there? No, I mean, what is she?
돈키호테 씨의 정체가 뭐냐고 물으시는데요?
They're asking what Don Quixote is.
스스로 알아낼 수 있는 답을 되묻는 건 그다지 실용적이지 못한 선택입니다.
Dante, it is not wise use of your time to ask a question to which you can find your own answers.
그보다 더 중요한 질문이 있을 테니.
Besides, there are more pressing questions you should be asking.
가령 앞으로 3번 수감자가 어떻게 되느냐.
What shall happen with our third sinner, for example? I get it, it's Don Quixote's turn now. But you're not going to answer that question either, because I'll get to the answer anyway, as long as I keep riding the flow to wherever it takes me.
떨림이 멎은 걸 보니 제 뜻을 눈치챘다고 믿겠습니다.
Your hands have stopped trembling. I'll take that as a sign that we have an understanding.
막상 라만차랜드 안에서 뜻대로 되지 않아 불안해지는 상태가 되면
Should you ever find yourself growing anxious in La Mancha Land when things start to go awry,
이 말을 떠올리십시오.
remember these words.
앞으로 어떠한 상황이 닥쳐와도
Henceforth, whatever happens,
돈 키호테는 약속을 기억하고 있을 것입니다.
Don Quixote will remember the promise, Dante. The promise. I have no idea how that word is supposed to assuage any of my fears. Virgilius isn't the type to waffle on meaninglessly, so I suppose there isn't anything else I can gather from him at the moment. Sometime later, back among the sinners at the empty lot. Don Quixote, about what happened earlier.
오늘은 정말 대단한 날이지 않았는가, 관리자 나리?
Verily, 'tis a marvelous day. Wouldst thou not agree, Manager Esquire? It is.
하나 옆에도 실제로 보고 그 쉔크의 까미오나리와 겨뤄보기도 하고 방송에서의 까미오나리는 누구보다 의협심이 넘치며 용감한 해결사셨소. 틀림없이 서로의 소통에 오해가 있었던 것이라고 보네.
'Tis. Today alone I had the joy of espying a Hannah Association fixer with my own eyes, the honor of clashing my steel against Sir Camille of Sink, and, indeed, Sir Camille was a fixer most righteous and becoming of his live streams. I have not even 1 ounce of doubt in my mind that the kerfuffle was not but an issue of miscommunication. How did you even access his streams on the bus?
나리, 본인은 말일세. 이제야 비로소 해결사다운 의뢰를 하러 가는 기분이네.
Manager Esquire, forsooth, I am finally beginning to feel as though we are tackling contracts worthy of true fixers.
악인을 처단하고 고통받는 이들을 구해내는 것. 그것이 본인의 한평생 꿈이었으니 말일세.
To slay the wicked and liberate the innocent from suffering, 'twas mine dream of a lifetime indeed.
물론 베르길리우스 나리는 황금가지를 구해내는 게 제일 중요한 목표라고 말할 게 분명하네.
Sir Virgilius will once again insist that our primary quest is to lay our claim upon the golden bow, yet
본인은 그것을 제쳐놓고서라도 라만차랜드를 토벌할 걸세.
I shall eradicate La Mancha Land, even if it costs us our quest.
그리고 그 안에 갇혀있는 방문객들도 전부 구해낼 것이오.
And mark mine words, for I shall rescue its victims as well, every last one of them. I stare in silence as Don Quixote boasts. I think I saw stars twinkling in her eyes, like Honglu said.
째깍째깍. 단테,
I've been looking for you, Faust,
베르길리우스 씨와 대화를 나눌 필요가 있으셨나 보군요.
because you had business to discuss with Virgilius, it seems. I felt like she was accusing me that there wasn't any other reason I'd be looking for her, so I couldn't help but stammer. Now that I think about it, I don't see her alone with Karin very often. What were you two doing here?
카론과 정례적인 루틴 절차를 수행하고 있었습니다.
Performing certain routine procedures with Karin.
정기적으로 진행해야 하는 검사가 있거든요.
There is a certain examination procedure we must perform at an interval. What examination procedure?
회백질의 유기결합 정상 척도 확인 및 전기 자극에 대한 활성도 확인을 메인으로 하는 검사입니다. 또한 외부 자극에 대한 뇌압 변동, 혈류가 정상 분포를 유지하는지.
It mainly consists of gray matter biofusion normalcy trend test and gray matter response activity level test to electrical stimuli. It also includes several other tests, including external brain pressure variance tests, the bloodstream distribution tests to verify that the numbers are within the expected range, and...
그만하겠습니다.
I will stop here. I'm certainly not one to talk, but I'm once again reminded that Faust isn't very good at talking to people either.
내 승객들이 놀이공원에 간다고 했어.
Heard passengers are going to an amusement park.
놀이공원 버스보다 재밌는 곳이야.
Amusement park? More fun than the bus? I've never been to one myself, but probably?
일반적으로 놀이공원에 입장한 사람들은 심장 박동수가 평소보다 약 1.5배 상승한다고 합니다.
It is said that individuals partaking in activities within amusement parks have on average, an increased heart rate of 1.5 times their typical range.
왜?
Why?
의도적으로 흥분을 고취시켜주는 기구들에 탑승하기 때문입니다.
Because they board vehicles that are meant to raise their heart rate and in turn their level of excitement.
대표적으로는 탑승객의 양팔을 결박시키고 3초 안에 100m로 하강시키는 기구와 가파른 경사에서 급격한 하강을 유도하는 열차를 모방한 기구가 있다고 알려져 있죠.
It is known that one of the rides most emblematic of the amusement park experience consists of the following procedure: binding the passenger to the chair and dropping the vehicle, which often takes the form of a train from a 100-meter high to the ground level within 3 seconds.
그거 난폭운전.
Sounds like reckless driving.
운전사가 카론보다 실력이 떨어지는 거 확실해.
Must be a terrible driver, worse than Karin.
그럴 수도요.
Perhaps. She's one to talk, especially when it comes to reckless driving. I'm sure there are other more fun rides, right? Probably?
그럴 수도요.
Perhaps. We should go there some way. A real amusement park. Make a list of stuff you want to do when you get there.
카론, 단테가 하고 싶은 걸 궁금해하시네요.
Karin, Dante wants to know what you want to do.
언제?
When?
어디서?
Where?
저희와 버스 외의 공간을 함께 다녀도 괜찮을 때가 오면 놀이공원에서 하고 싶은 걸 묻는 거예요.
They're asking you, should a day come in which you are allowed to travel with us to locations other than the bus itself, what you would like to do at an amusement park. There was a long pause. Karen's eyes glimmered momentarily as they began to wander elsewhere.
그곳에서
Karen wants
사탕 먹고 싶어.
to eat a candy there. Looks like today is one of those days when everyone gets a twinkle in their eye.
일인가요?
회의를
언제나 준비되어 있...
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Fixers began gathering one by one at the site.
라만차랜드가 등장했습니다.
La Mancha Land is beginning to manifest himself.
음악 소리가 들리기 시작한 시점 16시 12분을 기준으로 약 22시 12분까지 라만차랜드가 개방됩니다.
From the moment the music began to play, which measures at 1612 hours today, La Mancha Land will be open until 2212 hours.
네가 스스로를 포기하고 싶어질 때가 오더라도
Even when you feel like giving up on yourself,
약속하지.
I promise.
그게 다야?
Is that it?
앞으로 어떻게 살아갈 건데?
Well, how will you live on?
고마웠어.
Thank you for everything.
해결사 잡지는 잊지 말고.
Don't forget those Fixer magazines.
몸은 싫어. 부탁이니까 제발 멈춰.
Please, I don't want an adventure. Stop, please.
나 기가 막힌 생각이 난다.
I've conceived an idea most ingenious. It's the same phenomenon I experienced back at the Great Lake. But these memories are much more fragmented, opaque. The glimpses of Don Quixote I saw were nothing like the person I know, but... Should I follow this journey to its conclusion?
가령 앞으로 3번 수감자가 어떻게 되느냐 같은 것 말입니다.
What shall happen with our third sinner, for example? I'll understand what all these glimpses of memories mean, like I always have. And we made our way toward La Mancha Land.
여기가 라만차랜드. 뭔가
La Mancha Land.
섬뜩하네요.
This place is pretty spooky, huh?
그리고 피 냄새.
I smell blood.
이곳은 수십의 실종자들을 낸 장소다. 방심하는 인원들이 없도록.
We are contending with a phenomenon that has devoured dozens of fixers. Do not let your guards down.
드디어 모습을 드러내는군. 혈귀놈들.
Here they come, those blood-fiend beasts.
저것 봐! 생존자가 나오고 있어!
Well, look, survivors.
저런 구도였으면 동시 시청자 수 최고 기록을 노릴 수 있었을 텐데.
Darn, I really could have broken my viewer count record with a dramatic shot like this.
무기를 들고 있군. 민간인은 아니다.
Weapons in their hands, they're not civilians.
관리자님, 저자들의 복장 이상하지 않습니까? 보통 저런 고풍스러운 옷은 잘 입지 않을 텐데.
Executive manager, isn't there something off about some of their outfits? Those anachronistically antique costumes are quite the novelty these days.
혼자 입기엔 어려운 복식도 보인다.
I've identified several individuals dressed in clothes that are difficult to be worn without assistance.
누가 옷을 강제로 갈아입혔을 수도 있다는 거네요.
Meaning that maybe someone in there forced a wardrobe change on them. As murmur among the fixers began to grow, slowly increasing in intensity, Alessio shouts from behind the line for us to stop.
아직 접근하시면 안 됩니다. 라만차랜드가 생기고 약 10분가량은 적재물들이 떨어지는 시간으로 안전을 위해 뒤에서 대기하고 있어야 합니다.
Hold, don't approach La Mancha Land yet. We must allow it the first 10 minutes post-manifestation to expel its wastes. Stand behind the line for safety.
누구야? 어느 사무소야?
Who are they? What office are they from?
협회야?
Are they association fixers? Excitement is in the air as the fixers attempt to guess who they are.
자,
They're all...
불주먹 사무소다. 저 복장은 우리 불주먹 사무소 복장이야.
They're all from the Fire Fist office. I recognize their outfits. They're from our office.
거봐, 내가 뭘 했어? 누님들은 꼭 돌아올 거라고 했지?
I told y'all, boys. I told y'all that the boss ladies are gonna make it.
분명 토벌은 못해도 생존해서 15분 이상의 증언을 할 경우 기여금이 있었어.
Even if they were to fail the eradication contract, if they can make a 15-minute testimony and share what intel they found, we'll nab the contribution reward.
적재물 추락이 끝날 때까지 10분간 접근을 권장하지 않는...
Like I said, please hold for at least 10 minutes until they finish expelling. A fixer ignores Alessio's warning and rushes out to greet the survivor and helps her to her feet.
누님! 누님! 이제 됐어요. 우리 사무소도 반지하에서 탈출해서 빛을 볼 수 있어요.
We made it, boss. We made it. We can finally move out of that moldy semi-basement office and find a place with some sunlight.
다른 놈들이 얼마나 무시했는 줄 아세요? 이제 인터뷰에도 출연하고 기여금도 받고 명성을 드높일 일만 나왔다고요.
Remember how they all scoffed at us? Come on, let's go. Let's do some interviews, get paid, make a name for ourselves.
생존자는 개뿔.
Survivor's my ass.
그러니까 조금만 더 참으세요, 누님.
So just hold on a little longer, okay?
행복한 미소가 꽃피는 함께 꿈꾸는 자유로운 라만차랜드로.
La Mancha Land. Bloom your smiles of joy, La Mancha Land. Let's all dream free here. We hope you'll stay away from here. And then he dies. Like a bozo.
입구까지 피주머니들이 몰려든 걸 보니 탈출 직전에 변해버린 것 같네.
Blood bags at the gate. They were likely turned moments before they escaped.
변하는 속도를 보니 적당히 허접한 혈귀한테 물렸나 보군. 권속이 높을수록 변하는 속도가 빠르거든. 타이밍을 제어할 수도 있고.
Bitten by a small fry, going by the speed she turned, the higher up the bloodstream you go, the faster the transformation occurs. Some powerful blood fiends can make it happen at will or set it to occur at the time of their choosing.
저기 혈귀에 대해 빠삭하게 아는 것 같은데
I
우리 같은
doubt we'll get
초짜들한테
Hannah IDs
조언해줄
this
건
season.
없어?
They're like really powerful. Hey, you guys seem like the experts here. Got any pro tips for newbies like us?
조언이라... 아, 이게 있겠네요.
Pro tips? I've got one.
실력이 부족하면 죽을 거라는 사실을 겸허하게 받아들이는 거.
Humbly accept your death if you don't have what it takes.
혈기에 의해 피주머니가 되면 그건 죽은 거랑 마찬가지가 되는 거니까요.
Getting turned into a blood fiend's blood bag is no different from death, you know.
그거야. 항상 받아들이고 있는 사실인걸요.
That's easy. I'm always ready to accept that anyway.
제가 도움이 될지는 모르겠지만
Rhodia with a meta bleed ID.
노력해보겠습니다.
Well, I know there's at least one character that is most likely a blood fiend and is also a female, so if anyone gets her, it might be Rhodia, so Alright, what are these guys? Blood-tinged scissor blades. Oh, it's like Butler Mark. It doesn't actually do anything on its own. Oh well. We can pretty much ignore all of this.
거기구나.
요즘
What is Dawn's special buff? I'm curious.
말을 걸지 않는 게
How righteous. At every turn end, gain 1 haste, 3 offense level, and 3 defense level down next turn. Gain 2 additional offense level up after every 3 cumulative turns. When gets more SP on heal and clash power up on kill. Very good buff. Very good buff. Makes her really good at clashing. And also with the haste, it's like good for her sync association and also her base ID.
제 앞에 제 상태가 좋지 않습니다. 제대로 된 일격만 가한다면 효율적인 효과를 이끌어낼 수 있겠죠.
거기구나.
저
Did they say what level what grade level the Sync Association guy was? I don't remember. Because he's the same as Mersault's identity, this one right here. So whatever grade he is, that's Sync Mersault's grade.
영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
완벽한 거리군. 뻔하지.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
정복하겠는가?
Yeah, that makes sense. That the section that they're a part of is equivalent to their grade. That's probably what it is.
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸. 보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요.
I could imagine him being a grade 3 fixer. It makes sense to me.
이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
유쾌한 결투였네.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
유쾌한
아마 그 공격이
결투였네.
약점이었겠죠?
결투는 끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결투였다.
Yeah, it also makes sense that the director would be like one grade higher for it. La Mancha Land, bloom your smiles of joy. La Mancha Land, a place of freedom to dream side by side with blood fiends. We wish you a wonderful stay here.
지금부터 5분 뒤 입장이 마감될 예정이니 관람객분들은 질서를 지켜 순서대로 입장해주세요. 들어오실 입구는 왼쪽의 뒤쪽, 출구도 왼쪽의 뒤쪽입니다.
Admissions end in 5 minutes. Please form a line and enter into an orderly fashion. Remember, enter through the back left and exit through the back left.
마감 후에는 입장이 어려우니 혈액팩을 꼭 지참하시고 늦지 않게 입구에 대기해주세요.
Entry may be difficult once the admissions are over, so please wait by the gate with your blood packs.
몇 시간 후에 다시 볼 수 있는 자들이 있길 바라지.
Well then, I hope I'll be seeing some of you again in a few hours. The fixer's cold voice contrasted with the cheerful voice echoing from the announcement.
불길한 소리를 아끼질 않네 저자는.
She really likes making things ominous, doesn't she? Virgilius only gave us a light nod. Strangely enough, his aloof attitude was what gave me peace of mind. And the last thing I saw before the gate shut behind us was the odd look on the eyes of every P-Corp employee, all intensely fixated on the closing gate of La Mancha Land. As if they didn't even want to miss a little glimpse of it.
보람차군. 그대들도 뛰어났네만 내가 조금 더 나았군.
I love the names of each mission. They're so long and just erratic, I guess.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Earlier they assigned the gathered fixers with areas.
우리는 다른 구역이네요.
Ah, looks like we'll be going our separate ways here. Different area.
살아서 만나면 좋겠어요.
Here's hoping we'll both be alive the next time we meet. It seemed that the Bloodfiend Hunters were assigned to Area 3, Jia Chun to Area 2, and us to Area 1.
잘 부탁드려요. 아, 전 휴고라고 해요.
Yeah, pleased to be working with you guys. Name's Hugo. Hey, Hugo. Can't wait to see you die. He's either gonna die or turn into a blood fiend. I get the feeling. The fixer from earlier, whose name was Hugo, appeared visibly relieved that he was assigned the same area as us.
그리고 방금 바닥에서 이런 걸 주웠답니다. 라만차랜드 지도예요. 저 참 쓸모있는 동료가 될 것 같지 않나요?
Hey, look what I found. A map of La Mancha Land. That's how you know I'm the ace of the team.
쓸모 있다기엔 그냥 여기저기 잔뜩 떨어져 있는 것 중에 하나를 주운 거지만요.
The ace? You just picked up one of the dozens of papers strewn about the entrance.
이건 지도가 포함된 놀이공원 팸플릿이네요.
This is an amusement park for sure with a map on it.
저 사무소 놈들이랑 같은 조가 되었다면 아마 구역에 들어가기도 전에 죽었을지도 몰라요. 그것도 혈기가 아니라 저자들한테요.
Ugh, I don't even want to imagine what those brutish office guys would have done to me if I got lumped in with them. Who knows, they might have killed me as soon as the gate closed, or worse, they might have left my name out of the eradication fee recipients. Just awful.
어디였더라? 림버스 컴퍼니 사무소라고 했나요?
So, who did you guys say you were? Limbus Company office, right? It seemed that he was under the impression that we were one of the numerous no-name fixer offices, but I didn't really feel the need to correct him.
사실 우리 같은 이름 없는 해결사 사무소들은 언제나 찬밥 신세죠.
Man, sucks being a small-timer, huh? We always get left out of the good stuff.
쉔크나 치바이 같이 인기 순위를 다투고 있는 협회 직속 사무소랑은 다르게요.
Not like those Sinkers VII Association offices who always get the top billing.
아니, 그렇지 않다네. 해결사들은 모두 의롭고 존경받아야 마땅할 존재들이야.
Nay, 'tis untrue. Every fixer honored by their great valor and righteousness deserveth respect.
본인은 아주 오래전부터 해결사가 되는 것이 꿈이었네.
Long have I dreamt a dream of becoming a fixer myself.
해결사란 무릇 문제를 해결하는 존재. 문제라고 여겨지는 그 모든 것들을 대신 해결하는 존재 아니겠는가?
A fixer fixes things. Thus, a fixer is a fixer of injustices, a fixer of the downtrodden fortunes, a fixer of all that is unjust.
그러니 자네와 우리가 같이 이곳을 토벌하고 개선한다면 모두가 해결사라는 직업을 다시 생각해 줄 테지.
Thus, once we survive this encounter with this wicked place hand in hand, all shall rethink their impressions of us fixers.
왜 다들 그런 표정인 것인가?
Wherefore art thou giving me such a terrifying look?
너 방금 엄청난 복선을 아니다.
Kiddo, what you just said was, you don't just say stuff like, once we survive this. That's... never mind.
생존자들...
The survivors are... Okay, let's go find the device in Area 1 then.
팸플릿을 보니 참 다양한 기구가 있는 것 같소. 그리고 이곳은 프리티앤 원더풀 구역이요. 내가 바로 해결사라는 기구도 있고 멋쟁이 패션쇼도 있고.
A glance at the brochure reveals many kind of rides here, and we are at the pretty and wonderful place. Installed here are rides and attractions called Fixer for a Day, Fashionista Show.
이름만 들어서는 정말 그럴듯한 놀이공원 같은데 테마도 있군 말이야.
All that stuff just sounds like your typical amusement park stuff. It's even got themes.
대체 이 장소는 어찌한 연유로 만들어진 것인가?
What rests at the incipience of this place, I must wonder.
몰라. 그것까지 우리가 알아야 하냐?
I don't know, but it ain't our business to know, innit?
세월의 흔적으로 인해 많은 것이 변해버린 것 같긴 하나.
I ask nonetheless, for I must wonder that, shrouded beneath the scars of time,
어쩌면 과거에는 즐거운 장소였을지도 모른다는 생각이 들어서 말이오.
lies the place of joy it once claimed to be.
진실된 웃음이 가득한.
Laughter from the heart and unforced. Oh hey, a crazy person.
시작되었나 보다. 토벌 축제가 또 시작된 모양이야. 그렇지?
It begins again, the eradication party.
날 뛰어드는 인간들이 또 한가득 들어왔어.
More humans, more excitement, more exciting, excited humans.
더 자주 열렸으면 좋겠다. 하루에 3번씩. 그러니까 너네 중 한 명은 딱 이틀 정도만 살 수 있을 정도로 만들어서 보내줄게.
Oh, if only they held this party more often, 3 times a day, so I'll send one of you back out there with 2 days to live.
너희를 이곳으로 보낸 대장한테 그렇게 전해주라. 더 자주 와달라고.
Go tell the boss who sent you here that we look forward to their visit later.
아니면 이건 어떤가? 장치가 있는 위치를 우리에게 알려주면 고통스럽진 않게 처리해주지.
How about this? Tell us where the device is and I'll kill you painlessly.
아, 너무 좋다. 너무 좋아. 저렇게 험악하게 말하는 놈일수록 맛도 기가 막힌다니까.
I like it. I love it. Splendid. Words so nasty, yet blood so tasty.
너무 재촉하지 마. 이벤트가 아직 많이 남았거든. 패션쇼도 할 거고 인기 투표도 할 거야. 너무 기대되지? 그렇지?
Don't be so hasty, though. We've got plenty of events to cover. Fashion shows, popularity contests. Oh, how oh so exciting, right?
지금까지 이곳으로 온 객들과 토벌하러 온 자들을 그런 식으로 농락하였나 보군.
So this is, thou hast made a mockery of thy guests and fixers.
아, 제일 중요한 걸 빼먹었다.
Oh, almost forgot the most important thing.
그렇게 꾀지지 않은 꼴로 여길 돌아다녀서는 안 돼. 알고 있지? 넌 쥐새끼 같은 꼴로 여길 돌아다니게 하다가 들키면 나까지 혼날 거거든.
Can't have you skittering around here looking so unfashionable. You know that, right? Can't have our guests wearing rags that look like they've been stitched together from rat hides. I'll get in trouble.
우리? 야, 잘 봐봐. 난 그렇게까지 형편없는 꼴은 아니라고.
What, all of us? Hey, look closer. At least I don't look half bad, right?
예쁘고 화려한 옷을 입혀준 다음에
We'll dress you all in pretty dresses and suits.
의상실에 전시해놓고 일주일 동안 골라 먹어야겠다.
Put you up for display in the powder room and nibble you slowly for a week.
어디서부터 맛봐야 할지 벌써부터 너무 기대돼.
Where should I taste first? I'm so excited. There are a lot of blood fiends here. Can you guys handle them?
문제 없어. 이곳에선 저들의 죽음이 유예되지 않을 것이기에.
Worry not, for naught has put a moratorium on their deaths here.
열차의 그놈보다 수준도 떨어지는 것 같습니다. 기껏해야 그 의체 해결사와 비등, 혹은 그보다 아래겠군요.
They appear to be much inferior to the one we engaged aboard the train. I believe they are at best as strong as that prosthetic fixer, most likely weaker.
그렇단 말이지. 넌 걱정할 거 없겠네.
Jolly good and all that. Let's go smash them then. With Heathcliff's charge as our signal, the sinners advanced, leaping into the horde of blood fiends. Yippee! Now, hopefully we'll get a break from story. There's a lot of reading.
혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
저 시시게.
You know, honestly, if you take more than 4 sinners into these fights, it might be a little bit more difficult. Just simply because you only start with 4 enemies. And so, you know, sanity generation is a lot harder.
노래 들을까?
행복하겠는가?
I do appreciate the less enemies though, because it means that
완벽한 한방.
soloing it is a lot easier.
완벽한 거리군.
행복하겠는가?
In fact, so far, I'm thinking you could probably solo
칼날이 잘 드네요.
most of this,
아마 그 공격이
probably even with just
약점이었겠죠?
base Dawn.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
저 시시게 유쾌한 결투였네.
I don't know though yet. We'll see. It depends on the actual bosses mostly. when it comes to soloing.
야호, 이기는 편, 우리 편.
완벽한 거리군.
급소가 전복됐던.
행복하겠는가?
다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
나의 승리다. 나의 승리다.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Yeah, meta teams for me, it's too easy with meta teams. That's why I'm exclusively using Sync right now. I mean, they are kind of a little bit meta because you got Sync, Sinclair, and Sync Mersault, which are both really, really good identities. But it's more so just because I feel like using the Sync than anything else.
저거 봐, 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
거기구나.
쇼! 유쾌한 결투였네. 나이스! 하나 잡혔다.
거기구나.
행복하겠는가?
I should probably be reading what these guys actually do more, to be honest. I'm kind of just ignoring everything about their mechanics. I know they've got bleed, and that's it.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시
Like, these guys have
해봐줄래?
this weird mask status effect. What is this? Withered? Starve for blood for a long, long time. Lose 15 offense level, lose 15 defense level. Oh, that's interesting. Do you have a passive that removes it? I don't know. I don't really want to read right now. I imagine that they can get rid of that status effect if they drain blood. I don't know how they do it. Probably a passive or a specific skill, but...
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데 성공했어요. 이걸로 많은 피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
완벽한 거리군.
Yeah, the enemies power up when you get bleed, but bleed doesn't matter if you just win all your clashes.
방금 완전 좋았어. 금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
And that's something that the Sync Association excels at.
좋은 결투였다.
보람차군. 그대들도 뛰어났네만. 내가
And Dawn is number
조금 더
1.
나았군.
Obviously. Of course she is.
나의 상대는 어디 있는가?
제발 살려줘.
Is the news of Ice Sinclair good? I don't know. I haven't really looked at him at all, to be honest. All I know is that he's got the Clashable Guard, which is pretty good. So, I think because he has a Clashable Guard, it makes him at least usable, at the very bare minimum. But other than that, I don't really know. Please don't kill me.
나 오랜만에 이렇게 안 굶고 피를 먹어본 적이 200년 만이란 말이야.
It's been 200 years since I was this full. Can you imagine what it feels like to have the Ravenous eat you alive for 2 whole centuries?
너무 신이 나서 그랬어.
예전처럼 눈에 안 띄게 죽은 듯이 살아갈게.
Please, please, I got too excited. I'll live like I did before in the shadows, like I don't even exist. Please.
장치가 있는 곳을 말한다면 고려해보지.
Tell us where the device is and I'll think about it.
저기 저 놀이기구로 가면 돼. 내가 곧바로 버튼을 누를 수 있는 지름길도 알려줄게. 나만 따라오면 될 거야.
Head over to that attraction over there. I'll let you in on a shortcut that'll lead you straight to the button. Just follow me.
정하자마자 곧바로 몸을 오른쪽으로 향한 다음에
Enter and immediately turn right.
오, 좋아 좋아. 오른쪽으로 향한 다음에
Ooh, nice, nice. Immediately turn right and...
악인과 거래를 할 수는 없지 않은가?
We shall not bargain with villains.
보이지 않나?
And we most certainly
저
don't negotiate with
방문객들의 시체가
hostages.
분명 저 악인에게 덮쳐진 지 얼마 되지 않은 자들이었네.
Canst thou not see the corpses the villain hath left in her wake? Her innocent victims, lo, some of them appear to be fresh bodies. The closer we got to the attraction, the more the roads became riddled with mangled corpses. Don Quixote was right. Some of them did look pretty new, some of them only hours since their death at most. Of course, Otis did not appear even remotely receptive to her reasoning.
시간을 단축할 수도 있는 정보였다. 때에
We could have
따라서는
saved much time with that shortcut. There are times when we must compromise with our foes to give us an advantage in the grand scheme of...
하지만 악인과 손을 잡고 시간을 줄였다 해도 그것으로 정의를 실현하는 게 무슨 소용이 있다는 것인가?
Alas, yet what meaning shall that shortcut signify, if thy path is one guided by the hand of the wicked?
이놈이 아직도 그딴 소리를...
How are you still on about that nonsense, you little?
야, 냅둬. 저러는 거 한두 번이냐? 이럴 시간에 저 몰려오는 놈들 족치자.
Oi, let the last be. It ain't the first time, innit? Look alive, we've got more of them incoming.
맙소사. 또 와요.
Holy crap, there's more of them.
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요? 아, 힘내세요.
If they made a Dietty Sinclair, the shield would absolutely be carried over with Cavernous Whaling's blubber bubble.
편할 것 같아요.
Because Cavernous Whaling's the blubber bubble, it just says shield, period. It doesn't care where the shield came from.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
결투는 끝나지 않았다.
제압개체 상태가 좋지
Like,
않습니다.
I think I have it on him right here, right?
제대로 된
Yeah.
일격만 가한다면
Blubber bubble.
효율적인 효과를 이끌어낼 수 있겠죠.
This unit does not lose shield at turn end as long as it has the blubber bubble effect. It does not care at all about where the shield comes from.
완벽한 거리관.
셔! 시시게.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹었어.
좋은 결투였다.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘하는 거야.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
유쾌한 결투였네.
모자라.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
승부처다. 좋은 결투였다.
완벽한 한 방. 시원한 걸.
이미
The one and only limiting factor when it comes to Blubber Bubble is it does have a maximum amount of shield that it can carry over.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
So if theoretically Diechi Sinclair had an absolutely absurd amount of shield generation, it wouldn't be that crazy because of the limiter.
시작이랬어. 금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
Unless, of course, he is capable of generating as much shield as, you know, Diechi Rodion. In which case it wouldn't really matter. Unlike the blood bags back on the train, these ones can't come back from death. They were all once fixers seeking riches, civilians turned guests drawn to this place by its music, each dreaming a dream of their own. I don't know since when, but I've stopped feeling anything about killing things like them. Yeah. Sinclair replied, thrusting his weapon into the skull of the dying blood bag.
주머니들이 사용하는 무기. 열차에서 봤던 카세트.
Hey, the weapons they're wielding, don't they kind of remind you of the weapon that Cassette
T라는 혈기랑 비슷한 것 같은데?
T was using?
피로 잔뜩 지정했군.
Decorated with blood.
굳은 피다. 같은 성질이라 해도 모방할 정도.
Coagulated blood, identical to his weapon in essence.
혈귀들은 다
Is
이런
this-
방식을 사용하는 걸까요?
Is this how all blood fiends fight?
모제스 씨의 말을 떠올려 보면 가까운 친척 같은 걸지도요.
If we're using Moses' family analogy, maybe there's something like his close relatives.
아까 그 혈귀들이 가리킨 놀이기구가 여기군.
This must be the attraction that the blood fiend from earlier was talking about.
이 놀이기구, 이 구역에서 제일 유명한 놀이기구인 것 같은데요.
Looks like this one's the main attraction of this area.
안으로 들어가 보는 수밖에 없겠어.
Bereft of choices, we are thus compelled to enter.
보람차군. 그대들도 뛰어났네만 내가 조금 더 나았군.
Don Hard carried that fight. Alright.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
1구역의 핵심 어트랙션, 판타지 블러드 슈팅에 오신 여러분들 환영합니다.
Welcome, one and all, to the main attraction of Area 1, Fantasy Blood Shooting Range.
이 놀이기구에는 조금 무서운 장면이 포함되어 있을 수도 있으니 어린아이들은 엄마 아빠 손을 꽉 잡고 오세요.
Things might get a little too spooky for little ones, so hold on tight to your mommy and daddy's hands.
그리고 이 기구 옆에 있는 멋쟁이 패션쇼도 진짜 열심히 만들었거든요. 깜짝 이벤트로 방문만 해도 기념품을 나눠드리고 있어요.
Oh, and don't forget about Fashionista Show attraction. We worked really hard on it. Please pay a visit to pick up a free souvenir gift.
센터님, 그렇게 쳐다보시지 말라니까. 놀랐잖아요. 아니, 돌시네아님이 자꾸 인기 없다고 비꼬셔서 기념품이라도 나눠드려.
Sancho, sheesh. You spooked me with your staring again, Your Grace. Well, I'm thinking of giving out a few souvenirs here. Lady Dulcinea just won't stop teasing me about how my attraction doesn't get a lot of visitors.
뭐야?
What the heck?
뭐가 이렇게 허접해?
Is this place run by a bunch of amateurs or something?
그거 아세요?
Want to know something?
이번에는 음질이 아주 깨끗하오.
The quality of audio has found significant improvement in this recording.
아주 머나먼 옛날, 몹시 슬프고 안타깝게도 혈귀와 인간들은 지금처럼 사이가 좋은 관계가 아니었답니다.
Chain battles are an interesting mechanic, but I basically completely ignore them because I like to try and make the game harder, and the only way to really do that is to reduce the amount of characters you use. Long ago, or forever ago, really, blood fiends and humans weren't as friendly as we are today. How sad and tragic is that? Today?
서로 만나면 헐뜯고 싸우기에 바빴죠.
혈귀는 인간들을 사냥하려고 했고 인간들은 혈귀를 미워하기 시작했습니다.
Hating each other like cats and dogs, their every meeting resulting in big brawls. Blood fiends hunted every human they saw, while humans returned blood fiends' appetite for human blood with hatred for their kind.
이게 뭐죠? 인간들을 잡아먹으려고 하는 못된 혈귀들이네요? 어떻게 할까요?
Oh no, bad blood fiends are trying to eat those humans. Whatever shall we do?
어떻게 해야 할까요?
Whatever shall we do?
말린다?
Talk them out of it?
땡! 좀 더 분발해서 생각을 해볼까요? 다음 사람?
This is wrong answer. Think again. Who's next?
정답! 다시는 인간들을 해치지 못하도록 혼내줘야 한다네!
They must be punished with impunity, so they may never again hurt the humans.
정답입니다.
Correct.
자, 못된 혈기들을 물리칠 절호의 찬스입니다. 너무 신나지 않나요?
Very well then, here's a chance for you to defeat those bad blood fiends. How splendidly exciting is this?
그곳에는 말이지.
In that land,
지긋지긋한 싸움도 없고 언제 잡아먹힐지 알 수 없는 두려움도 없고.
there won't be any wearisome battles to fight. No constant fear of getting devoured.
오로지 웃음소리만이 가득할 거다.
There shall be only laughter.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Oh hey look, finally an actual maybe challenging fight. What is this? Blood Feast. Stores all bleed damage dealt in this zone. Resets when moving to a different zone. Zone? Is this a thing that carries over for, like, every fight? That's interesting. If that is the case, or is it just for this one encounter? What does it mean by zone? Weird.
Duck.
Zone means encounter.
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지
It'd be interesting if they did have a mechanic like that, where it was like a counter that persists through every single combat to the end of the thing.
뻔하지.
적합한 관리법이었어요.
So basically, it determines if you do well in previous fights, then it makes the future ones easier.
직원 한 명이 많이 위태로워 보여요. 어서 회복이 된다면 좋을 텐데.
Yeah, it will probably be in a dungeon. That would make more
약점을
sense.
정확히 꿰뚫었습니다.
Just the use of the term zone threw me off, really.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 뻔하지.
They should have said encounter instead of zone, to be honest.
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데 성공했어요. 이걸로 많은 피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
완벽한 건
유쾌한 결투였네.
좋은 결투.
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Oh, they have an unbreakable skill? That was an unbreakable coin. Oh my gosh.
제압개체 하나를 처리했습니다.
It doesn't matter because I staggered them, but still, they had an unbreakable coin. How did they get that? Who's this one? Yeah, look at that. They got an unbreakable coin. That's crazy.
직원들이
Are
개체를
they last week?
제압하는데 성공했어요.
Oh, they are really last week,
이걸로 많은
actually.
피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
Crazy. Honestly, I kind of think Sync is more pride than lust, but they do have really powerful lust skills.
거기구나.
They're kind of both pride and lust. But yeah, Project Moon does like to do that by making the first identity they release be very strong into the Canto. And so since it was Sync Mersault, obviously he would be good into the Bloodstains.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어. 아까 했던 공격 덕에
Man,
한결
Sinclair's
수월해진
taking
것
a
같아요.
beating in this fight. Jesus.
좋네요.
딱 좋은 결투였다. 좋은 결투였다.
유쾌한 결투였네.
자, 이제 우리 어린이 친구들이 제일 좋아하는 시간입니다.
Now I'm sure kiddos are most excited for this part of the attraction.
일명 내가 바로 이 구역의 해결사 타임.
Welcome to the Today I'm This Area's Fixer attraction.
혈귀들이 등장하면 아까 입구에서 나눠드렸던 장난감 방망이로 멋지게 대치하는 겁니다.
When the bad blood fiends appear, use those toy clubs we handed out earlier by the entrance to knock them all down.
우리 어른들도 참여할 수 있어요. 스트레스를 한 방에 털어버릴 수 있는 화끈한.
Adults can play too. Now beat that stress out of your system.
이제 그까짓 장난감 방망이를 맞고 아픈 척하는 혈기 같은 건 필요 없어요.
No, we don't need blood fiends pretending like those fake toy clubs hurt. Not anymore.
이곳에는 오로지 진짜들만 남아있게 되었으니까.
Only the real blood fiends remain here now.
하하하! 보람차군! 그대들도 뛰어났네만 내가 조금 더 나았군.
Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back in just a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Let's go into the next stage.
나의 상대는 어디 있는가?
자, 사람을 해치는 못된 혈기들은 그렇게 모두 지하로 쫓겨나게 되었습니다.
Now the bad blood fiends who want to hurt humans have all been driven underground.
이제 지상에 남은 건 착하고 의로운 혈기들 뿐이죠.
Only the kind-hearted righteous blood fiends remain on the surface.
그들은 인간들과 손가락을 걸고 약속했습니다. 함부로 인간의 피를 탐내지 않고 사이좋게 지내겠다고요. 왜냐면 평화만큼 좋은 건 없으니까요.
They made a pinky promise with humans that they won't covet the human blood anymore, that they live peacefully, happily ever after together, because what's better than peace, right?
그런데 이것 좀 보세요.
Oh, but look, oh look.
지하에 쫓겨난 혈기들이 슬금슬금 다시 지상으로 올라오려고 하네요.
The bad, no good blood fiends are crawling back up to the surface again.
몰래 인간들의 피를 마시려고 말이죠.
Sneaking, slithering up to drink human blood.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부서 아니겠습니까?
뻔하지.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
완벽한 거리건.
대성공이야. 가끔 신나. 노래 부를까?
These fights right here would be pretty difficult to solo, I think.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
If not, mostly impossible. I mean, there's 6 of them, so that's 6 attacks you need to worry about. And then they've also got bleed, which is horrible for soloing. Pretty nasty fight.
뻔하지.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
결승은 끝나지 않았다. 롱배.
그래서 카론이 안전벨트 잘하라고 했잖아.
Like, for example, Sync Mersault is actually pretty damn bad to solo this fight. These fights, I should say.
완벽한 거리건.
Because, you know, he doesn't have a second Zayn ego, and he's weak to gluttony damage, which means he's going to be taking
바로 정보의 힘입니다.
a lot of damage from pretty much all of their attacks. Yep.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요.
Does that kill him
계속
here?
힘내주세요.
7 times 5. I think he's dead. And I don't have healing ego, or do I? I do have healing ego, actually. That'll save you, Mersault. Hopefully.
항복하겠는가? 저 쉽게.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
여기 오랜만에 모범을 보여주는 직원이 있군요. 효율적으로 개체들을
친구들 딱 한 번만
처리했습니다.
먹였어.
정보팀만이 가능한 업적이었겠죠.
직원들이 개체를
And that's why
제압하는 데
healing ego's so
성공했어요.
good. He's safe
이걸로
now.
많은 피해를 예방할 수
Yay.
있을 거예요.
뻔하지.
유쾌한 결투였네. 저 쉽게.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
어떡.
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네. 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네. 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
Man, that's an easy fight. It only cost us the entirety of Mersault's health bar.
모자라. 여러분들.
Look at that, 223 damage taken.
부끄럼질을 하시는
Awesome.
건가요?
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
인간 친구들은 또다시 혈기들이 나타나지 않을까 하는 걱정을 하기 시작하였습니다.
Our human friends grew scared that the big, bad, scary blood fiends might come back to hurt them again.
밤마다 두려움에 떨면서 못된 혈기들이 찾아오지 않을까. 매일 밤 걱정에 잠을 못 이루기도 했지요.
Spending every hour of the night trembling in fear of no good blood fiends not getting even a wink of rest.
잠을 잘 자는 건 중요합니다. 머리가 빠지고 피부가 푸석해지면 큰일 나니까요.
All Mersault IDs are tank IDs. This is a fact. And you know how important sleep is to skin maintenance. A bad sleep cycle is a leading cause of hair loss and various nasty skin conditions.
맞는 말이긴 해.
Hey, she's got a point.
그때 어떤 정의로운 해결사가 정말 대단하고도 기발한 생각을 하게 됩니다.
That's when a fixer, righteous and just, comes up with an idea most ingenious.
만약에
What if,
정말 만약에
and I mean really, what if,
인간과 혈기가 서로 행복하게 지낼 수 있는 공간을 만든다면 어떨까?
we could create a place in which humans and blood fiends may coexist in happy harmony.
그곳에 착한 혈기들은 못된 혈기들을 대신해서 혼내주고 인간들은 자신의 피를 착한 혈기들에게 나눠주는 것이죠.
There, the kindly blood fiends will protect humans from evil blood fiends, while humans will voluntarily share their blood with the kindly blood fiends.
어때요? 기발하지 않나요?
How's that? Now isn't that really an idea most ingenious?
사람들의 피를 탐하기만 하는 혈기들과 어떻게 사이좋게 지낸다는 말인가?
Yet 'tis an impossible task. How can humans coexist with blood fiends, those villains who have naught but the base cravings for human blood in their craven hearts?
물론 모든 원대하고 훌륭한 계획에는 반대 의견들이 뒤따르기 마련이죠.
Well, it's only natural that such grand, impressive ideals would be met with some resistance.
그러나 훌륭한 지도자 밑에는 언제나 훌륭한 부하들이 있는 법.
But a great leader is often flanked by capable vassals who help them realize their ambitions, and soon,
행복한 미소가 꽃피는 곳. 모두 함께 꿈꾸는 자유로운 라마차랜드가 탄생하게 되었습니다.
La Manchaland was born. La Manchaland, where your smiles of joy bloom. La Manchaland, where everyone can dream free.
주위를 둘러보세요. 여러분들을 향해 웃어주고 있는 혈기들을.
Look around, all. Look at all the smiling blood fiends giving you a toothy grin.
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면
Yo, this song's a
언제든지 나와
bop.
상담해줘.
완벽한 거리도.
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
정복하겠는가?
This time it's Otis's turn to be the tank.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
거기구나.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
롱배.
평정심을
Double
잃은
stagger.
직원이 있습니다.
Yikes.
적에게 간파되지 않게 주의하도록 하죠.
Okay, let's see. Is Otis dead here? Maybe. Or Salt is. Salt is absolutely dead. Oh well, we can do it with only 2 identities, I believe.
거기구나.
시시게.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
시시게.
방금 공격.
I think the only reason Deviat might struggle in these fights are because she just struggles in long fights in general.
꽤 뚫렸네.
제압 개체 하나를 처리했습니다. 남은 개체들도 같은 기세로 처리해보죠.
Like legitimately, the only thing that will be killing her is herself, and that's very typical for her. So.
이미
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 근접을
유쾌한 결투였네.
Bye bye, Ursol.
바로 정보의 힘입니다.
이 패배를 영상으로 돌려본다면 공부가
개체들이 더 월등한 환경에 놓여 있습니다. 이 정도로 저들이 우세를 점할 줄은 몰랐는데 정보의 부족이군요.
정복하겠는가? 시시게.
Yeah, if I'm struggling this hard using only 4 identities, I don't think these fights are possible solo. All right,
너 괜찮은 거야?
let's see
나 줄줄
if
흐르는데?
Sinclair has what it takes. Can Sinclair clutch this up? What do I have? Lantern, Cavernous Wailing. He's weak to thingy. All right, I have a plan. Yeah, the evade transferring. That is a good point. I was gonna do something completely different, but that is infinitely better.
거기구나.
Clutch up, Sinclair. He did not clutch up. No chance. Rip. I love the 5%. It's my favorite mechanic in this game.
이렇게 끝날 리 없어. 아직도 검 끝을 바라본다.
인간 친구들은 또다시 혈기들이 나.
He could have clutched that. Absolutely. Maybe I should have gone with the initial plan.
여기다가
Of ego
말하면
spam.
녹음되는 건가요?
Who knows? It probably wouldn't have
신내세요.
worked.
완벽한 거리권.
Oh boy,
여기다가
that was an
말하면 녹음되는
unlucky
건가요?
turn one.
아, 힘내세요.
None of them have a... No, they don't. Man, I am getting unlucky with these clashes.
승부처다.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
결투는 끝나지 않았다.
The alternative strategy, other than the evade thing that could have put back the previous run, would have been to Cavernous Wailing and then Lantern, so that you would change your resistances
적합한 관리법이
and
있어요.
you would no longer be fatal to gluttony damage.
상태가 좋지 않은 직원이 있다는 건 알고 있습니다. 애매한
And of course they're in the back.
버려주시겠습니까?
거기구나.
Bye bye, Otis.
좋은 결투였다.
이 모든 상황에
Dawn survives,
지켜주라고는
but we do
말씀하시지
need to use
않았으면
Lantern
좋겠어요,
to heal her.
관리자님. 그러면 안 돼요. 저는 좋은 세필하잖아요.
I think Dawn is dead anyways because of this skill. Is there any way to save her? Yeah, I think there might be. I think there's a chance that one of Mersault's attacks gets redirected into her. Or one of Dawn's gets redirected. There's a good chance that she's capable of surviving here.
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
나무와 함께
영상으로 남기면
베어 넘겨드리죠.
직원에게도 도움이
Have to use
되거든요.
Lantern to heal her, otherwise she just
개체의 양성을
dies
정확히 꿰뚫었습니다.
to the bleed stack.
준비를 철저히 했나
But one of these attacks should be redirected into the other one that would kill Dawn, and we should be good.
셔! 시시게.
좋은 결투였다.
Yeah, you have to use the... Okay, now she's dead anyways. Rip.
부끄럽군. 까딱하면
You kind of have to
지겠는걸.
use the
단테, 좀 좋은 생각
Canto
없어?
Sinner. It's like an unwritten rule. What can I do here? What can I do here? I think we're fine. Probably. It might be a good idea to corrode just to see if we can clash with one in the back. Nah. Oh well. Maybe Sinclair will clutch up this time.
좋은 결투였다.
Oh, that was so close. At least he didn't get staggered.
개체들이 더 월등한 환경에 놓여 있습니다. 이 정도로 저들이 우세를 점할 줄은 몰랐는데 정보의 부족이군요.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
진짜 들이받아주지.
여기 오랜만에 모범을 보여주는 직원이 있군요. 효율적으로 개체들을 처리했습니다. 정보팀만이 가능한 업적이었겠죠.
먹였어.
좋은 결정.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
개체들이 더 월등한
very
환경에
impressive
놓여
showing.
있습니다. 이 정도로 저들이 우세를 점할 줄은 몰랐는데 정보의 부족이군요.
What are these guys doing? Targeting Sinclair? He should be fine.
거기구나.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결투.
Honestly, the ability for Mersault to reuse his skill 3 is so good.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어.
Even though it is pretty conditional with
상담 프로그램을
the on kill effect for the skill 3 or the third coin, I mean. Just the fact that he basically sometimes gets a free extra skill use. It makes it when you're down on skills like this so much better.
급소가 전부 꿰뚫려.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
But yeah, just need to clutch up a little and it's no problem.
하지만 완벽한 라만차랜드에 딱 한 가지 부족한 게 보이지 않나요?
But oh my, do you see that one thing that's missing from the perfect La Mancha land? It's Dante. Dante's missing.
대체 언제 끝나는 거냐 이거.
Blimey, how long is she going to yammer on for?
웬 이상야릇한 이야기나 늘어놓다가 적을 들여보내는 건 우리를 밑도 끝도 없이 얕잡아보는 것 같아.
How unpleasant. It's like she's underestimating us, talking our ears off with some nonsense drivel before sending in her minions.
야! 듣고 있지? 너 아까 대답하는 거 기억했거든?
Oi, you're listening, ain't ya? Don't think I forgot you replying to us earlier.
정말? 진짜 안 보여요?
No, really? Do you really not see what's missing?
라만차랜드 안에는 당연히 거기에 어울릴 만한 옷을 입어야 하지 않겠나요?
Once you're in La Mancha land, shouldn't one rightly wear something that befits the occasion?
이왕이면 멋지고 화려한 가면도 씌워주고요.
And how could I forget those elegant yet tasteful flamboyant masks?
이렇게요. 훨씬 더 축제 같아졌잖아요.
Just like this feels much more like a festival now, doesn't it?
라만차 랜드에서 뛰쳐나왔던 피주머니 분들을 예쁘게 단장해 주신 분이 누군지 이제 알 것 같네요.
All of the sinners are ugly in their own beautiful ways. Now we know who really did those pretty makeovers for our blood-bagged friends who escaped La Mancha land.
악취미구려.
Quite the luridly repugnant habit she has.
뻔한 아름다움을 추구하나 볼맛이 안 나는군.
Hackneyed and boring sense of beauty, hardly worth my time.
여러분 덕에 이제 더할 나위 없이 완벽해진 라만차랜드가 완성되었습니다.
And thanks to all of you, La Mancha land found perfection.
이렇게 혈귀들과 인간들은 서로 사이좋게 지내며 매일 축제를 벌이며 살게 될 수 있을 겁니다.
With this quarrel quelled, blood fiends and humans can now live together in harmony, living in everlasting festivities.
이번 모험가님은 잔인하고 못된 혈귀들을 총
The final tally of the bad, evil blood fiends our kindly adventurer has slain is...
중간에 세는 걸 까먹었다. 아무튼 무지무지 많이 죽이셨답니다.
Nah, forget the count, somewhere in the middle. Anyways, you sure killed a lot of those big bad blood fiends.
아직 모자라. 여러분들,
They did
왜
absolutely
그렇게 뒷걸음질을 하시는 건가요?
Otis did absolutely nothing. She just died. Her whole job was just die, and that's it. Gotta recharge the Inca Fallen. Oh, I did it too many times. Oops. Or no, I didn't. Never mind. Oh, you have to have Dawn here. Cool. Oh, is this a boss? Cool.
해오던 대로 방송을
Let's go, boss!
용감한 모험가님의 이름을 알려주세요.
Tell us your name, oh brave adventurer.
그것이 내가 나아갈 모험의 조건이다.
That is the condition of your adventure.
이를 받아들일 마음이 있다면 너의 이름을 내게 말해라.
If you are willing to accept these terms, then speak your name to me.
이 몸의 이름은 돈 키호테다.
Thou shalt know that my name is Don Quixote.
그 이름을 쓰다니 너도 우리처럼 미쳐버렸구나.
To use that name, you've gone just as insane as the rest of us. Unbreakable coins? Well, we got evades, so it's fine. The voice from the announcement system briefly fell hesitant, and an extended silence followed.
모험가 돈 키호테와 그 친구들은 판타지 블러드 슈팅에서 1위를 달성했습니다. 축하합니다.
Brave Don Quixote, the adventurer, and her friends placed first in the fantasy blood shooting range competition. Salutations and congratulations.
보상 두구두구두구두구두구.
What shall be your reward? Drum roll, please, everyone.
누르기만 하면 이 라만차른데서 제일 끝내주는 놀이기구를 타락할 수 있는 길이 열리는 버튼입니다.
Ta-da! Here's a button that opens the path to the finest attraction of all time in La Mancha Land.
용감한 모험가들만 탈 수 있는 라만차른드의 하이라이트 어트랙션! 헌티드 블러디 메리!
The Haunted Bloody Mary, the highlight of La Mancha Land, the frightening challenge that only the bravest of adventurers dare face. So this is the device that leads us to our next destination, huh?
그런데 이런 걸 이렇게 쉽게 누르게 해준다고? 버튼을 직접 대령해서?
This seems a tad too easy, don't it? Just like that? And they even bring the button to you?
하지만 제가 사둔 정보에 의하면
According to the info I bought, though,
1구역에 들어갔다가 살아서 나올 수 있는 확률은 25% 정도였어요. 높은 확률은 아니지만 그렇다고 낮은 확률도 아니죠.
there's only 25% chance of surviving through the first area. The odds aren't great, but they're not terrible either.
저희는 그 확률을 뚫고 버튼을 누를 수 있게 된 거예요.
What really matters, though, is that we made it through. The button's right here.
정보를 사? 그게 무슨 말이죠?
You bought the info. What's that supposed to mean?
브리핑에서 나온 정보 외에 생존자들의 증언이 더 있었다는 건가요?
Are you saying that there were more testimonies from survivors than what we heard earlier at the briefing?
여러분들 몰라도 너무 모르신다.
Wow, you guys really are new to this business, huh?
라만차랜드에서 생존해온 해결사들이 왜 고지고대로 귀중한 정보들을 하나 협회에게 제공하겠어요?
Do you really think that the fixers who managed to survive La Mancha Land would just fork over their precious intel to the Hana Association?
당연히 쓸모있고 값진 정보들은 소수에게만 암암리에 파는 거죠.
No, of course not. They sell important intel like that to just a few people who've got the cash and the interest.
1구역의 장치를 가동시키기 위해서는 그 어트랙션에서 등장하는 피주머니들을 모조리 죽이고 1등을 차지해야만 나온다고 했어요.
They also told me that to activate the device in Area 1, we have to kill all the blood fiends in that attraction and place first in the leaderboard.
왜 그런 정보를 미리 이야기하지 않은 거지?
And you neglected to tell us this why?
서로 신뢰를 쌓는 시간이 필요했던 것뿐이죠.
Well, I just thought we needed some time to build the trust between us before I started sharing things.
뭐, 난 이해해. 비싼 돈 주고 정보를 사셨을 테니.
I get it. I bet that intel wasn't cheap to come by.
맞아요.
Yeah, totally. Whew.
그런데 이렇게 수월하게 임무가 끝났던 적이 있었던가?
Has our mission ever gone this smoothly before? So we press this button and our job's done here? It's definitely suspicious how easy this was, but what can we do? Not press it?
좋게 생각하면 이걸로 얼른 1구역을 벗어나서 다른 분들에게 합류할 수 있겠어요.
If we're being optimistic, at least we should be able to get out of Area 1 now and join the others.
혈기와 피주머니에 대한 정보는 그리 만연하지 않다.
Consider that information regarding blood fiends and blood bags is rare to come by for the public.
익숙치 않은 자가 이곳에서 제한 시간 동안 많은 피주머니를 제거하는 경합을 한다면 1등을 하기 힘들었을 가능성이 있다.
Had someone unfamiliar with the particulars of battling blood bags participated in this competition, it may have been difficult to place first in the leaderboard.
그것도 일리가 있네.
That's also true, I suppose.
이봐, 순순히 나머지 정보들도 다 불어라. 신뢰는 충분히 쌓았겠지.
Hey, what other information are you withholding from us? Spit it out. What more trust do you need? Otis shoved Hugo, practically threatening him with her odd emphasis on the word trust. That's,
이곳 어딘가에는 반드시 마주치면 안 되는 혈귀들이 3마리가 있어요.
They say that there are 3 blood fiends here that we gotta avoid at all costs.
관리자 혈귀들이라는데 살아남을 확률을 높이고 싶다면 그 3마리와 마주치는 건 꼭 피하라고 하더라고요.
Fixers call them the Overseer blood fiends. If you want a better chance of survival, avoid them, or so they say. Guess which blood fiends we're gonna always come into contact with? Every single one of them.
한 구역당
Probably the end
한
of
명씩
every
있다는 모양이에요.
section.
하지만 조건에 그들까지 죽이고 오라는 말은 어디에도 없었잖아요. 라만차랜드 토벌과는 상관없으니까 아마도.
There's one in each area, but hey, at least it didn't say anywhere in the terms and conditions of the contract that we had to kill them too. They don't have anything to do with eradicating La Mancha land after all. Probably.
그러니까 안 마주치는 게 제일 좋을 거예요. 우리는 이 버튼만 빠르게 누르면.
The point is, we should try to steer clear of those monsters. Let's just hit that button and book it.
그럴 순 없네. 해결사요.
I cannot well bring myself to do such a thing, oh Fixer. You can't?
지금도 죄 없는 방문객들은 모두 이곳에서 고통받고 있지 않은가?
The innocent visitors to this terrible place suffer still, do they not?
이곳을 관리하는 3마리의 혈기들을 모조리 물리치고 그 죄값을 치르게 하는 것이 합당한 도리이지 않겠는가?
Thus, the only path of righteousness that remains before us is to defeat all 3 blood fiends, those beasts who watch over the slaughterhouse, and have them pay for their crimes.
맙소사, 좀 말려봐요. 당신들이 친구잖아요.
Holy smokes, aren't you guys going to try to talk her out of this insanity? She's your friend, isn't she?
말릴 수 있었을 때 말려줬다고는 얼마나 좋았을까.
But we already would have tried if we thought there was a snowball's chance in hell of convincing her.
나와라! 이 극악무도한 혈기놈! 이 돈키호테가 손수 결판을 내리라!
Hark, show thyself, thou wicked blood fiend. I, Don Quixote, shall vanquish thee.
혹시 그 3명의 혈귀들은 생김새 특징 같은 게 있었어?
So is there anything you can tell us about what these blood fiends look like?
이거는 200만 안이나 주고 얻은 정보인데.
Yeah, that intel will cost me 2 mil.
제일 화려한 가면이요.
They wear the gaudiest masks.
재밌다. 일주일 중에 제일 재밌었어.
How fun, how fun. This is the most fun I've had all week.
관리자 혈귀들은 구역에서 제일 화려한 가면을 쓰고 있다고.
Apparently the masks stand out for being extremely gaudy.
그놈 피냄새도 제법 화려한가 보고.
They must have a pretty gaudy smell of blood as well.
너희 중 누가 돈키호테야? 내가 눈이 좀 침침해진 지가 꽤 되어서 말이야.
Which one of you's Don Quixote, friends? My eyesight ain't like what it used to be.
때마침 나타나셨네요.
And there she is.
내 말 안 들려? 내가 만든 이 어트랙션에서 1등을 한 돈키호테가 누구냐니까?
I asked which one of you is this Don Quixote who came first place in this attraction of mine. Hello?
가면이.
Her mask.
알려주면 나머지 사람들은 보내줄게. 버튼을 누르고 다음 구역으로 갈 수 있도록.
Just answer my question and I'll let the rest of you press the button and head on over to the next area.
돈키호테가 누구인지만 알려준다면 말이야.
As long as you tell me which one of you is Don Quixote. You know, a lot of the sinners have other voice roles in Project Moon's other games too, so I'm not surprised that if it is Rhodia's voice actor. It makes sense. Tis... She's right here. Hugo shouted from the top of his lungs just as Don Quixote began to speak. The speed with which he called out her name was in striking contrast with his previous slow, reluctant attitude.
이제 된 거죠? 버튼을 눌러도 되는 거죠?
Well, can I press the button now?
구역의 장치를 가동한 해결사는 토벌금을 정산할 때 1.5배 더 받을 수 있다고!
Fixers who activate a device get 1.5 times the rate when calculating the eradication reward.
눌러보던가, 버튼.
Try pressing the button now. Ryoshu swung her absurdly sharp scabbard, chopping off his wrist with blinding speed. I'm glad they mentioned how sharp her scabbard is, because on her base identity, all of her skills are slash skills, and she never unsheaths it, so...
료슈건! 이게 무슨 짓인가! 동료끼리 칼을 쓰다니!
Young Ryoshu, whatever hast thou done, to put thy steel against the flesh of the compatriot?
저런 머저를 동료로 둔 적 없다.
Never accepted that idiot as my compatriot. Don Quixote, he was trying to sell you out.
그건... 그렇네만...
Verily, yet...
냄새부터 배신할 놈이었지. 혹시나 방식에 독창성이 있을까 기대했다만.
I smelled treachery the moment I saw him. I waited, curious if he would demonstrate even an ounce of creativity when pulling off that act.
이런 치졸한 클리셰. 참아줄 수가 없군.
But this is tired, meek, and cliched. Can't stand the lack of originality. So you would have just let him do his thing if it was interesting?
어떻게 알았어? 내가 죽이라고 했는데 저렇게 격식도 없는 옷을 입고 온 주제에 우리 구역의 버튼을 순순히 누르게 할 순 없었단 말이야.
Oh, how did you know? I was going to kill him myself. I mean, how could I let someone so scruffy and slovenly press the button in our area of all places?
그래서 네가 돈키호테야? 내 놀이에서 1등을 한 돈키호테가?
So you're that Don Quixote? The Don Quixote who won my game?
그렇네만.
Indeed, 'tis I. Well then,
어떻게 1등을 했어?
how did you win?
군경에 갇힌 이곳의 수많은 사람들을 구하고 당신 같은 악인을 해치우기 위해서.
I have rescued numerous innocents and hewn my path through scores of villains to vanquish a curse such as thee.
왜 자꾸 그렇게 웃는 것인가?
Wherefore art thou so giddy?
아, 너무 기쁘니까.
Oh, I'm just so happy, you know.
어땠어? 역시 내가 만든 놀이기구가 제일 재밌지. 원래는 저기 장식을 더 달고 옷에도 레이스를 더 붙이려고 했는데 시간이 없었어.
So how did you like the game? Mine's your favorite, isn't it? I was going to add a few more decorations here and there, maybe some frilly lace, but I ran out of time.
우리 피즈모니들은 내가 일일이 옷을 갈아입혀줘야 하는데 복잡한 옷은 다 찢어지지 뭐야.
You see, since blood bags can't change themselves, I have to dress each and every one of them myself. Anything too complicated just isn't sturdy enough to stay on.
끔찍한 소리를 잘도 짓거리는군. 본인은 이곳에 놀러 온 것이 아닐세.
What horrible crime thou confess it. I am not here to play thy games.
사람들을 잡아가는 라만차린들을 도발하고 끔찍한 악당들을 모조리 처단시키기 위해 왔네.
I have arrived here to eradicate this terrible place that taketh people, La Manchaland, to slay its villains slithering within.
그런데 왜 내가 만든 옷을 안 입고 왔어?
Okay, but why aren't you wearing the outfit I made for you?
예의에 한참 어긋났잖아. 내 구역으로 놀러 올 거였으면 좀 더 그럴듯한 모습을 하고 왔어야지.
How discourteous of you. If you wanted to hang out in my area, you should have made yourself a little more presentable than this.
뭐야? 아까부터 대화가 아예 어긋난 느낌인데?
Is it just me, or does it sound like their conversation isn't connecting at all with each other's?
제정신이 아닌 듯한데. 얼른 해치우죠.
Yeah, she's nuts. Let's put her out of her misery.
너는 캉캉 드레스에 리본 달린 부츠를 신으면 어울리겠다. 내가 진짜 어울리게 만들어줄 수 있는데.
I just know you'll look great in a can-can dress and boots with ribbons. Oh, I'll make you look so pretty. Yay, boss fight.
저 개체가 기세등등해 보여요. 조금 주의하면서 해보는 게 좋을 것
Flashable
같아요.
counter. That's cool. Lots of bleed. Lots of bleed. What'd she do? Anything interesting? She starts with withered. Sewing target. If you're low on health, she uses a powerful skill. Covers from panic, blah blah blah. Different thing. Lots of stuff. Too much reading. Interesting. Lots of text. I don't care enough to read. We should be fine, pretty much. We should be fine. All we gotta do is win clashes, right? Unfortunately, the sync is not the greatest when it comes to winning clashes. Who takes an attack the best? Because we have to take an attack here with only 4. Yeah, it's Dawn. Dawn takes the clash the best. Thank you, Sinclair.
승부처다.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
응원도
Alright, pride skill.
결국은
Now
나약한
it's your
자들이나
turn.
듣고 싶어하는
Unbreakable coin.
위안일 뿐입니다.
Inflict sewing
정보팀은
target.
조금 더 가치 있는 걸
And a
추구하는
deep wound.
고수 아니겠습니까?
Fascinating. Oh right, we don't have his passive active. I'm like, why is there no focus attack? It's because his passive is offline. It's okay. Dawn will roll heads on the evade, and we don't need to worry about it.
상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 그런 일이야. 카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Easy. No sewing target. This song is so weird. Like it's not a bad song, you know? It's like electro swing dubstep, which is not something I would ever really expect. Thank you, Sinclair. Thank you, Otis.
땅이 떨리고 있어. 카룬도 흔들흔들.
Oh, here we go. Whoa, what the heck is this attack? These are some very interesting attack skills. That's a really scary attack. I think Sinclair's dead here. Even if I... Well, how does the unbreakable coins work again? I don't quite remember. Alright, it fixes the coin power to 1. So that means it's actually a 6, so it's a lot less scary than I actually think it is. Because it doesn't get any coin power if you win the clash. It still hurts because it's hitting everyone, but it's not that bad. As long as you win the clash, that is. Yeah, that should be good. As good as I can get anyways.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
Man, Dawn got staggered. Oh, that bleed stack though.
일촉즉발. 이거 배웠어.
Cannot even use Lantern because we don't have enough resources. Missing one gluttony. Target fixed. I don't need ugly things. That just kills him. That just straight up kills him. Nothing I can do about that. Unless she rolls tails and I roll all heads. I blame Sinclair for this, okay? He lost a single clash, got staggered, and then I couldn't clash anymore. It's all Sinclair's fault. Yeah, and Dawn is also dead. Because she's entirely targeting her down too. Yeah. Not really a lot I can do. Oh well. He just bleeds out anyways. And there goes Dawn.
총체적 난국이에요.
And now we only have 2 skills.
또 경보가
Because she
울리는
killed
것
both of our double units. And that is game over. Unless somehow, miraculously, Mersault can pull it back, but I doubt it. Like, we just... Yeah, there's no chance. There goes Otis, and I do not have enough skill slots to ever be able to win.
전투를 마쳐보죠.
이런 패배는 상정한 적 없어.
Oh well.
하지만
Just need to get luckier with the initial clashes, and
용감한 모험가님의 이름을
Sinclair needs to not get staggered like a loser. And we should be fine.
적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는 것 같아. 카론 기분 나빠.
Like, which one of these skills is actually scarier? Because this one reuses a coin, always. Or is it always? No, it's not always. It's depending on how many scissors she has. Or something like that? I don't... What does this mean? Blood Tinged Scissors stage. Okay. I see now. So right now these aren't scary because she can't actually reuse the coins. Yeah.
조심하셔야 해요. 정신이나 몸이 다친 동료들은 어떻게 바뀔지 모르니까요.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군요.
Oh, I love losing clashes. It's my favorite thing in the world.
만찬이네? 카론, 기다리는 거 못해.
Please, Sinclair.
100초만 기다려줄게.
Do good things for me. Oh, we got a Whispers off. That's good.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
Nah, we don't need to change Sin resistances. We just need Sinclair to clutch up and actually win flashes. Like, that's pretty much it. And it looks like we finally got that.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이 됐어.
Of course, the only one real downside to using every sync identity is you can only have one
개체들이
declared
강력한
duel
공격을 가했군요.
at a time.
저희 쪽에서 적지 않은 피해가 예상됩니다.
Which definitely makes this a little trickier.
이것도 받아보시게나. 만찬이야. 만찬이네.
지금이 집중할 때예요.
It's okay, guys. It's just everyone is staggered.
직면해
Fine.
주세요.
Looks like Dawn is capable of surviving. Sinclair is dead. Mersault is likely dead too. Unless I save him. I can save Mersault.
완벽한 거리군.
But Sinclair is dead.
만찬이네.
잘 싸우고.
상황이 나빠졌지만 나도 최선을 다했어. 너희들은 왜 나의 노력을, 다정함을
That will stagger her.
몰라주는 거야?
Don't do that.
너희들은 내가 아니었으면 진작에 벌레만도 못하게 죽어버렸어.
We can stagger here though, right? What's your stagger at? 1451. Yeah, we're very close to staggering her. I do want the healing for Dawn. I gotta use that. There's a pretty good chance we can stagger her here.
시시게. 달려라 루신한테. 정의는 승리한다.
Yep, there's the stagger.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
아야 하는 승객들 있어. 울면 안 돼.
Can't really do much about it though. We can do some damage, but not. We don't really have enough good skills.
땅이 떨리고 있어.
The real problem is that we're 2 skill slots down because Sinclair died. And these unclashables are always going to stagger me no matter what. Because we're already below the stagger bar. So it's like, unless we are capable of staggering her again immediately afterwards, which is very unlikely, these unclashables are just gonna end up killing us. So yeah, I think this is another reset because there's no way we can do 400 damage with four skills.
시시게.
We actually got kind of close. If Sinclair was still alive, we would have had the extra 100 damage to stagger her there.
심히 치욕스럽군.
검 끝을 바라본다.
용감한 모험가님의 이름을 알려주세요. 적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는 것 같아. 카론 기분 나빠.
완벽한 거리권.
You can dodge the unbreakables, but the problem is that the unbreakables are all AoE, so you need to use pretty much a dodge on every character, or else they still hit you and you still get staggered.
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요?
Already though, we're off to a decent start.
힘내세요.
결투 중에는 말을 걸지 않는 게 좋다만.
집중 중이다.
They're all fatal to slash damage except from assault.
시시게.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘한 일이야. 먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
완벽한 거리권.
Yeah, and Faust's passive is 3 less res, and we are using her. It's just hard to do it because 2 of our less skills are on skilled raise.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
Alright. We're doing much better this time. See what just simply winning clashes does? It makes it so much better.
지금은
She is
바쁩니다.
fatal to... Still quite a lot of damage, even with the reduced coin power, especially on Otis, who's weak to both Slash and Lust. Who's on it right now? Sinclair? I don't want to do that then. It's not even targeting her though, so it's fine. We're fine. Gosh, it's still a lot of damage though. And it's completely unavoidable.
이겁니다.
조심하셔야 해요. 정신이나 몸이 다친 동료들은 어떻게 바뀔지 모르니까요.
Sinclair does have a skill 3. I don't want to use that yet. Or that.
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요? 아, 힘내세요.
Does this make him fatal to pride? No. Okay, that's fine then.
답이구나.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
Not a lot of healing, but it's something.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군요.
이미
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
Mersault has a gluttony skill too, so Sinclair's not the only one.
시시게. 오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
승부차다. 결투는 끝나지 않아.
저거 봐, 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
완벽한 거리감.
Not GG yet.
큰 거 온다. 탄테,
30
얼른
health.
애들한테도 알려줘.
She has 30 health left.
완벽한 거리감.
저 유쾌한 결투였네.
Pretty decent fight. Pretty decent fight. I like that one. The unclashable coins definitely make it a little bit more challenging, but not the worst thing in the world. I mean, we were using identities that were like quadruple weak to her, and also we were minus two skill slots from the beginning, so music's okay. Not my favorite, but it's not bad. Oh hey, that reminds me.
방문객들이 왔는데 제대로 인사를 안 했다. 그치?
How rude of me to not say hello to our visitors, right? The mask.
예의를 차려야 하는데 방문객들한테는 가면을 벗는 게 예의니까.
I have to be courteous. It's impolite to wear a mask in front of our guests. She could be a difficult boss in the mirror dungeons, simply because of the unclashable coins. If you don't have a way to heal, she could certainly be a bit of a problem, but otherwise, she's not that bad. The face hidden behind the mask was bloody and mangled, to the point where it felt wrong to look at her in that state.
아니야, 보지 마. 그런 눈으로 보지 말란 말이야.
No, don't look. Don't look at me like that.
차라리 나를 죽이려면 가면을 씌워주고 죽여줘. 그 정도는 할 수 있잖아, 우리 사이에.
If you're going to kill me, at least kill me with my mask on, please. I know you will. I know you will. What's a little favor between you and me? The Blood Fiend's unmasked eyes glowered intensely at Don Quixote as she pleaded. As Don Quixote stood there, stunned by the sheer intensity of the screeching Blood Fiend, a slow voice began to echo from the void.
원래 이발사는 더 예쁘고 화려한 가면을 좋아했었습니다.
The barber used to enjoy wearing cuter, prettier masks, something with more charm, more elaborate design.
이런 투박하고 무서운 가면은 상대에게 겁만 줄 뿐이라고요.
She thought these terrifying rough masks only served to scare people.
얼굴을 가린 만큼 더 예쁘게 보여야 공평하다고 생각했던 걸까요?
Perhaps she believed that it was only fair that she wore a prettier mask now that her face was shrouded.
저자도 가면을 쓰고 있습니다. 관리자님, 주의할 필요가 있습니다.
That individual is wearing a mask as well, Executive Manager. We must stay alert.
관리자 혈귀는 구역당 1명이라고 했는데
But isn't there just one Overseer Bloodfiend for every area?
다른 구역을 담당하는 혈귀일까요? 하지만 지금 왜...
Maybe he's from a different area, but why would he...
그놈이 배신하기 전에 더 유용한 정보들을 남김없이 털어버렸어야 했는데.
We should have gotten more intel out of the traitor before he betrayed us.
젠장. 처음 구역에서부터 대장 같은 혈기 2마리랑 싸우게 하는 건 좀 너무한 거 아니냐?
Shite, a little much in it? 2 bigwig blood fiends right by the entrance? Seriously?
확실히 그렇군요. 여러분은 여기 이발사를 상대하느라 더 힘이 빠진 상태이기도 하고요.
This guy sounds like Argalia. Certainly. It appears to me that you are all rather spent from the struggle against the barber here.
그럼 이렇게 하는 게 어떨까요?
Then allow me to make a proposition.
당신은 수많은 모험을 하고 돌아온 자. 하지만 저는 보다시피 행복한 미소와 꿈이 가득한 세계. 이곳 라만차랜드에서 손님들을 맞이하는 안내자일 뿐.
You have gone there and back again on all kinds of adventures, yet I am but a mere guide and a greater here at La Mancha Land, a place of blossoming smile and dreams.
당신의 멋진 모험담을 들려주시고 나면
It's probably the same voice actor, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. So I will gladly open the path for you.
순순히 길을 열어드리도록 하죠. 당신들이 찾고 있는 보물이 있는 곳으로.
Should you promise to tell me all about your wonderful adventures so that you may find the prize you seek?
이번엔 길을 잃지 않도록.
So that you may not lose your way this time.
그게 아니라면 당신이 이곳에서 수십 마리의 혈귀들을 죽이고 있진 않을 테니까.
However, if that is not what you seek, well, why else would you be slaughtering scores of blood fiends here now? The masked blood fiend in blue, who suddenly appeared here, was clearly speaking to Don Quixote, and only Don Quixote.
본인이 다 말하기에는 입 아플 정도로 위대한 모험을 하고 온 자인 것은 맞다네. 하지만
Forsooth, many a great adventure have I undertaken, so many that to recount them all would parch my throat before the tale's end.
허튼 수작 부리지 말게나! 보물을 찾는 것도 물론 중요하지만 니놈 같은 악한 혈기를 물리치기 위해 본인은 이곳에 왔으니.
Yet thy trickery shan't fool me. While the treasure is of great worth, my true purpose here is to vanquish wicked blood fiends such as thee.
이 돈키호테! 악당과 타협하지 않을 걸세!
I, Don Quixote, shan't compromise with villains.
그럴 줄 알았어요. 하지만 그러면 안 돼요.
I had a feeling you would say that, but that won't do.
당신은 모두에게 말해줘야 하거든요. 누구보다 멋진 당신만의 모험담을.
You have to share it with everyone, the most wondrous adventures of yours.
무슨...
The masked blood fiend raises his staff and Don Quixote's mouth shuts as though a supernatural power was forcing its will on her movements. In that bizarre silence, her eyes shimmer quietly.
하하하! 보람차군! 그대들도 뛰어났네만 내가 조금 더 나았군.
Not that bad.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
본인은
잠시만요. 이런 모험담에는 그럴듯한 배경과 음악이 빠질 수는 없죠?
Please hold on a moment. Can't have a good tale without proper backdrop and some music to set the mood, hmm? With a quick flick of his staff, the magician rapidly shifts and warps everything around us. Episode 1, in which are recounted the most wondrous adventures of Don Quixote.
뭐야? 갑자기
What the hell? Golden bow resonance?
떠올려 보세요. 당신이 겪은 모험의 나날들에 대해서.
Recall the days of adventure you once lived.
맞소. 본인은 수많은 모험과 결투를 하였다네.
What the hell is that outfit? That's quite an outfit. Indeed, I have faced countless perils and enemies in my tales of adventures.
그렇다면 그중 기억이 남는 모험 몇 개만 꼽아볼까요?
And how about we share a few select adventures you found particularly memorable?
모두가 볼 수 있게요.
Let everyone see your grand exploits in plain sight.
그 이야기를 해보죠.
Oh, how about this tale then?
그 이름하여
Let's call it
하얀 달의 기사.
The Hallowed Adventures of Don Quixote.
와 함께한 당신의 숭고한 모험을.
It's her ego outfit. It looks a little jank when it's not the little sprite. I'm gonna be honest.
짜잔. 하얀 달의 기사? 그게 니놈의 정체인가?
The Knight of the White Moon. Is that who you really are?
그럴 리가요. 소개가 늦어 오해가 생겼군요.
Haha, of course not. I must apologize for my delayed introduction.
저는 여러분의 라만차랜드 유람을 도와줄 안내자 산손이라고 합니다. 하얀 달의 기사는 단지 배역일 뿐이죠.
My name is Sanson, and I will be a guide on your visit here to La Mancha Land. The Knight of the White Moon is nothing more than a role I play.
하얀 달의 기사.
The Knight of the White Moon.
좀 비슷했나요?
How do I look? Close enough, would you say?
아무래도 제가 이 배역을 맡는 게 마음에 들지 않다는 표정이군요.
You seem quite peeved that such a role would go to someone such as myself.
마침 아직 제대로 새기지 못했지만 가능성을 품은 배우가 이 자리에 있으니.
Well then, we have another actor present here to play this character. A little green, a little incomplete, but still with the sign of great potential.
이 하얀 달의 기사 배역은 당신에게 드리죠.
I give this role of the Knight of the White Moon to you.
Huh?
Yo, it's Sinclair! Let's go!
저요?
Sinclair held his forehead for a moment, then looked at his changed appearance in confusion. But that did not last. Even Sinclair's gotten quiet, like something's controlling his mind.
무대 위에 올라간 배우처럼 저자가 이야기하는 동안에는 연기를 멈출 수 없는 것 같네요.
It appears that they have become like actors on a stage. As long as that individual is talking, they cannot break character.
이거 괜찮은 거야?
Whoa, is this safe?
둘은 전설로만 들려오는 강을 찾고 있었죠.
The pair sought a certain river, the tales of which have been told only through legends.
그 길을 알고 있는 건 하얀 달의 기사뿐. 돈키호테는 그저 뒤따라갈 뿐이었죠.
Only the Knight of the White Moon knew the path to finding it. Don Quixote was merely going as directed by the Knight.
이런... 정확히는 로신한테도 있으니 셋이었군요.
Oh, excuse me, the trio. Can't forget our dear Rochante.
발걸음 소리도 제각각이었습니다.
Each had a very distinct sound of footsteps as well.
기사는 터벅터벅,
The knight an experienced yet relaxed gait.
로신한테는 위풍당당,
Rochante a stoic yet powerful stride.
당신은 비틀비틀.
And you, stumbling hither and thither.
그곳은 누구의 발걸음도 닿지 않는 곳이라.
It is a deep, deep place where no one dares tread.
도시의 가장 깊은 곳에 있고 많은 모험가이자 기사이자 해결사들이 도전하였던
The deepest part of the city, one challenged by countless adventurers, knights and fixers.
고요하고 끔찍할 정도로 평화로우며 오로지 별구름만이 떠다니는 곳.
A quiet, terribly tranquil place inhabited only by the floating nebula.
조금만 더 가면 도착이에요.
We only have a little further to venture.
그 강을 찾고 나면
Once we find the river,
당신이 앞으로 묵게 될 곳도 제가 이끌 거예요.
I will guide you to the place that will be your residence henceforth.
아무도 오지 않을 버려진 등대.
An abandoned lighthouse where no one visits.
그곳에서 머물고 계세요.
Please make that place your home.
지낼 곳까지 마련해 주다니
Ah, the knight has given our hero a place to live.
감동스러울 정도로 충실한 친구군요.
What a kindly knight. Such loyal friendship brings tears to my eyes.
알겠네. 자, 이끌어주시.
Very well, then I trust thee to lead the...
아니요, 당신은 말이 없었습니다.
No, you did not have a line here.
어째서일까요? 벅차오르는 기대감 때문이었을까요?
Why was that, one must wonder? Was it the excitement, the anticipation that got your tongue?
이런 모험담의 첫 장식으로는 다소 밋밋한 이야기였습니다.
Very well, not the most exciting start to an adventure, was it?
박진감 있게 가보죠. 다음 이야기로 넘어가 볼까요?
Let's keep things interesting, shall we move on? Episode 2, which treats Don Quixote's encounters with the bandits.
진짜 이거 움직일 수가 없잖아.
Ah, shite, can't move.
이 연극의 흐름에서 당장 벗어날 방법은 없다.
There is no observable method by which we may escape the flow of this stage play. If we don't have a choice in the matter, then let's at least pay attention to it. Thinking back, we've never actually given much attention to Don Quixote's stories before. We consider them to be too ridiculous, too tiring to listen to. I can think of 1,000 different excuses. We came up with 1,000 different excuses we came up with to avoid having to listen to her stories. Let's pay attention to Don Quixote's story for once. Her story we never knew.
이 모험은 돈키호테가 이뤄낸 수많은 모험 중 하나입니다.
In this tale, we look at but one of many, many adventures of Don Quixote.
위대한 모험가 돈키호테는 많은 마을을 돌아다녔죠. 그러다가
I don't think this is the outskirts. It might be, but he did say it's deep in the city, so... I don't think it's the outskirts. Through the journey, the great adventurer Don Quixote visited many villages.
양떼 목장 마을에 당도하게 되었습니다.
And eventually, the adventurer arrived at a village of shepherds.
양떼 목장 마을이라.
A village of shepherds indeed.
그 마을은 참혹하게도 도적대에게 핍박받고 있었다네. 주민들의 얼굴에는 공포만이 가득했지. 그래서 본인이 무슨 일이냐고 주민에게 물었더니
Upon my arrival, I could see plainly that the village was routinely terrorized by a band of highwaymen and raiders. Verily, I could see the palpable fear worn on the faces of the villagers. Thus I inquired one of them to learn of what plagued them so.
맙소사, 당신은 근방에 이름을 날리던 용감한 모험가 돈키호테 아닌가요? 제발 고통받고 있는 저희 마을을 구해주세요.
Yo, it's Peasant Rodion. Oh my, you must be the brave and famous adventurer Don Quixote. Please deliver us from pain, my lord.
이럴 수가! 마을의 사람들이 전부 도적들로 인해 고통받고 있군.
Alack for woe, the wicked caitiffs, the bandits, fell upon thy village.
이 돈키호테! 눈앞에 보이는 악인의 행패를 그냥 눈 감고 넘어갈 수는 없다!
I, Don Quixote, shan't let pass this plain villainy and bullying unanswered.
안심하게! 내 모든 걸 걸고 맹세하지! 저 도적들을 마을에서 내쫓아 주겠노라고!
Worry thee not, for I promise thee on all that is I, that I shall rout the no-good bandits from thy village.
하지만 저들은 고작 모험가님 한 명이서 해치우기엔 너무나 많아요.
But there's too many for you to defeat all on your own, dear adventurer.
걱정 마시게. 지금까지 이 돈키호테가 해내지 못한 모험은 없었으니 그렇지 않은가?
Do not let such fear plague thy mind, for there are no adventures in which I, Don Quixote, have not prevailed. Wouldst thou not agree?
잠깐만요. 뭔가 이상하지 않나요?
Hold on a minute. Something feels off, doesn't it?
무엇이 말이오?
Doth?
자꾸 누구한테 말을 거시는 걸까요? 하얀 달의 기사? 아니면 용맹한 말 로신한테?
Who might you be talking to? The Knight of the White Moon or your brave steed, Rochante?
그것은 당연히
Well, plainly,
로신한테 아니겠는가?
it must be Rocinante.
본인은 로신한테와 함께 여행을 다녔지. 로신한테는 무엇과도 바꿀 수 없는 소중한 동료였다네.
Many adventures have I braved alongside Rocinante, a friend and a compatriot whom I shan't trade for anything in the world.
그렇지 않은가, 로신한테?
Wouldst thou not agree, dear Rocinante?
맞아요, 돈키호테님.
Horse Gregor. Oh my god, I'm getting flashbacks to Horse Virgilius. Yes, your worship, Don Quixote.
그래, 자기 지금 말로 변한 거야?
Greg, did you just turn into a horse?
자, 모두 모험담에 집중해 주세요. 그러지 않으면 도적대가 너무 많아서 용감한 모험가 돈키호테도 고전을 면치 못할 테니까요.
Now, let's try to focus on this adventure, shall we? Otherwise, Don Quixote, as brave an adventurer this hero may be, cannot fend off this whole horde of bandits all alone.
그 말대로 도적들은 수가 너무 많았지. 마을 사람들이 염려한 대로 쉽지 않은 싸움이었다네.
Indeed, there were too many of them. 'Twas a battle most difficult, just as the villagers had feared.
돈키호테님, 정말 이 계획이 성공할까요?
Will this plan succeed, your worship?
아니면 다른 좋은 방법이라도 있단 말이냐, 로신한테요.
Don't worry, Horse Gregor will be a real identity. The horse mirror world has already been confirmed from the 1 April Fool's episode. It's gonna be real. Promise. What better plan dost thou suggest, dear Rocinante?
제가 생각이랄 게 있나요? 저는 모험가에 대해 돈키호테님만큼 알지 못하는걸요.
Oh well, I don't have a plan or anything. I don't know as much about the ways of adventuring as you do, Don Quixote.
나답게 행동하겠네, 로신한테요. 두려워하지 않는 건 말일세.
I shall stand as myself, that is manifestly myself, Rocinante. That is to say, that I stand without fear.
그래도요. 적들의 숫자는 저희보다 많은 게 안 보이시나요? 물러나는 것은 달아나는 것이 아니고 위험이 희망보다 앞설 때는 발길을 멈출 줄 아셔야 합니다.
Still, can't you see that we are terribly outnumbered? Know that to back down is not to flee. That one must know when to stop their stride when danger outpaces hope.
저런 로신한테는 돈키호테만큼 용감하지 못했던 모양이에요. 거기다가 협조적이지도 않았답니다. 한낱 말, 아니 신발일 뿐이면서 말이죠.
Shame, it seems that Rocinante was not as brave as Don Quixote, and not very compliant for a horse, or a pair of running shoes.
조용히 해라, 로신한테. 자기 주인을 이토록 트집 잡는 신발이 세상 천지 어디 있단 말이냐? 내가 저자들과 맞서 싸울 용기를 내게 보여주지 못해서 그러는 것인가? 이 돈키호테, 이제라도 로신한테에게 증명하리라.
Fie on thee, Rocinante. Hold thy tongue. In all the years I have lived and places I have visited, I am yet to know a pair of running shoes as rebellious as thee. Hast thou not espied enough of my courage to fight them? Then I, Don Quixote, shall prove it to thee this instant, Rocinante.
그렇게 이 돈키호테는 유례가 없는 치열한 일전을 벌였다네.
Thus I, Don Quixote, leapt into the fray, the likes of which hath not been seen before or thereafter.
멈추지 마라! 이 비열한 겁쟁이들아!
Flee not, ye devious caitiffs.
이 몸은 전력을 다해 랜스를 찌르고 또 찔렀지.
Shouting so, I stabbed and stabbed and stabbed with all my strength behind the lance. Oh wow, actual combat? I'm surprised it's not
결국은 나약한 자들이나
100 more
듣고
lines of
싶어하는
dialogue.
위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부서 아니겠습니까?
완벽한 거리.
Read their passes? Sure.
저거 봐! 쟤 휘청거리고 있다!
On Clash Win, inflict the weak. Loves bullying the weak. Flash power when attacking weak. These all the same. Yeah, that's it. They just make you weak.
완벽한 거리.
They're little naughty rapscallions who like to bully the weak, and we must defeat them.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Bullying and plain villainy.
흔들흔들 기회 아니야?
Oh no.
거기구나.
항복하겠는가?
결투는 끝나지 않았다.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠? 조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
거기구나.
항복하겠는가?
Man, we should have only been using 3 sync identities. Then I could have made a 3 Musketeers pun or something. Oh no, we're getting bullied, guys. This is so bad.
직원 한 명이 많이 위태로워 보여요. 어서 회복이 된다면 좋을 텐데.
That ego's probably unnecessary. Yeah, especially if Mersault does that.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
완벽한 한방 시원한걸?
급소가 전부 꿰뚫려.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
Yeah, we didn't need that ego at all.
배어
넘겨드리죠. Oh well.
도움이 될지도 몰라.
I
승객이
just didn't want to see
딱
Sinclair
먹였어.
staggered.
거기구나. 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네. 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
결과적으로 도적들은 전멸하였고 그 마을은 평화를 되찾았다네.
Eventually, I managed to wholly purge the village of bandits and return the peace to where it belongs.
돈키호테님, 저희 마을을 지켜주셔서 너무나 감사해요. 이 은혜를 어떻게 갚죠?
Oh, Don Quixote, your worship, I thank you for protecting our village. How may we repay this great favor?
마을 사람들은 보답에 대해 물었습니다.
The villagers spoke of the reward for this brave adventurer.
당연한 일이었죠. 보통은 대가를 받고 의뢰를 들어주는 것이 인지상정인데.
Of course they did. Expecting a reward for a job done well was the most natural thing indeed. After all, who would do such difficult work for no pay?
그념치 마시게나. 정의로운 해결사의 몫을 응당 해낸 것뿐.
No need, my good lady. There is no need at all. I have merely done my duty as a righteous fixer.
아니, 어떠한 대가도 바라지 않고 공짜로 저희를 도와주신다고요? 한 푼도 안 받고? 정말?
Oh my, for truth? You helped us for free without expecting any compensation?
그럼! 해결사란 본래 그런 것일세. 아, 그래도 정 도와주고 싶다면 말이지. 딱 하나 있긴 하네만.
Forsooth, for that is the duty of a fixer. Yet, if thou truly wishest to help, then I do have aught to ask thee.
무엇이든 말씀만 하세요.
Of course, anything for you, brave adventurer.
그것은 말이오. 대단한 것은 아니오. 무엇냐면 말이지.
That is, 'tis not of any import, of course. 'Tis a...
어? 그럼 보수는 어떻게 드려야 할지. 저희가 돈이 없어서요.
But, how could we repay you? We don't have much money.
네가 신고 있는 그 운동화라도 값이 꽤 나가 보이는데.
Your running shoes look like they could fetch a nice price.
무슨 소리? 는 돈을 받고 의를 행하지 않는다네.
Fee on thee, doth not dole out justice based on promise of capital.
그래도 뭐 정 도와주고 싶다면.
Still, if thou truly wishest to help, then... This memory, was that Don Quixote?
이런, 무대가 조용해졌네요. 슬슬 다음 이야기로 넘어가 볼까요?
Can't have dead silence on the stage. Let's keep things moving and head on to the next tale, shall we?
압도했습니다. 제 기존 검술보다 한층 더 향상된 기술을 쓸 수
Man, we
있었다고
barely
생각합니다.
got out of that one alive. Those
시청자의
bullies really could have hurt.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Episode 3, in which is recounted the matter of Don Quixote and the helmet.
돈키호테의 모험은 그 후로도 계속 이어져 갔습니다.
Wait. Hold on. Error. Did the stream die? Is the stream okay? I can't tell. I think it's fine, maybe? Okay. Alright, it should be fine. It's just... looks a little weird on my end. Alright. Thus continues the adventures of Don Quixote.
그 유물인가 뭔가가 정말 나오긴 하는 겁니까? 그놈들이 거짓말이라도 한 걸 수 있잖아요.
That relic, or whatever it is it even real? What if those bastards were lying to us?
그럴 리는 없다네. 그자들이 내게 거짓을 고할 리는 없어.
I think what it was for me, YouTube can only like show the stream go on for so long, and like it basically stopped showing the play of the actual stream going on, even though it's still going. So I think it's some weird YouTube thing, but it's fine. Nay, such cannot be true, for they would not lie to their very deliverer. I am certain the relic is near.
뭔가를 찾는 모양이군요. 과연 이들이 애타게 찾는 것이 무엇이길래?
The pair are clearly searching for something, but pray, what might that be?
지나가는 나그네여. 이 근방 어딘가에 있다고 전해지는 고귀한 기사에 절대적이면서도 찬란하게 빛나는 만브리노의 투구에 대해 아시는가?
I beseech thee, fellow traveler of the road, dost thou know aught about the local tale of a noble and knightly helm of the absolutely and incandescently resplendent Mambrino?
그 고귀한 어쩌고 투구라면
Yeah, I think
이 앞에
the stream
높지
might
않은
have
산이 하나
died
있는데
at some point, but
길을 따라가 보면 나오는 동굴. 그 동굴의 가장 깊은 곳에서 본
kind of
적이 있다는 사람들이
fixed itself on its own, I guess.
있습니다요.
If you're looking for that Absol Incan whatever helmet, you might want to go up that little hill over yonder, walk along the trail all the way into the cave, and keep going deeper till you find the helm. At least that's what folks say out here, my lord.
잘 되었군. 그렇다면 지금 당장 그 동굴로 향하겠네.
Very well, then I shall march to that cave post-haste.
그렇게 나는 로신한테와 함께 전설적인 투구가 있다는 동굴로 향하였지. 물론 쉬운 모험은 아니었네. 그 안에서는 무시무시한 곰도 만났고.
Thus Roshnante and I journeyed to that cave in search of that legendary helm. 'Twasn't easy, forsooth. One of the trials, that which dared to stand in our path, was a big, scary bear. What do you mean? That's not scary at all. It's adorable. Got a cute little face and everything on it. I want that onesie.
로신한테 보이느냐? 저게 그 말로만 듣던 사람까지 잡아먹는 곰인 거 보구나.
Behold, dear Roshnante, that creature there must be the man-eating bear, the tales of which we have heard so much of.
야, 나 이거 계속 해야 돼? 좀 열받는데?
Boy, how long am I going to be in this get-up? It's pissing me off.
아니, 그러니까. 으르렁.
Listen, you sausage. Grrr. Yeah, distorted Heathcliff should have been a bear.
보입니다.
I am beholding it.
이번에도 해낼 수 있으시겠죠?
You can handle it, right? Like you always do?
물론 곰 따위가 우리의 적수가 되진 못할 거야.
Verily, a mere beast such as that bear shan't match our strength.
너희도 이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면
I don't know, it might be on my end too.
비록 그
I'm not
과정에서
very-
희생이 나올 수 있겠지만
I'm a very novice when it comes to streaming,
너희가
and
죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
I also don't have the best internet, so I would try and fix it, but honestly I don't really know how or what to do, but as long as it's mostly fine.
흙이구나. 이미
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹었어.
Oh, the bear pass was right. Yeah. An encounter of ...
올바른
this thing?
방법으로
An
개체에게
actual
일격을
bear.
가했군. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Okay, that's funny. An encounter of moderate difficulty. The man-eating bear, big and scary. Boy, can we stop now?
완벽한 거리군.
저 시시게.
Can you use Heathcliff for this fight? Because it'd be funny if you couldn't.
상황이 좋다고 할 수는 없지만 여러분은 하실 수 있을 거예요.
완벽한 거리군.
저 시시게.
요소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
Wow, that was certainly a challenge of moderate difficulty.
그렇게 우리는 곰을 물리치고 전설의 맘브리노 투구를 얻는데 성공했다네.
Thus we vanquished the bear and claimed the fabled helm of Mambrino ours.
곰이요?
That's funny. They should have made it so you can't use Heathcliff for that fight. Because he's technically the bear.
그런 거 마음만 먹으면 솔직히 3초 안에.
I can obliterate that poor animal in less than 3.
그렇게 시시하게 끝내는 것보다는 잡게 싸워야 하지 않겠느냐? 응? 책에서 나온 것처럼 그런 거 있지 않느냐?
Oh, please, where is the fun in that? We shall battle this fell beast like from the books.
투구? 진짜로 돈키호테 씨가 한 모험일까요?
Helm, do you think these stories are actual adventures of Don Quixote?
돈키호테양 본인의 모험담은 처음 듣는 것 같구려.
Miss Don Quixote, not once have we truly given you chance to regale us with your tales of adventure.
보통 다른 해결사분들의 모험담을 이야기하셨었죠?
She usually only talked about adventures of other fixers.
아니면 저희의 모험에 대해 끈질기게 묻곤 했죠.
Or she would persistently nag us about our own adventures. I'm not sure, let's just keep listening.
보람차군. 그대들도 뛰어났네만 내가 조금 더 나았군. 어떻게 된 거야? 나도 모르게 머릿속에서 이야기가 흘러나왔어.
What just happened? I just started saying the lines like I've known them by heart.
뭔가에 홀린 것 같았어. 마치 그 장면 속에 실제로 있었던 것처럼.
Yeah, it's like we were almost hypnotized by something, and it felt so real, as though we were really there.
말이 되고 신발이 된 기억도 생생하고 정신 멀쩡한데. 기분이 이상하군.
I know this sounds absurd, but I clearly remember transforming into a horse, then a pair of running shoes somehow, but I was still myself up here. Strange.
자, 멋진 이야기였습니다. 그렇지 않나요? 한때 인간과 혈귀들이 행복하게 살았다던 유치한 이곳의 이야기보다 마음에 드네요.
Ah, how wonderful was that story, I like this one much more than the juvenile, naive story of peace and happiness between humans and blood fiends that this place has to tell.
그런데 그 투구는 지금 어디 있죠? 저 같으면 그렇게 귀중한 투구가 있었다면 매일 쓰고 다녔을 텐데요.
So where did you place that precious helm? If I had such a priceless artifact myself, I would be wearing it on my head every single day.
안타깝지만 본인에겐 맞지 않아서 쓰고 다닐 순 없었네. 내 창고에 있지.
Tragically, the helm ill fit my head. I had no choice but to leave it in mine warehouse.
아마도?
Most likely.
저런 귀중하게 얻은 보물일수록 소중하게 지키고 다니셨어야 할 텐데.
Shame, shame. Why did you not keep a close eye on something so important? Something you had to go through so much to claim.
언젠가 후회할 일이 없도록.
You might regret the want of it someday.
그 다음 이야기에 대해서도 듣고 싶지만 지금은 이쯤에서 작별할까요?
As much as I would like to hear what comes next, this seems to be where I bid you all adieu.
약속대로 이 구역으로 향하는 입구를 열어드리겠습니다. 전 약속만큼은 누구보다 잘 지키는 혈귀니까요.
I will open the entrance to Area 2 as promised. I'm sure there aren't any other blood fiends who are as honest about their promises as I am.
약독한 혈기.
Wicked blood fiend, how dare. Don Quixote's rage resumed just as the story ended, but she was still stuck in place as though the tail hadn't left her body just yet.
기대되네요. 과연 다음 구역엔 어떤 이야기가 여러분을 기다리고 있을까요?
How exciting! What new tale shall greet you in the next area, I wonder?
자, 그럼 라만차랜드의 다음 지역도 잘 즐겨주시길.
Well then,
정의로운 모험가
I
돈키호테.
I hope you enjoy La Mancha Land's next area, O righteous adventurer of justice, Don Quixote. What was that? That wasn't a golden bow resonance, was it? It felt slightly different.
무슨 기술을 사용한 건지 몰라도 그대로 발이 얼어붙었어요. 최면에 걸린 것처럼.
I have no idea what he did to us, but we all helplessly froze in place as though we were all collectively hypnotized.
이상 씨 때랑은 달랐죠?
It wasn't like this when we entered Yi Song's fathoms, right?
그 당시는 분명 대본과 함께 연기를 한다는 느낌이 강하였어.
Quite. We could then well tell it was merely a reenactment of a tale with a pre-written script we read of our own volition.
저 혈기만의 특별한 능력인가?
Maybe it has something to do with that Blood Fiend's special ability.
라만차랜드 내부의 황금가지가 특정 수감자와 공명할 때 저자의 고유한 능력이 더해져 나타난 현상 같습니다.
It may be he took advantage of La Mancha Land's golden bow resonating with a certain sinner among us and inserted his own power there to cause this phenomenon. We should probably steer clear of that Blood Fiend. Faust? We can't continue this story. We shouldn't. I didn't have the courage to tell them what I've been thinking this whole time. That Don Quixote, the hero of the story in which he vanquished the bandits and protected an innocent village. That Don Quixote, whose eyes twinkled with sheer excitement at the thought of taking down La Mancha Land, will eventually be forced to spill before every sinner. That she is a second kindred blood fiend.
하지만 단테.
However, Dante,
혈기는 놓쳤는가?
the blood fiend hath given us the slip.
하지만 악독한 혈기에게 치명상을 입히는 데 성공하였고 목표했던 장치까지 가동할 수 있었으니 이말하면 꽤 성공적인 성과 아니겠는가?
Alas, we have dealt a fatal blow against one of them, and managed to activate the device we had intended to access. It is a very successful mission thus far, I say. She was back to her usual energetic self.
언젠간 꿈에서 깨어나야 할 때도 있는 법입니다.
There comes a time when one must awaken from their dream. But Faust's answer seemed to be pointing towards something else. Once the button was pressed, a low rumble emanated from around us. And a large passageway slowly emerged before us, like gargantuan parts of a great machine ponderously clicking into pace.
자, 다음 장을 향해 가볼까?
Oh, let us hasten to the subsequent canto of this epic. No, it's locked. No. We can't continue, guys. This is so sad. Well, I guess that's the end of it. Yep. Well, that's where I'm gonna end the stream. We completed the first part of the Canto. Pretty good. I enjoyed the boss. Boss is good. Rest of it was also pretty good. I liked it. A lot of talking though. But I guess that's normal, maybe. Anyways, yep. We will return next week at some point when it releases. And yeah, continue where we left off, I guess. Yep, and there's my ID if you want to friend me. I have no issue against that. So, yep. Goodbye.